Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku escaped all for one to become the first Quirkless hero story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Izuku sprinted down the street, shoving people out of his way, and throwing things behind him to block his path. Izuku, come back here. Sweetheart, just come back, we promise everything will be okay. It's too dangerous out there for you. Izuku, you're going to get hurt. We're trying to keep you safe. Stupid Quirkless Commission. Izuku was so tempted to stop and give them the finger, but every second he was free was precious and could not be wasted. He dodged around corners and tore through crowds, doing his best to stay away from subways or train stations. Those had cameras and guards, and it would be all too easy for the Quirkless Commission to find him if he went there. Instead, he stuck to streets that were jam-packed with crowds and traffic, making his pursuers either stop their chase in their cars or follow him on foot. He snagged a newspaper from a nearby vendor as he ran, before ducking into a large crowd and forcing himself to walk slowly to integrate himself within it. Not that it would do much if they saw the deeming collar around his neck, signifying the curse he was born with. Quirkless. He walked about 2 blocks before ducking into a coffee shop, slipping out the back into the grimy alley, using the newspaper to avoid cameras, and finally found a nice hiding place in the dumpster with day-old pastries and foam cups that smelled stale and sweet at the same time. The smell should keep him safe from anyone using a smell-based quirk. The trash bags were kind of soft, and there was plenty of room to hide before the next employee took out the trash. The only one keeping him company was a curious little rat who was currently nibbling his way through a stale muffin. Izuku nodded in greeting to his companion and held his finger up to his lips. Neither of them would be in a good place if they were found. Luckily, the rat didn't seem to care, as he continued to eat away at his late lunch. Izuku waited inside the dumpster for the sounds of his pursuers to fade. Experience taught him to wait a good hour or so before emerging from his stinking hiding place because they would take a while to move on to the next area. In the meantime, he pulled out the newspaper he had grabbed while he ran and quickly scanned the editorials. Normally he would have used the internet, but since he was on the run and they would probably be keeping eyes on libraries and internet cafes, he was much safer using the smaller, lesser-known messages in the paper. He smiled sadly as he remembered that this was one of the last things Mom had taught him before he was taken. These are called North Stars, 𝐒𝐿 explained, showing Izuku the seemingly innocent blog post comparing different heroes and their quirks. You can always recognize them because the characters when read horizontally will make a name of a constellation. These are people who support Quirkless rights, but cannot be public about their opinions. So they leave messages with addresses coded into these posts or in the newspapers, where they've left packages with clothes, backpacks, food, and money. If you are on the run, these are what you need to find to keep going. The North Stars had been lifesavers every time Izuku had escaped. They kept him out of the Quirkless Commission's hands for sometimes weeks, giving him a source of money and food he could use to stay off the radar. He just had to be more careful about using them. The last time he got one from the blogs he usually visited looking for North Stars, it had been a trap by him. Izuku thanked his mother for teaching him to scope out the area before he grabbed the packages, so he knew when he saw the too familiar crusty teenager playing his handheld game that he needed to run like hell. Okay, he found one where the characters made out Mighty Hunter. That had to be Orion. He worked on decoding the message and writing down the address. It was near the source and not too far from where he was hiding. Perfect. Izuku climbed out of the dumpster and slipped into the crowd, knowing not to run or look around too obviously as he made his way to the saw tunnel. Quietly to himself, he muttered through the list of supplies he needed. Clothes, preferably a scarf to better cover my neck area. And sunglasses or a hat. I'll probably need a backpack too. Food as well. He tried to keep his voice low and inconspicuous and tried to not feel paranoid about the people around him. But every person whose gaze rested on him left him itching to run. They didn't know he was quirkless. They couldn't. Izuku had only managed to escape 2 hours prior after ripping the tracker earring out of his ear, forcing the commission staff to take him to the infirmary. It had taken faking yet another medical emergency to create a panic in which Izuku could sneak out one of the emergency exits and escape. His ripped earlobe was still stinging and he could feel the blood trickling down the side of his neck. He'd have to add bandages to the list of needed supplies. An overpass lay ahead, painted a bright cheerful blue that was framed with cherry blossom trees blooming above it. The road overhead was empty and the underpass showed no signs of other people. Perfect, he thought, before ducking into the tunnel. He would be able to access the tunnels and hopefully the supplies through this. He pulled the sweatshirt's hood farther over his head and carefully started scouring the area. Sometimes the anonymous benefactors would leave markings shaped like the constellation clue. Orion had more of an hourglass look, and so Izuku walked up and down the tunnel, looking for some sort of groove or etching into the concrete. By the third double back, Izuku was getting frustrated. He couldn't afford to stay here any longer. It was possible that other Quirkless had already taken the supplies or that there were none to begin with. Dang it, he muttered to himself. This was worthless. A gurgling sound echoed behind him, like a drain noisily slurping down water. A voice chortled, I wouldn't say that. For me, this has been quite profitable. With growing dread, Izuku turned around to see a dark mass rising up and through a drainage pipe. The mass contorted and squelched, releasing the foul smell of stagnant water and molding food. It grew bigger until it loomed over Izuku, and two greedy locked onto Izuku. The mass began to smile, wide and gleeful. I was beginning to think no Quirkless would show up here. And right as I was about to leave, you came right to me. A good thing too, I didn't know he was in town. Best to collect and leave. Izuku didn't offer a response. He spun on his heels and sprinted towards the end of the tunnel. It was useless, he knew it. But it didn't stop him from lunging for the light. There was a deep squelching noise, and then the impact, as the villain's wet, stinking mass absorbed Izuku. It was like being tossed suddenly in a pool, the darkness, the disorientation, the helpless flailing. The slime surrounded his head, forcing itself in his nose, his mouth. Izuku choked on the thick sludge, gagging as it invaded him. He clawed at the villain, trying to force himself free. But the villain laughed louder, the gelatinous body swirling thicker around him. Don't worry, it'll be easier for the both of us if you don't fight back, it will only take a minute. You'll feel better soon. The Quirkless are in high demand. I can earn a lot of money selling someone like you. Izuku fought harder. If he was captured and sold, he would likely end up back with him, not the Quirkless Commission. He couldn't let that happen. Stop struggling, there's no chance of escape, my body is made of fluid. Izuku didn't stop. He scraped at the sludge and kicked his dangling legs in an attempt to find purchase. His efforts didn't matter. His tear-filled eyes began to flutter, and black spots gathered in his vision. I don't want to go back, he thought. As his consciousness slipped away, he thought he heard a loud thump and voice bellowing, have no fear. For I am here. All Might. Izuku wondered as the darkness overcame him. Izuku woke up to someone lightly tapping his face repeatedly, encouraging him to wake up. For a split second Izuku thought he was back in the facility once more, but the hand that was patting him was far too rough and calloused. Smooth hands or padded gloves were the only kinds of hands allowed to touch Quirkless. The surface he was lying on was far too hard and hot. Temperate padding was everywhere in the facility, and the sun was far too bright. No bright lights at the facility, couldn't risk overstimulating the poor, helpless Quirkless. Hey, you okay? Izuku stirred awake and slowly opened his eyes to see a towering, smiling figure standing over him, clearly relieved that Izuku had opened his eyes. No way, no way. Thought we lost you there for a moment, All Might said. But it seems you're all right. Izuku gasped and his hands quickly went to the sweatshirt he wore to hide the collar around his throat. However, if All Might saw the collar, he didn't make any mention of it. Instead, he helped Izuku to his feet and dusted him off. What are you doing out here, my boy? All Might asked. Shouldn't you be in school right now? Oh right, it was early afternoon and school wouldn't be out for another hour. Usually, kids his age were in school, learning about math and science, and a bunch of things Izuku would love to learn about, but couldn't because the facility refused to give anyone beyond a 5th grade education. I'm homeschooled, he answered quickly. Izuku immediately felt a stab of guilt that he was lying to All Might. He hadn't been able to completely trust heroes after remembering that Black Cat had been at the auction All for One had bought him at, along with someone from the Hero Public Safety Commission. However, this was All Might, the symbol of hope. All Might would never be a part of society's treatment of the quirkless Izuku had to have hope. He had to trust that if there was still one true hero out there, it was All Might. Yet all Izuku could think of was that if he showed All Might his collar, the hero would begin treating him with soft words and gentle touches, and hug him until the Quirkless Commission showed up to take him back to the facility. Because everyone thought that Quirkless were pathetic, weak, and needed someone to take care of them. However, All Might appeared to readily buy the lie as he flashed his signature smile and a thumbs up. Good to hear it. And I'm sorry my heroing interrupted your day. Usually I try to be more careful about these things. However, you should be perfectly safe as you head home. Izuku's lips twisted bitterly. Home was not an option for him, but he quickly said of course, and thank you, when he noticed All Might's brows furrow. It wouldn't do well to get caught so soon after escaping. All Might nodded before bursting into a loud laugh. Of course indeed, young man. Although I should really be thanking you. You were a big help in capturing the villain. The number one hero posed dramatically, holding 2 soda containers trapping the sludge villain. A far more genuine smile crept across Izuku's face. He always wondered if All Might hammed it up for the cameras, but it appeared he was just as spontaneous and enthusiastic in person. Was it possible? Could he ask All Might the secret, burning fear inside him? Or would All Might be like all the rest? When would Izuku ever again get a chance like this? He had to take advantage. All Might, sir? Izuku asked, hating how his voice went timid and unsure. Sorry, kid. All Might said, raising a hand. Heroes are always pressed for time and I've got to get this villain to the police. All Might bent into a crouch, body tensing as he prepared to jump, and Izuku's body moved. With a speed Izuku didn't know he had, he lunged forward, grabbing onto All Might's leg. The next moment he was airborne, clinging to All Might, as the two soared through the clear, blue sky. For a brief second, Izuku wondered if this was what it felt like to have a quirk. To have wind brushing past your ears, while the world felt small under your feet. To know you were above it all. He basked in the sensation until All Might interrupted. Hey, kid. What are you doing? You need to let go. I'd die. Izuku yelled. Over the wind pressure. All Might paused awkwardly. Ah, that's true. All right then, hold tight while I find a place to land. A few minutes later, All Might landed on the roof of a building and brushed Izuku off as he caught his breath. That was very dangerous, young man, he scolded. If you hadn't held on so tight, you could have gotten hurt. Izuku knew that All Might meant well. He knew his hero would have said the same thing to any other kid. Izuku had literally said something similar not minute before. However, Izuku couldn't help but be sick at his choice of words. You can't live on your own, Izuku. What if you get hurt? Don't try to fight me, Ducky. You could get hurt. You are quirkless, Izuku. Don't worry, we'll take good care of you in our facilities. But if you stay with your mother, you could get hurt. I would have been fine, he snapped. All Might looked somewhat taken aback by Izuku's venom, but Izuku pressed onward as he fiddled with his collar. He couldn't let him see the deeming evidence locked around his neck. He saw All Might open his mouth to ask what he meant, but Izuku pressed on. Pressure built up tight in his chest as if telling him it would be better to keep his mouth shut and continue to run. Telling him to surrender, the way he had surrendered when he first woke up in the vault and was terrified by All for One. No, he couldn't surrender. Not now, not in front of the number one hero. He had a question that he needed to ask, and this might be his only chance to ask it. I need to know, Izuku started. I've seen so many people taken away from their parents. Locked up and treated like children. And everyone tells us it's okay, but I don't think it can possibly be okay to take kids away from their moms. So, I need to know, All Might, can someone without a quirk become a hero? All Might hesitated, visibly shocked by the question. That is quite the question, young man. He chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. Of course, heroics is a dangerous field even for those with the most powerful of quirks, and I would be loath to recommend anyone who is less than truly dedicated. But what about the quirkless? Is someone without a quirk truly useless? All Might coughed into his hand. Of course not, everyone has a worth and purpose, but understandably there are limits to what someone can do or even should do. I understand that, Izuku said. But could someone quirkless be a hero? I'm sorry, young man. All Might said, cutting Izuku off. Thick steam surrounded him, and All Might coughed again into his hand. When he spoke, his voice was strained. But those are all the questions I have time for. You should be able to let in the apartment and get down that way, and of course, stay out of trouble. Wait. All Might. My question. Izuku lunged forward, stretching out his hand. However, he was too slow as All Might launched himself into the air, leaving Izuku alone on the rooftop. Izuku's hand fell numbly to his side as he watched All Might's dissipating trail of smoke. He stared out in the distance as the figure vanished, and let out the breath he hadn't realized he was holding. His eyes were stinging, and he felt the weight of the collar around his neck like an itch. All Might had all but told him no. Admittedly, he had been nicer about it than All for One had been when he said Izuku could not be a hero, but the answer had been the same. He did have a point. The heroics field was dangerous and required true dedication. But then so was being a firefighter, or a police officer, or even a construction worker. There was no occupation where Izuku wouldn't be in danger, and wouldn't require dedication. But he was capable of it. That was what everyone seemed to ignore. That just because he was quirkless, he was capable of doing what he dreamed of, with or without a quirk. Even be a hero. All for One had said he was a precious treasure who needed to be spoiled and protected. However, he also said that All Might was a fool and that as a villain, he was invincible. And yet one of Izuku's last memories of the monster had been his face scarred and torn apart, breathing through a tube, and only able to see with his hands, all because of All Might. All Might had been capable of severely hurting All for One. It wasn't that All Might was a hateful man, like All for One. It was only that he was just like everyone else. He assumed that quirkless meant helpless, but when he saw what Izuku could do, Izuku would prove them wrong. He would show them that he could be a hero. He would prove that quirkless were capable of being whatever they wanted. The rest of the world thought otherwise because they didn't know better. Once Izuku proved them wrong, they would realize they should not lock up the quirkless or take them from their parents or treat them like they were fragile. They would see the quirkless as people. So Izuku wasn't going to let All Might's words tear him down. He would use it as more motivation to become a hero and prove himself to the world. And then maybe one day, he could see his mother again. Izuku used the fire escape from the roof to get down and made his way back to the streets. He couldn't stay in one place too long for a while. The Quirkless Commission would be on the lookout for him. He wandered through the streets, trying to avoid cameras and any open areas. Signs promoted a nearby mall, and Izuku decided to try that area where there would be easy pickings for stealing clothes and food until he could find a place to rest. On the way, he idly noted shouts and a large crowd gathering. Izuku hurried towards the crowd. Crowds were good. They were easy to get lost in and harder for the Quirkless Commission to find Izuku in. Muttering quiet apologies, he pushed himself through the crowd, only stopping when he saw the fluttering, yellow police tape. Eyes widening, he whipped his head up, finally noticing the heroes standing by and the fire raging down the street. Internally, Izuku cursed at himself. How had he let his conversation with All Might distract him so much as to take him to the middle of a hero fight? However, all self-irritation dissolved into fear when he heard a gurgling voice yell, "Relax, kid, stop fighting and it will be over soon." Down the street, in the middle of a blazing fire and rubble, was the slime villain who had almost taken Izuku. The sludge contorted and swelled, wrapped around a new body, a boy with blonde hair and a type of fire quirk. Bile burned in the back of his throat, a remembrance of the sludge that had been choking him less than an hour earlier. Was this his fault? All Might had captured the villain. Did Izuku do something that helped it escape? He whipped his head around, looking for a hero to step in and do something, but they all stood idle, watching the burning buildings and thrashing captive with concerned faces. Izuku lunged forward, grabbing one of the heroes by his stupid yellow cuffs. "What are you doing?" Izuku yelled. "Why aren't you trying to save him?" The hero shrugged Izuku off. "There's nothing we can do, kid. None of us have quirks suited for this type of villain." Quirks? Why was it always quirks? Izuku's head swiveled back to the slime villain, grunting as he wrapped himself around his captive. The boy thrashed, jerking his head away, his eyes landing on the heroes and crowd standing by. All because they didn't have the right quirk. The boy's eyes were large and panicked, searching for someone who would do something. It was the same look Izuku had when he was first taken by the Quirkless Commission and later dragged away to be auctioned off. All Might's words from less than an hour earlier buzzed in Izuku's head. There are limits to what someone can do or even should do. Why were quirks the limit? Who said quirks had to be the limit of what Izuku could do? Izuku was tired of his quirklessness defining him. And he couldn't stand by when there was someone in need and he could do something to help. If Izuku didn't, he would be no better than the rest of the people who belittled him and ignored his pain. For the second time that day, Izuku's body moved. Launching himself past the yellow police tape, he ignored the cries of the heroes, his focus solely on the boy in need. The boy that Izuku would help. His legs churned, leaping over the debris and dodging bursts of sparks. The fire raged, singing the back of his hair and leaving Izuku suffocated in his slime-encrusted sweatshirt. He couldn't stop, wouldn't stop, not when there was someone out there feeling as helpless as Izuku did on a daily basis. Someone who was begging for help while the world stood idly by. Against the burning concrete, Izuku's shoes melted, every racing footstep becoming sticky and difficult. Less than a few feet away the villain turned, eyes swirling with confusion. It flung out a slimy tendril, but Izuku dodged underneath it and threw his arms into the slime, feeling for something firm to hold onto. When his hand brushed against firm muscle, he grabbed onto it and braced his feet against the concrete, dragging the body through the thick muck. His arms trembled, unused to the physical exertion the facility tried to avoid, but he struggled on, inch by inch pulling the boy out. "Hey, what are you doing?" The villain gurgled, its gelatinous mass swirling tighter around its captive. "Don't think you can defeat me so." It stopped mid-sentence, its eyes rolling inside itself. "It's you again." The villain laughed throatily. "I'm more than happy to take you as my prize." It swelled, cresting like a wave of sewage preparing to crash down on innocent bystanders. Taking in what might be his last breath, he gave a final pull, managing to pull the boy out with a loud pop. "You idiot!" The boy coughed. "I know." Izuku smiled and then closed his eyes as the wave slammed down. His body tensed, preparing for the sensation of slime swirling around him and clogging his nostrils, but it didn't fall. Glancing up, Izuku saw a body looming over him. Muscles strained against the onslaught that had almost crashed into Izuku, but All Might remained standing smiling, his teeth reflecting the fire burning around them. "Hello again, my boy," the hero declared. "I see you set out to remind me of the most important lesson I've forgotten. All people have limits, but true heroes smash past them plus ultra style when there's someone in need of help." With a mighty grunt, the hero ripped free of the slime villain's strands, and in another motion grabbed onto Izuku's sweatshirt and the other boy's arm. "Thank you for reminding me of my true ideals." All Might yelled, rearing back a fist. The villain pulled back from the oncoming blow with an angry scream. "Curse you, All Might!" He was too slow, and All Might's fist fell down with an avenging force. dekuwhatif. Hurricane force wind howled down the street, dislodging the slime villain and splattering him against the far wall where he fell to the ground with a nauseating squelch. The force of the wind continued to swirl around the alleyway, putting out the fires before it swirled up into the sky and dissipated. The crowd burst into excited cheers and applause, chanting out All Might's name, and Izuku collapsed onto his knees, his stolen sweatshirt still held in All Might's grasp. That was stupid, he thought, so stupid. But he couldn't bring himself to regret it as the boy leaned against Izuku's side, hacking out globs of slime. "You shouldn't have done that, idiot," the boy snapped between breaths. "Stupid idiot wanting to die. I didn't need your help and next time you should just..." He looked up to glare at Izuku and his words dropped off. His eyes narrowed like he couldn't understand what he was seeing. "Wait, Deku," he started to say, but the other pro-heroes descended on them, pulling them away from the smoldering fire and wreckage. "Wait!" Izuku cried, trying to squirm out of their grips. "I'm fine, nothing is wrong with me." One of the heroes frowned, his wooden arm tightening around Izuku. "I recognize that you wanted to help Kid, but that was incredibly foolish. Leave the rescuing to heroes like me. It was All Might who saved them." A member of the crowd heckled. The hero spluttered, and Izuku took the opportunity to slip away, seeking safety in the crowd. He noted the reporters with their cameras pointed at him and cursed internally. With his luck, they had gotten a good image of his face and the Quirkless Commission would be there in minutes. Muttering apologies, he shoved his way through, ignoring the heroes and paramedics that were now calling for him. A soft chime sounded, echoing throughout the crowd as every phone received a message at the same time. The noise was bright and happy but left Izuku's stomach rolling in anxiety. The Quirkless alert. A simple text message informing the entire populace about an endangered Quirkless that needed to be located. The message always contained a description and last known location, as well as a decent reward for any pertinent information. It had been Izuku's downfall 2 of the 4 times he had escaped in the past. He cursed and picked up his pace through the crowd. Usually, the commission waited at least a couple of hours before sending out the alert, but he had only been missing for half that time. They were probably getting tired of him running away. A woman, distracted by her phone, wandered into his path and Izuku collided into her, falling to the ground with a pained of, "Oh, goodness, forgive me, dear," the woman said, reaching down a hand to help Izuku up. He accepted it and stood up, brushing himself off. The woman's apologetic smile faded as she watched him, her eyes narrowing and darting from her phone to his face. Izuku laughed nervously, holding his hands up. "What are you looking at me for?" The woman lunged forward, grabbing the back of Izuku's oversized sweatshirt. He shrieked, instinctively pulling his arms out of the sleeves, tucking them to his chest, and ducking out of the sweatshirt, allowing the woman to loft it up in the air. Big mistake. With that thin layer of cloth protection gone, the piece of metal locked around his neck became visible to everyone. He flinched, wrapping his arms around it to block it from view, but it was too late. "Is that a collar?" Someone murmured. "Holy Xiao, that's a Quirkless collar," another person cried. "Wait, is that the missing Quirkless?" "Quirkless, Quirkless, Quirkless," echoed around him, as people's faces shifted into that of pity and worry. "Oh, baby," one of them said, reaching for him. "What are you doing out? Where's your owner? He's got to be the one in the alert. Someone contact the Quirkless Commission." This was bad. This was very, very bad. Izuku snatched up the sweatshirt from the woman and tried to take off sprinting. But with the crowd starting to form around him, too many bodies were trying to pull him back. Izuku cried out as he was grabbed by the scruff of the neck and pulled back. "Are you okay, child?" the man asked, bending down so he was eye level with Izuku. "Don't worry, we're going to call the Quirkless Commission right now, they'll keep you safe." "No!" Izuku shrieked, twisting out of his grip and trying to escape the cooing voices, the reaching hands, the soft smiles. "No, I'm not going back. Leave me alone. I'm not going back." He forced himself through the crowd, meters away from breaking free when a giant hand reached down and plucked him out. For a second, he hovered in the air, pinched gently between 2 fingers, when he landed on a gloved palm. He looked up in horror at Mount Lady, who was smiling reassuringly at him. "Oh, you poor thing," she gushed, as one of her fingers stroked and petted his hair. "To think you were in danger of that villain, and we didn't even realize." Izuku glanced down at the height he stood at in the hero's palm and decided it was worth risking a broken leg if it meant getting out. He jumped out of her hand, only to be caught by her free hand with a laugh. "Feisty, aren't you?" she teased, cupping her hands over Izuku so that he was in a dark dome, shielded from light, with no way to escape. "You are absolutely precious, little one." Izuku screamed and kicked at her hands, even tried biting her fingers. None of that worked. All she did was laugh while the other heroes promised the bystanders that "there's nothing to see here, folks, and we've got this covered, just leave it to us." Each time Izuku tried to slip out, MT Lady adjusted her grip so that his potential exit was closed, and another opposite of him opened. He would lunge for that one, only for it to close again. Izuku snarled, wishing he could break one of this woman's fingernails through the glove. He could hear her laughing and teasing like she was playing with a puppy or kitten instead of a human being. His protests were either unheard or ignored, as the sound of sirens got closer and closer. "No," he yelled, trying to get the heroes to understand. "No, I don't want to go back. Please don't let them take me back." "It will be all right, sweetheart," MT Lady cooed, thumb brushing Izuku's hair and back. "Don't worry, you're almost home." He could hear the sirens, the sound of approaching vehicles, and the sound of a gurney being wheeled out. He cried out in fear and frustration as he felt MT Lady bend down and open her fingers like a child displaying a caught butterfly to their parents. "Here he is," she said, presenting him to the familiar figures waiting for him. Dressed in all white, with thick gloves and extra padding around their elbows, knees, and chest, the Quirkless Red Rival squad smiled softly at Izuku. "No," Izuku hissed. "No, no, no. Go away. I'm not coming with you. I don't need to go with you. I'm fine on my own." The Quirkless Commission personnel spread out in a semicircle with space in between them, but not enough to run. Izuku was trapped. The Quirkless Commission stood blocking his access to the road, but at his back, the crowd of viewers and heroes, tightly packed together and watching his pacing. "Izuku," one of them cooed, "it's all right, little one. We know you must have been so scared, but you're okay now." Komori Yuta, a caretaker whose voice could soothe and sedate any target she spoke to. Already, Izuku could feel his defenses falter just at the sound of her words. Izuku shook his head, pressing his hands against his ears. "No. No. No. I'm not listening. That won't work on me." They closed in on him, stepping closer and closer until a set of hands gently took him by the arms, another by the legs, and they hoisted him from MT Lady's hands to the gurney. He thrashed against their hold, trying to bite, scratch, hit, kick anyone and anything within range. "It's okay, you're safe now." "Eno," he screamed, as they lifted him into the air, his limbs flailing before being pressed down on the gurney. Held his shoulders down, stopping him from sitting up. Other hands grabbed his wrists, forcing them to lay flat against the gurney and then strapping them into place. "No. Let me go. Let me go," he screamed. "Oh, shush, you're okay, Izuku. You know you're all right." Soft and sweet, they reassured him as they bound him against the table. He strained to look at the crowd, trying to make contact with any of them. A civilian, a hero, someone who would do something. But they stood there, watching him scream. Some were wiping away tears while others had pulled their phones out, filming his personal hell. "All Might," he yelled in desperation. "All Might, please. Help me. You're perfectly safe, Izuku." Another strap wrapped around his forehead, forcing him to look up at the blue sky. How long before he got to see it again? "All Might," he screamed again. "Please, All Might." Tears dripped down his face. The symbol of peace had saved him earlier that day. He would save him again, wouldn't he? It didn't matter that most heroes supported how the Quirkless were treated. All Might had to understand. Izuku choked as a thick RBBGG was forced into his mouth. It sat between his teeth, forcing his mouth open as he gagged on the material. "Shush," they soothed him as he screamed through the RBB. "You need to calm down. We can't have you hurting yourself. Get the BLNDFLD. His had too much STMLTN. We need to calm him down before he hurts himself." Izuku's last sight before the silky BLNDFLD was slipped over his eyes was the blue sky, with the sun shining down on him. Then the world turned into darkness and the soothing touches and whispers of the Quirkless Commission. After subduing the sludge villain for the second time that day, Toshinori walked back to his apartment on autopilot. His feet carried him through the streets back to his home where he climbed the stairs to his penthouse apartment, not even noticing how his chest ached from the exertion and his muscles trembled from pushing his time limit. Closing the door behind him and slipping on his house slippers, he stumbled over to his couch and collapsed onto it. Apparently, that was the point his lagging mind finally caught up to him as Toshinori let out a string of swears that would have made Night Eye blush like a maiden and Nana smack his head. What had he just seen? He hadn't expected to see the kid again after leaving him on the rooftop. Which, yes, that wasn't his best move as a hero, and Nana certainly was scolding him from the grave, but then the boy appeared again. The sludge villain had escaped and Toshinori was out of time as All Might and the heroes weren't doing anything. And then this same kid who latched onto him like a limpet went in and got out that boy without hesitation, and showed such a heroic ideal, courage, and spirit that Toshinori forced himself to action and did something. All might have defeated the villain, but the kid was more of a hero than anyone else there, All Might included. He had wanted to talk to the kid, apologize, beg for forgiveness, maybe even ask him to be his successor, but the kid had disappeared. And Toshinori had been so close to his time limit and needing to power down that he had let the kid slip away. He had planned on powering down and then finding the kid again, but in that brief PRD of time, everything had changed. The kid was being held and cooed over by Mount Lady while the crowd looked on, snapping pictures and cooing. Toshinori hadn't understood what had happened until he heard Quirkless. Because apparently, the heroic, foolish, incredible child that had inspired All Might himself was Quirkless. Even worse, the kid was scared out of his mind, his body trembling, chest heaving up and down, and eyes blown wide. The crowd had cheered and cooed as the Quirkless Commission stepped in, retrieving the child from Mount Lady as if this was some heartwarming scene. However, the officials had dragged the kicking boy away, bound him against a gurney, and carted him away. As if he was a criminal. BLD filled Toshinori's throat as he watched this take place, and then worse of all, the boy started screaming. Even now, Toshinori could hear that scream. All Might. It was like the boy was being tortured in the worst way imaginable. Like how Toshinori had felt when All for One carved a hole in his side. It was terror and fear and desperation, like you were falling from a tall height and desperately reaching for something to hold on to. Toshinori had almost stepped in then. He had gotten so close. However, heroes had no power or authority over the containment and care of Quirkless. Unless the Quirkless was their own, heroes were required by law to assist the Commission in their duties. Even as All Might, Toshinori doubted he would have been able to do anything. That scream though. Toshinori shuddered, rubbing at the goosebumps appearing on his arm. He had vowed early on in his hero career to never let a scream for help go unanswered, and until today, he had never failed in that promise. He groaned, and got to his feet, plodding over to the kitchen to brew a cup of tea. He watched as steam began to rise from the kettle and drifted up to the ceiling, and tried to ignore the guilt and disgust gnawing at him. There's nothing I could have done, Toshinori told the kettle. I can't get involved in Quirkless matters, and I'm sure the Commission takes good care of the Quirkless. There's nothing I could have done. The kettle continued to steam but began to faintly whistle. Look, I know the kid was upset. I would have been upset being treated like that. I don't know where they get off thinking that it's okay to bind children like that. GG them even. But what could I have done? The kettle screamed out, and Toshinori flinched, instinctively reaching for his quirk and preparing to smash the kettle before remembering himself, and remembering that it was a kettle screaming and not that boy. The guilt wasn't going to leave him. He sighed and poured the hot water into a mug, dumping in some tea blend that Nezu had sent as a type of bribe to teach at UA. With his spoon, he prodded at the tea bag, watching the flavor diffuse. What could he do? The boy wasn't in his care or the police, but maybe Toshinori could check in on him. He'd have to set up an appointment with the agency, fill out pages of paperwork, and find some spare time in his schedule, but if Toshinori could see that the boy was all right, his mind would rest well. He sipped at his tea, trying to let the calming flavor soothe his nerves. Yes, that's what he would do. He would see the boy, make sure he was all right, and then everything would be fine. Toshinori wouldn't have to worry about it again. After the car had begun to move, Izuku's nightmare continued. They swayed on peaceful instrumental music that would be better at a spa than in this prison to keep him calm. Someone was standing at the head of the gurney, combing their fingers through his hair. He's covered in sludge and trash, someone observed. Poor baby, what did you get yourself into? Had it not been for the GG, Izuku would have shouted that he went diving into a dumpster at the first chance he got. Just to get them angry. He couldn't help but feel like a dog who had slipped out of his leash and went rolling in the dirt. He even had a collar to match. Not even a day out, and he got caught in a villain attack, another one side. Izuku, sweetheart, you can't go running out like that. I'm so glad we were able to find you and that the heroes kept you safe until we could come to get you. That's right. Mount Lady had picked him up and gushed over him like a baby until his jailers retrieved him. As he feared, the heroes still refused to help him after all these years. Just as All for One said they would. Nobody would help Izuku. Not even All Might. Nobody cared, but his mother. And they arrested her. The GG did not muffle his sobs, and tears began to escape the BLNDFLD. Oh no, no, it's okay, baby, one of the workers murmured, and suddenly Izuku felt pairs of hands running along his limbs. He hated this. They always did this when he got caught, and he absolutely hated it. If he didn't have the GG, he would have screamed at them to stop. He screamed regardless, but none of them listened as they began to slide each one of his limbs and his head as if soothing an animal. No matter how much he protested or tried to struggle, he couldn't escape their hands, whispers that he was all right, or their soothing music. But he knew the worst was still to come. Eventually, the vehicle stopped, and the gurney was rolled out. We need to get him cleaned up and checked by the doctor first, a new voice announced, walking beside Izuku as two doors creaked open. Then the director wants to see him. Poor thing, look at him. So beat up. Out a few hours, and this happens. The doors clanged shut behind him, condemning Izuku to his fate. As he had thought, the next hours were hell. He had his restraints removed, but he also had everything else removed so he could get in the warm bath with bubbles and toys while two people with big, cheery smiles scrubbed him down in thick vanilla-scented soap, and washed his hair at least 3 times in order to get the gunk out from the sludge villain attack. Izuku always loves bath time. One of the attendants laughed as Izuku tried to slip out of his grasp and swim to the edge of the bathtub and climb out. Always splashing and playing, so much energy. I'm right here, you prick. Izuku shouted as his partner caught Izuku's slippery body and dragged him back. And I can do it myself, you, There, see now, that's what happens when you don't listen to us and let us wash you, Izuku. Now you've got shampoo in your eyes. Come on, let's wipe out with a towel. There we go, that's it, isn't that better? Izuku would have told them where to stick their soap and towel if he hadn't gotten shampoo in his mouth. He was pulled out of the tub and dried off with a fluffy towel. One of the attendants dressed him in yoga breaths and a soft pajama shirt, while the other used their quirk to dry Izuku's hair and comb it out. His knees and elbows were rubbed down in sweet-smelling lotion and then his whole body with 50 SPF sunscreen even though they never went outside. All the while showered with kisses and praises. He gritted his teeth, reminding himself it was going to get worse, and he needed to save his energy. He allowed himself to be walked to the doctor's office, and was sat down on the examination table. Dr. Arai was a smiling woman who only had to click a button for Izuku to be pinned down to the table with velvet soft restraints while she took vital signs, listened to his chest, heart, and abdomen, looked in his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, tested his reflexes, and drew up BLD samples for him. We are very lucky, Izuku, she concluded. It looks like your ripped earlobe will heal nicely and you only got some bruises out of this, poor darling. We're going to have Rin come in to brush your teeth and wash your mouth out, and I'm going to give you a little something to make sure your lungs don't get infected. After you meet with the director, you can have a meal. She ruffled his hair and put a sticker on his shirt that said, I'm a star patient, with a happy little star laughing. Rin, another attendant, soon arrived with a cup, toothbrush, and toothpaste. Dr. Arai had worked with Izuku too long to foolishly let him out of his restraints just yet, so he had no way of resisting Rin brushing and flossing his teeth aside from trying to JRK his head around defiantly. As usual, both women found this more amusing than annoying. By the time they were done, Izuku had clean teeth, but he also had practically taken another bath with how much water he had spilled. All over himself, and his mouth still tasted like toothpaste. He swallowed some by accident. An orderly arrived when they were done, and Izuku's restraints were removed. He sat up, ready to get up and face the queen of this nightmare, only to be scooped up by the orderly, balanced on his hip like a child. Put me down, Izuku demanded, trying to twist out of the man's grip like an eel. I can walk on my own. Izuku, you know the rules, Dr. Arai scolded. No more than 1 hour of strenuous exercise. Especially without an instructor. And you certainly had more than that today. Your tired little body needs rest. Yeah, because getting strapped into that gurney on the ride over didn't count, Izuku snapped. Izuku, don't talk back, Rin scolded with a frown. You are already in a lot of trouble, young man. Izuku scowled but said nothing back. He knew that he would have to save his energy. He still hadn't even spoken to the director yet, and he was already in so much trouble. He didn't need more people angry at him and ready to punish him further for acting out. Seeing he was settled, the orderly carried him out of Dr. Arai's office because even walking 15 feet on padded floors was strenuous exercise. Izuku had more strenuous exercise trying to escape all for one and Tomura's cuddles. The orderly knocked politely on the door, bouncing Izuku in his arms like someone trying to soothe a fussy infant. Come in, a familiar, sickly sweet voice purred. The director's office was the same as always. Neat and tidy, with not a speck of dust on the floor, comfortable but expensive-looking chairs in front of a dark wood desk that housed several pictures, a pot of purple orchids, bottles of scented lotion and hand sanitizer, and a bunch of different stuffed animals and action figures on the shelves behind the desk. Everything gave off the impression of a well-put-together but homey environment. After years of visiting this office on a daily basis, Izuku recognized that the office only gave the image of a homey environment, but was not close to the real thing at all. The pictures were impersonal, similar to class pictures in elementary school, except it was the colored Quirkless. They got their picture taken with their age group at the end of every year. There was one on her desk for every generation that had outgrown the facility and had been moved into new homes. The flowers were fake and had slightly faded, but the director hadn't bothered to replace them. The toys were locked behind a glass case and could not be retrieved except by the lady of the desk herself. A reminder that if you wanted anything, even a toy, you had to play nice with the queen of the castle. Oh, Izuku. Thank goodness you are all right, baby. Izuku flinched as a pair of arms wrapped tightly around him, pulling him into a crushing hug. For some, it might look like a relieved, joyful embrace, but he could feel the woman's claws digging into his ribs. He knew she would not let go, and those claws would only keep pressing into his side until he hugged her back. He rolled his eyes and half-heartedly wrapped his arms around her, bracing himself for the impact. Sure enough, she had only been touching him for 10 seconds, and he could feel his brain fogging with a pleasant, warm feeling as if he was about to nod off and go to sleep. Won't you sit down, sweetie? Yeah, sitting down sounded good. It came from such a nice voice, such a nice person, full of kindness and compassion. He should listen to that voice. It was the right thing to do. It was just sitting down, surely nothing could. Izuku fought through the fog that clouded his mind and bit his lip. It pierced through the cloud and gave him something to focus on, an anchor from her touch. Director Yusotsuki, he greeted coldly. Stop touching me. The painted, manicured nails retreated as he was set down by the orderly in one of the chairs. There were no restraints in these chairs. Most people wouldn't even be able to get more than 5 steps away from the director unless they wanted to be tackled to the floor and held down until they passed out from exhaustion. He knew. He had tried it at least a dozen times now. What's wrong, Izuku? She asked as if hurt. I'm only giving you a hug. I said don't touch me, he hissed as she sat down on the opposite side of the desk. Director Yusotsuki Bisho was a shorter, stockier woman with a streak of silver in her dark hair, red, bird's eye-rimmed glasses, who wore sharp business suits and just a little too much makeup in Izuku's opinion. As usual, her professional, sleek suit was decorated with a small trinket to promote the appearance of the sweet, loving leader of the facility. Today it was a lapel of a smiling bunch of purple grapes, but he had seen everything from stickers to friendship bracelets, to mood rings, to macaroni necklaces made by the Quirkless kids in the facility. She was smiling at Izuku right now, which meant Izuku was in a lot of trouble. But he knew that already. Izuku, 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 she sighed, shaking her head. What are we going to do with you, baby? You ran away again, made everyone here worried sick, got caught in a villain attack of all things. What do you have to say for yourself? Izuku knew exactly what she wanted, but he refused to give it to her. He stayed defiantly silent, glaring at her from his seat, arms folded across his chest like a shield. She rubbed a bit of lotion on her hands as she waited for him to answer. She never lost her sympathetic smile, but it did not meet her eyes as she leaned forward to take his hand. Izuku yanked it back. "Stop trying to get me under your quirk," he told her. "It isn't going to work." Director Yusotsuki's quirk had taken Izuku a while to figure out: obedience. When she touched someone, she could ask them to do anything and they would do what she said without question. They would not even stop to think if it was wrong or that other people might get hurt or think at all really. They just did it. It was perfect for corralling disobedient little pets who did not want to be tamed, but after his first 5 months in the facility, Izuku had worked out the weaknesses of her ability. First and most obvious, she had to be touching the person for it to activate. Second, asking for impossible and harmful tasks like moving a mountain or hurting oneself were ineffectual. Third, it only worked if there was some level of trust with the victim. And Izuku didn't trust Director Yusotsuki farther than he could throw her. "I hope," she said sharply, eyes narrowing and watching him closely, "that this serves as a lesson for you, baby. How many times have I told you the world is too dangerous for a sweet little quirkless like you?" "I was doing fine." Izuku snapped. "I wasn't in any danger." "No?" Yusotsuki asked. "So you weren't caught in a villain attack?" "That wasn't Dash, and you didn't need the number one hero himself to show up for your rescue," she pressed, before letting him answer. "I had it handled. And you had no supplies, no money, no shelter, no medical care, and no resources to speak of from the moment you ran away," she concluded. "Yes, Izuku, I can see you were doing quite fine." Izuku would not let himself cry in front of this woman. He would not let her make him feel weak or stupid. He had known what he was doing, he would have made it work out. Just because Yusotsuki was interpreting the events out of context did not mean she got a say in whether Izuku was really in danger. After all, he had managed to hold on to All Might and save the boy caught in the sludge villain's attack. "No matter what anyone says, Izuku, you are strong, clever, and brave. Remember that, Izuku. Don't ever let anyone make you believe you are too weak to be free." Satisfied that he wasn't protesting anymore, Yusotsuki rubbed her hands with her lavender lotion, and came around her desk, gently stroking Izuku's hair and hand. Izuku's skin crawled at the woman being so close. "You have had a long, rough day, Izuku," she sympathized. "Poor child. And I think being attacked by that villain is more than enough punishment, don't you?" Wait, she wasn't going to punish him for running. She was just going to let this go. But that never happened. "Yes, I think we can forget all about this," Yusotsuki decided. "So long as you apologize sincerely for running away and promise me never to do it again." Izuku clenched his teeth and yanked his hand away from her. He knew what she was really after. The apology and promise. Because even that was a form of surrender. Giving her what she wanted, conceding to her designs, just to avoid punishment. It was every other prisoner in this place did. Obey the director to avoid punishment. But Izuku did not yield to all for one. And he would not yield to her. "I'm sorry." She smiled a shark smile. "Very good, Izuku. I'm sorry I got caught that fast," Izuku interrupted. "I'm sorry that your quirk doesn't work on me because I don't trust a manipulative bully like you. I'm sorry that your makeup looks like a clown, and I'm sorry that you clearly are battling some sort of imposter syndrome because your image is everything. And I'm sorry for your mother, but I think that one speaks for itself." Yusotsuki paused and withdrew her hands. Her smile dropped and she crossed her arms, lifting an eyebrow. "Still playing the little hero, Izuku?" she asked sardonically. It always came back to this with her. The fact that Izuku wanted to be a hero was not just brushed aside as fantasy as it was for most. For some reason or another, it irked the director of the facility. "I will become a hero someday," he insisted. She rolled her eyes and went behind her desk, pumping clear hand sanitizer on her hands. "The outside world is far too dangerous for such a sweet little quirkless," she dismissed. "You would know that if your criminal mother hadn't raised you to be a feral little beast. Don't you dare talk about my mother. But it seems we still need to let that lesson sink in if we want to find you a good home. After all, Izuku, my quirkless are often taken in by the best of the best. How do you hope to find your forever home, until you are safe and housebroken? You are just worried I'll ruin your perfect record, Izuku grumbled. Worried, she asked as she finished rubbing her hands, scenting the room with the sterile, acidic smell of the alcohol. Not at all, Izuku. Not at all. She leaned back in her chair, and her sharky smile returned. Let's see, running away means a lack of all activities for at least a week, she mused. No hanging out with friends because you resisted returning home. No desserts for talking back and general rudeness. Baths with assistance instead of independent showers for disrespect. Anything else I'm missing? Izuku knew he should stop now. Just let her have her taunts and her punishments. If he could keep his head low and endure, he could get another escape opportunity soon. But after her talk about his mother, and calling him housebroken like a pet, Izuku refused to let her have the last word. Your decency as a human being, he suggested. And a timeout as the cherry on top, she concluded. She stood up, and made her way over to Izuku and pinched his cheeks between her fingers so he was forced to look up at her. If I were you, baby, she crooned, I would think long and hard about who you want to trust. The villains. Your absent mother. Your heroes. Or me. Director Yusotsuki by 2000 Dragon Armor chapter text. The building was tall, blank, and seemingly unremarkable. Most outsiders would walk past the building and assume it was yet another office building where people wasted their lives away typing on computers and sitting in meetings. However, thanks to Toshinori's years of experience as a hero, he was able to notice things civilians wouldn't, such as the obscene amount of cameras or the armed personnel standing hidden in key strategic places. The building seemed more like the location of an intelligence agency than a facility for Quirkless. Fumbling through his pocket, Toshinori retrieved his phone and pulled up the email detailing the location of the Quirkless facility. He glanced up, and sure enough, printed across the main entrance was the correct address. A little hesitant, Toshinori crossed the street and headed towards the black-tinted doors. He raised his hand to knock, but the door swung open before he could. Yagi Toshinori. A male voice asked from inside. Toshinori coughed into his fist. Ah, yes. That's me. We thought so. Come on inside, sir. The door swung farther open, and Toshinori stepped in, the door closing behind him with a click. The inside waiting room was nice enough if a bit generic. Elegant seating lined the room along with large potted plants. There were pictures of different staff members and a large case with various awards and trophies for care of Quirkless, for contributions to the Quirkless communities, and several other things to indicate that the people who ran this place did their job well. So far so good. It was just like he told himself. Everything was fine. The boy was fine. Mr. Yagi, I presume. Toshinori looked up to see a woman in a black, pinstripe suit with a pink kitten lapel, red, pointy-rimmed glasses, a grey streak in her hair, and a mole under her lip. She looked maybe 5 to 10 years older than him, but her handshake was firm and strong as he greeted her. Her identification card told him she was Director Yusotsuki Bisho. It's a pleasure to get the Secretary of All Might himself here, she exclaimed. I'm sure little Izuku will be thrilled to hear from his hero. He does love All Might so much. Toshinori was aware. When the kid was getting taken away, screaming for help, screaming for him to rescue the boy and take him somewhere safe, he knew right away. He looked up to All Might. Trusted him in spite of the vague answers he had left him, believed that he could and would save him if he begged. But who did he want All Might to save him from? Right this way, Director Yusotsuki said, breaking him out of his thoughts. Please, wash your hands thoroughly before we go past. We must be as careful as possible with our Quirkless. Toshinori did as was instructed, and followed her to the elevator. To his surprise, the elevator went down instead of up. Do the Quirkless live underground? He asked in confusion. That is the way the facility was designed, Director Yusotsuki explained. Built to withstand any attack, any natural disaster, all while keeping our treasures safe, warm, and dry. We run on generators and recycle the water and ventilate the air. We have the capabilities to be self-sufficient if we ever have something happen above the ground. The elevator doors opened to reveal a balcony running around the whole room, allowing him and Director Yusotsuki to observe the residents down below. Toshinori looked over a large room easily twice the size of his penthouse apartment. It was tastefully decorated with greenery and shallow ponds of crystalline water scattering pretty patterns on the ceiling. There were several tables and comfy chairs, where the residents, mostly children and teenagers, but Toshinori did see a gentleman who looked like he was Gran Torino's age, were talking, enjoying snacks, and playing board games. In the center, around the pools of water, an instructor was guiding a few through what looked like meditation exercises as they sat with their eyes closed and legs crossed, peaceful smiles on their faces. "This is our recreational center," Director Yu-Sotsuki explained. "It is where our quirkless tend to spend most of their time when they are not participating in their activities." "What sort of activities do you offer?" Toshinori asked curiously as she led him around the balcony and to a gate which she waved her badge over. A light on the gate went from red to green, and there was a small chirp as it flung open, allowing them access to walk down a hardwood staircase with padded corners. There was another gate at the bottom that the director had to use her badge on. These people, especially children, spent their time being locked away and sheltered from the world. What sort of things occupied their time? "All sorts," the woman answered enthusiastically. "Arts, learning, exercise, meditation, gardening. If you'll just follow me, I can show you." The children there looked up at the duo curiously, and he could almost see some hopeful gazes in the older teenagers. All of them had collars around their necks. Some of the collars were like young Izuku's, plain, sleek, and some sort of metallic colors. But others were decorated with gemstones forming patterns, or painted a variety of colors, or even had little spikes, reminding Toshinori of rebellious punk rock teens. However, all of the collars had their names, dates of birth, and health information stamped into the metal. "We raise our quirkless until they turn 18, Director Yu-Sotsuki explained cheerfully. "After that, they are handed over to homes and families who will take care of them." "What about the older gentleman back there?" Toshinori asked, nodding his head to the man who was playing solitaire at a table and watching him and the director curiously. "Ah, Rojin," she sighed. "Yes, he's had a harder time adjusting than most. Since the quirkless care laws weren't established until about 30 years ago, he was an adult when he joined us, and so has been rather feral. Many facilities and families have passed him on, saying he is too much to handle, but I'm confident he will settle in here with us." She continued to lead him through the building to different areas. There was a swimming pool where someone was leading a water aerobics class, while across the hall several quirkless children were learning yoga, and in another room, several mostly girls were learning some sort of dance routine. "We strive to keep our residents healthy and make sure they have plenty of STMLTN and exercise," Director Yu-Sotsuki explained as they walked by. "Mainly aerobics, nothing too strenuous that can cause harm. We like to teach them simple dances and such, so that they may entertain themselves and their families when they find their forever homes." Toshinori was sure it made sense in the woman's head, but he couldn't help but feel like she was talking about pets who were taught a couple of tricks prior to adoption. Before he could voice his thoughts, she led him past a spa area, where he saw a couple of quirkless teenagers getting massages, while a smaller child played in a nearby hot tub. They passed one room with several smaller children that contained a wall-to-ceiling aquarium that stretched over the 3 remaining walls. "We use this room for entertainment," Director Yu-Sotsuki explained. "And to harvest the fish we use in our dishes. We only use the finest livestock and produce to feed our charges, and give them delicious, healthy meals. You must stop by our kitchen before you go. Our gourmet chefs have won awards but have decided to come to feed our quirkless instead of work in restaurants." Toshinori was pretty sure that was because they were paid hand over fist to come in and cook 5-star dishes, but he distracted himself with a cough. The more he saw of this place, the more it felt like a luxurious zoo. "Here are the quirkless in their natural habitats, Miss Director." "Miss Director," a young voice cried. Toshinori stopped, turning back to find the source of the calls. A little boy, no older than 3, hurried towards them from the aquarium room, his gait less of a run and more of the awkward trot of little children. The awkwardness was likely due to the large deer stuffy he held clenched in his arms. Seeing that All Might's secretary had stopped, Director Yu-Sotsuki paused as well. "Miss Director." The little boy skidded to a stop in front of them. Irritation flashed in Director Yu-Sotsuki's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a saccharine smile. 𝐭𝐤𝐿, remember, we have taught you manners. What do you say when you need something? Excuse me. That's right. You say excuse me. People want a well-mannered little boy, not a naughty one. Don't they? Yes, Miss Director. Good. Director 𝐒𝐬𝐳 turned as if to leave, but the little boy, 𝐭𝐤𝐿, let out a gasp and reached for her with a loud, excuse me. 𝐒𝐬𝐳 stopped and turned back. Her smile now was decidedly less genuine. Yes, 𝐭𝐤𝐿. What is it that you want? I'm sure the other caregivers would be happy to help you. I want 𝐒𝐿. 𝐭𝐤𝐿 cried. His large brown eyes turned glossy, and tears slipped down his face. When is he going to come back? I miss him. Director 𝐒𝐳 bent down and rested her hand against 𝐭𝐤𝐿's face. His eyes glazed over ever so slightly as he nuzzled into her touch with a dreamy smile. Little one, we've had this conversation before. 𝐒𝐿 has been very naughty lately and is having a time out for his behavior. Once he decides that he wants to be a good little boy, he can come out. Promise? Of course. Standing back to her feet, Director 𝐒𝐳 retrieved a small bottle of hand sanitizer and squirted some into her hands. The director appeared done with the conversation, but 𝐭𝐤𝐿 stayed standing there, the dreamy smile slowly fading into a wobbling lip. 𝐵𝐶 could tell the little boy was still upset, and as a hero, he couldn't allow it. Crouching down, he gave his friendliest smile, hoping that the boy wouldn't be too put off by his skeletal appearance. Your name is 𝐭𝐤𝐿, right? He asked. 𝐭𝐤𝐿 nodded shyly, ducking his head so his brown bangs fell in his face. 𝐵𝐶 smiled. That's a lovely name. My name is Yagi 𝐵𝐶. I'm actually going to go see your friend 𝐒𝐿 in just a little bit. Do you want me to tell him that you miss him? 𝐭𝐤𝐿's head shot up. You can do that, he yelled. Inside voices, 𝐒𝐳 reminded, sounding strained. However, 𝐵𝐶 ignored her. Yes, I can do that. I'll tell 𝐒𝐿 that 𝐭𝐤𝐿 misses him. Mr. Dear too. 𝐭𝐤𝐿 cried, moving his dear stuffy towards 𝐵𝐶's face. 𝐵𝐶 coughed in surprise but smiled all the same. Ah yes, I'll tell him Mr. Dear misses him as well. Director 𝐒𝐳 cleared her throat and adjusted her red glasses. Say goodbye now, 𝐭𝐤𝐿. Mr. Yagi and I have errands to attend to. 𝐭𝐤𝐿 nodded frantically, and with a final wave, trotted back off from where he came. He was like a little deer, Yagi realized with a smile. Similar to his stuffed friend. He stood back up and smiled sheepishly at Director 𝐒𝐳. My apologies for delaying us. He is a sweet child. Yes, he is, Director 𝐒𝐳 agreed, positively preening as if he had given her the compliment. He will be a delightful addition to any family one day. They continued the tour, and 𝐵𝐶 was given a look into the bathing areas, the wardrobe room. Each of our residents' outfits is custom made here for maximum comfort, classrooms for activities, a garden with simulated sunlight similar a greenhouse, the dining area, the dormitories. He was introduced to the chief of medicine of the building and her assistant and given a sticker. Everyone here was smiling, cheerful, and overall seemed happy to be there. Everyone, except some of the Quirkless who looked tired. Empty. Heartbroken. Resigned. As if they felt they could never be happy but had accepted that this was their place now. As if this paradise was more of a prison than a home. No child should have that look. Anxiety gnawed at him. He had noticed the somewhat condescending way the Quirkless were treated, but they were all healthy, fed, and taken care of. Certainly, there was no neglect going on. However, unease continued to prickle the back of his neck. He had spent too many years in heroics to ignore such feelings when they arose. He needed to see 𝐒𝐿 and put his anxieties to rest once and for all. This really has a lovely tour, he said, and the director beamed. However, I'm afraid my time is running short and All Might was quite insistent that I see young 𝐒𝐿. Of course, Director 𝐒𝐳 agreed. We've seen most of the key features at this point, so we can go straight to 𝐒𝐿. Walking briskly down the hallway, she led 𝐵𝐶 to another elevator, this time swiping an identification card. A button glowed a warm red, and she pressed it, causing the doors to close. Is 𝐒𝐿 not with the others? Toshinori asked as the elevator began to take them farther down. Director Yusotsuki sighed. Unfortunately, no. Izuku truly is an incredible little boy, but he has required more guidance and care than most. Currently, he is separated from the others in the timeouts section until he is ready to follow rules. But I can still see him, yes. All Might was very insistent, Toshinori stressed. Of course. A request from the number one hero is never to be ignored, especially when made with such a generous donation. Ah yes, Toshinori had included what he thought was a respectful donation along with his request. It wasn't a bribe per se. However, he had spent too many years working with the Hero Commission to not be aware of money's ability to make things happen. Apparently, it worked. The doors swung open and instantly Toshinori could tell this area was different. Gone were the potted plants, pastel walls, and gentle music. A long hallway opened in front of them, sterile, cold, and smelling sharply of disinfectant. His unease swelled and Toshinori coughed into his handkerchief. What's this area? Director Yusotsuki adjusted the lapel of her business suit. It serves many purposes. Too many to go over with the time you have, but it does contain several of our timeout rooms. Timeout rooms. Director Yusotsuki began walking down the hallway. I don't know how up to date you are on the recent research and studies conducted on the Quirkless, but most people understand that the Quirkless are not as evolved as the rest of modern quirked society. The Quirkless are also unable to cope with extreme STMLTN, and such exposure leaves them struggling. The timeout rooms serve as a sensory soothing experience that both keeps the Quirkless safe while helping them readjust. She paused outside a thick metal door, not unlike those in prisons. Grabbing her key card, she once again swiped it through a scanner and entered a rapid-fire series of numbers into a pin pad. Director Yusotsuki smiled winningly and pressed the door open. Welcome to the timeout room. First impression, it was white. White wall, white floors, white door. It was hard to see where corners met and the ceiling started. And although he couldn't see speakers, soft instrumental music filled the air. Taking a step in, he stumbled, his feet sinking in a thick padded surface, and looking closer, Toshinori noticed how every surface was covered in it. It was ironic, how similar the unsteady footing was to his emotions. Izuku, Director Yusotsuki called in a sing-song voice, you have a visitor. Toshinori's head flew up, searching for that head of green curls and eyes. However, no boy came in. Instead, Director Yusotsuki continued walking back towards a previously unnoticed chair. When Toshina's eyes landed on it and the boy sitting there, he couldn't stop himself from spewing BLD in shock. He coughed violently into his stained handkerchief, his remaining lung spasming from the force. However, despite his eyes watering and his body trying to expel a lung, he was unable to tear his eyes away from the boy. Izuku sat in a large padded chair with each of his limbs strapped down against it so that he was unable to wiggle his arm or twitch his leg. Further straps wrapped around the boy's chest, midsection, and forehead. Worse though was the wide RBBGG forced into the boy's mouth and the thick BLNDFLD covering his eyes. He had thought the boy was fine. He wanted the boy to be fine. Even after seeing the facilities, Toshinori had held onto the assumption that Izuku was okay. Sure, the facility was condescending in nature, but the Quirkless were well treated. They were safe. Toshinori's stomach churned, and he could feel more BLD building at the back of his throat. As a hero, Toshinori had seen many awful things. However, he had never seen a child restrained in such a matter. Even villains were granted more mobility. Had he somehow taken a wrong turn? Was this Tartarus? His shock must have been apparent because Yusotsuki hummed sympathetically. It's a pity, isn't it? He really is a precious thing, but unfortunately, he has forced us to play the role of disciplinarian. It's not something I like, but in such situations, it is required. Toshinori clenched his handkerchief, coughing into it over and over. Is this common? He asked, once his fit had subsided. Only occasionally, and I assure you, this is in his best interests and protection. Would you like a closer look? Without waiting for his answer, she guided Toshinori nearer until he stood by the boy's side, and she behind him. Under his bindings, Izuku stiffened, his head straining against the straps. He made a garbled noise, his jaw spasming around the inserted 𝐔𝐬𝐽. 𝐸 placed her hand on Izuku's head and the boy flinched, but she continued to twist her fingers around his green curls. Toshinori coughed. You said this was common. That it was in his best interests. Behind her red glasses, 𝐸's eyes twinkled. Oh yes, I'm afraid. Little Izuku here is a rather unfortunate case. Her voice dropped low and dripped with pity. You see, he was an undocumented Quirkless for several years. His mother, that abusive woman, Izuku twitched at the words, horrifically kept Izuku hidden from the government and stopped him from receiving the care he so desperately needed. I see, Toshinori said. It was all he could say. Thankfully, the woman's actions were discovered, and Izuku was brought to one of the Quirkless facilities. However, he was only there a week before the facility was raided and Izuku was lost. We don't know where he was during that time. Izuku himself has been rather mute on the subject. Regardless, years later, he was found once again, this time as a feral, living all alone on the streets. She caressed Izuku's head. He, of course, is back where he belongs, but those years of abuse and improper treatment have left their impact. Izuku struggles to accept the love and attention of those around him. He fears that he will be abandoned or that if he gives in he will be proved unloved. Here she stepped around, coming back to the front of the chair and cupping Izuku's face in her hands. The boy trembled, but director Yu whispered sweetly, he'll come to understand eventually. Those were the first words she had spoken to Izuku during the speech, Toshinori realized. Everything else had been directed at Toshinori, even while she related the child's backstory. It was as if Izuku wasn't there. I believe, Mr. Yagi, Toshinori startled there, his gaze flying up towards her, that you had something you wanted to say to little Izuku. I believe you said a message from the number one hero himself. Toshinori forced a smile, despite feeling ill inside. Ah yes, of course. All Might was very clear about that. Wonderful, Yu said. I'm afraid due to policy I must stay in the room, but you are free to say whatever you wish. I understand. Toshinori knelt before the chair, watching the boy's muscles tense as if preparing for an unwanted blow. The sight nearly brought him to tears, but with the director standing so close by, he forced himself to smile and shoved his screaming hero deeper inside. Now wasn't the time to cause a commotion. Toshinori would say what he had wanted to say to Izuku, and then afterward, Toshinori would deal with this mess he had walked into. He cleared his throat. Hello, Izuku. The boy flinched, but Toshinori forced himself to stay composed. My name is Yagi Toshinori, and I'm the secretary for All Might. The boy froze, and if the BLNDFLD wasn't on, Toshinori knew he would see sharp eyes staring at him. Taking a deep breath, Toshinori continued. All Might asked me to come and check in on you. He was very concerned after the villain attack, and you were taken away so quickly he was unable to see if you were okay. Izuku gave no reaction, but he could see how tense the boy was still. He still had no idea if he was being punished by his hero. The man he had asked, and Toshinori hadn't even given him a proper answer. He also, wanted to pass on a message from himself to you through me. Toshinori cringed at his awkwardness and fumbling words. He felt flustered, and director Yusotsuki's sharp gaze wasn't helping. First off, he wanted to apologize. The reaction from the heroes on the scene was completely inappropriate, All Might included. You should not have had to put yourself in danger to save a child. That's a hero's job. He could see the bound fists clench, and Izuku turned away from the direction of Toshinori. As if he wanted to say he was frustrated and didn't want to hear more about not being put into danger. Toshinori suddenly realized that he probably thought it was because he was Quirkless. He probably thought he was being told off for throwing himself in danger when everyone else was telling him he should be kept safe and sound. But something told him the boy didn't want that. He had asked Toshinori if he could be a hero. Toshinori cleared his throat. However, he also wanted to say thank you. The boy visibly started and shifted his head back to Toshinori. If he could see his eyes, he would probably see surprise on his face, but so much of it was obscured by the BLNDFLD and 𝐔𝐠. You did what no one else was willing to. You demonstrated a truly heroic, selfless, courageous nature that inspired All Might to act. You reminded him what it meant to be a hero. There was a small sniffle, and he choked back BLD when he saw a couple of tears trickling past the BLNDFLD. Director Yusotsuki wiped them away gingerly before rubbing down her hands with more sanitizer. Izuku let out another sniffle and was mumbling something incomprehensible through the GG. Toshinori realized he was trying to smile around the RBB inserted between his jaws. Hesitantly, Toshinori placed his hand on top of Izuku's. The boy shuddered before entangling his fingers in Toshinori's and giving him a squeeze. "Thank you," the squeeze said. "Thank you so much." Breath caught in Toshinori's throat, but he squeezed back. "Thank you, young Izuku." For a moment, they stood there, just holding hands and communicating what they could not with words. And then Director Yusotsuki cleared her throat, and the moment passed. "I'm afraid we can't stay too long," she said sweetly, her smile not reaching her eyes. "Too much STMLTN isn't good for little Izuku right now." Toshinori nodded and stood up, patting Izuku's hand. "Thank you, my boy. Oh, and your friend, young Kojika, asked me to say hello and that he and Mr. Deer miss you." Izuku made another incomprehensible mumble through the GG and tried to nod, but his head was strapped down as well. His hand was still clenched around Toshinori's, tightly. Pleadingly. "Help me," he seemed to be trying to say. "Don't leave me here." It took all of his willpower not to summon One for All, rip off his bonds, pick him up and carry him out of this place. He felt guilt tearing at him, like a raging storm. He had already let down this boy too many times. He didn't tell him that he could be a hero. He didn't save him when young Izuku screamed at All Might to help him. And now he was supposed to leave him behind again. "There is nothing you can do right now," he told himself. "You'll figure out some way to fix this, but for now, you have to leave him here. You've seen this place, it's safe, it's warm, it's good. He'll be okay until you figure out what to do next. Or, he seems to like you," Yusotsuki crooned as she gently pried Izuku's hand from Toshinori's. She ruffled Izuku's hair and kissed the top of his head. "Be good, sweetheart. I'll be back soon to check on you. Goodbye, my boy." Toshinori somehow forced himself to walk out of the room and follow the director as she led him back to the elevator. "That went rather well," she exclaimed cheerfully. "You should come back another time, Mr. Yagi. I have never seen Izuku connect so well with a visitor. I would love to see how he would be when he's better behaved and the two of you interact." "Of course, director." He would not fail this child again. Toshinori's mind was still spinning when he made it home. His body moved mechanically as he changed from his business suit, intending to put on something he could use to work out and exercise. But instead, he almost wanted to shower. That place felt dirty. Ironic, since it was probably one of the cleanest places in Japan, but people like Yusotsuki. Toshinori could almost smell the corruption on her and felt it clinging to him like a germ. He changed to a pair of shorts and his white t-shirt and wrapped his hands. He felt disgusting, and Nana had always taught him that taking those feelings out on a sandbag was both therapeutic and healthy. He began some basic jabs and punches, falling into a familiar routine while he thought about what he saw. Kids kept in underground bunkers, kept from sunlight, unable to even see the sky, dressed in what looked like pajamas, with collars at their throats. Why had the Quirkless Commission even bothered tying young Izuku down to a gurney? Why not just attach a leash to his collar and make it clear how they saw him and the other people like him? Was that who Toshinori would be if Nana hadn't given him One for All when she did? Trapped like that older man, Mr. Rojin, buried alive in secret, spoken about like a small child and having his whole life decided for. For goodness sake, little Kojika was already there, and he surely had parents and family somewhere. One for All surged through him, and without thinking, he threw a single punch that broke the chain the sandbag dangled from. Toshinori broke from his thoughts and crunched as it hit the wall and slid down with a thud. Oops! Just to add insult to injury, the sandbag split open, and about half the sand poured out all over the gym's floor. Oh, that was going to be a joy to clean up. Toshinori sighed, unwrapping his fingers and taking a drink of water. He wasn't sure how long he had taken his anger out on that poor sandbag, but he still didn't feel any better than before. A video call is here. A video call is here. A video call is here. Oh Siri, that was right, Dave was going to call about some new designs for his costume. Toshinori answered his phone and tried to force his signature smile at the sight of one of his oldest friends. Dave, you have no idea how badly I needed to talk to someone, he said in way of greeting. Oh yeah, that was a great way of starting the conversation. Dave's face shifted with concern, and Toshinori sat down against the wall of the gym. He didn't even want to sit in one of his chairs, he felt like he would just get up and start pacing like a caged animal. Ironic since he wasn't the one locked up in a gilded cage. What happened, Toshi? Dave asked. Wait, there was still Melissa. How could Toshinori be so stupid? David probably didn't want to hear about any of his mess, not when he was knee-deep in designs, projects, deadlines, grants, research, and who knew what else trying to support himself and Toshinori's goddaughter. Nothing, he deflected, waving his hand. Rough day. So, what did you have in mind for, Toshi, come on, Dave interrupted with a stern frown that almost reminded him of Nana when she scolded him. What's going on? Talk to me. Toshinori bit his tongue, but he could no more hold it back than he could hold back the BLD he had to cough up at times. He could feel it building up, congealing in the back of his throat, and if he didn't let it out, it was going to choke the life out of him. The other day, I rescued this boy from a villain, he explained, the words slipping out almost involuntarily. And, he just seemed a little off. A little skittish. But he clung to me and begged me to tell him if someone without a quirk could become a hero. My time in my muscled form was almost up, so I gave him something non-committal and ran off. Sometime later, the villain I caught has escaped, has taken another boy hostage, and the heroes there are doing nothing. What were they doing? David asked curiously. Just standing there, giving excuses about why they couldn't fight him, Toshinori answered angrily. And then from the crowd runs the same boy I rescued earlier, and he saves the other boy from the villain. I had never seen anything like it, Dave. He showed so much heroic spirit, didn't even stop to consider the danger or the consequences. He just wanted to save this kid he didn't even know. Recklessly running into danger to save someone without thinking of the consequences for himself so long as he saves someone, Dave reflected with a knowing smile. Now where have I seen that before? I don't know, it's a mystery. It will elude me all my life. Ha ha, Toshinori laughed sarcastically. Anyway, I was able to summon my muscled form just long enough to take down the villain again, and I was going to find the boy. I was ready to offer to train him, to see if he would take me as a mentor to become a hero, but by the time I was able to drop my muscled form and get back, I couldn't find him. One of the other heroes had him and there was a big crowd, and next thing I know the Quirkless Commission shows up, and they drag this poor kid away kicking and screaming. He stood up and ran a hand over his face, still trying to comprehend the horror of what he saw. A boy screaming for help, being strapped down like a wild animal, bound fled and gagged like a common criminal. He had just shown that he had more courage than most there, and the way they treated him was worse than a villain. They gagged this kid, Dave. He can't have been older than 14, and they gagged him and tied him down. It was sickening. And everyone was just recording it and treating it like he was cute. Just a kid, and he was cut off with another bloody cough, and he quickly wiped his mouth after spewing BLD all over. Oh great, it mixed with the spilled sand. Lovely. I couldn't get it out of my head, he continued. So I figured out which facility he was at and stopped by to make sure he was okay. This kid was incredible, and I had to let him know I was grateful. He trailed off, mind reeling with what he saw today. Thank goodness he was able to temper one for all. He might have accidentally crushed his phone just thinking about it. What did you see? Dave pressed, his voice even and calm. It was awful. Toshinori shouted. The way they treat these kids, you would think they were pets, not people. Kids barely 3 years old, taken away from their families, and casually spoken about how they'll be given to someone else when they're older. They aren't learning anything, not really. Nothing close to what kids their ages are learning in school. They don't even get to go outside. Dave said nothing but only waited patiently as Toshinori paced the gym, still ranting and feeling relief that he was able to tell someone about what he saw. And then the boy, the one I wanted to see, strapped down, tied up like an animal. Kept isolated for his own good, but how could that possibly be for anyone's good? And apparently, it's a common occurrence for this poor boy. He's treated like a prisoner, and they act like it's necessary. But how can that be true? Dave, it's disgusting, and nobody will do anything because everyone says this is how Quirkless should be treated. He finally stopped, almost breathing at the relief of spilling out everything to his friend. He hadn't meant to rant that much or to dump that much on him, but it felt good to finally come out and say something. Especially because he was sure he would be the laughingstock of Japan if he told anyone else. David waited for a moment, a knowing smile on his face. I understand. David, that's nice of you to say, but, no, Toshi, David interrupted. I understand. Why do you think I left the States to come to I-Island? That made Toshinori stop. He looked at his friend, confusion taking over. I thought it was for your projects, he said. That's what I told a lot of people, Dave said with a shrug. And it is part of the reason. But mainly it was because Congress was about to pass quirkless care laws just like Japan. I had to get Melissa out of there before that happened. Would they have taken her away? Toshinori asked, eyes wide. They would, Dave answered gravely. And no way was I subjecting my little girl to those BS's. What do you mean? Toshi, do you know what happens to the girls in these programs? Toshinori felt his heart sink. He had heard stories, rumors, but usually those who actually did those things were caught and severely punished. They were few and far between. It's a lot more common than most want to admit, Dave sighed, reading his friend's expression. I was not risking Melissa like that. So I went to I-Island, became an official resident, and moved here. I don't get to ever set foot off of it, but that's okay. I'd much rather be the one trapped than my baby. Dave, I didn't realize, I know. I'm not mad, his friend reassured him. There was a moment of silence between the two, and finally, Toshinori found the strength to speak again. What do I do, Dave? You do what you always do, Toshi, Dave answered. You be a hero. And right now, there are a bunch of helpless people who need one. He was right. They did need a hero. And Toshinori already knew one boy who had the potential to be an even greater hero than him, but he wasn't going to get there, locked up and alone with his jailers. Unfortunately, being a hero in this situation quickly became more difficult than Toshinori was expecting. He had a somewhat embarrassing reputation for punching his way through problems. Night-Eye, Gran Torino, Recovery Girl, Nezu, and even Nana had teased him about it before. A little hurtful sometimes, but he could recognize their point. However, in most situations, he could solve his problems by punching things. Bank robbery. Detroit smash. Knock the villain out in one blow. Wildfire. Detroit smash. His punches were strong enough to put out fires. All for one. Detroit smash. Ideally many of them in his ugly, smug, bstrd of a face. Toshinori had a method and his method worked. However, this wasn't a problem he could punch his way through. Destroying a hole in the Quirkless facility wouldn't solve anything. So, somewhat reluctantly, Toshinori pulled out his laptop, opened his search platform, and began researching. He very quickly learned the whole Quirkless thing was a mess. Most of the current news information was pictures and videos of Quirkless doing cute things, and the scientific studies he found were so full of medical jargon, technobabble, and academic posturing that his eyes glazed over a page in. Toshinori didn't give up though. When the medical research made little sense, he immersed himself in social media platforms where he dug past the layers of fluff to find heartbreaking tweets. 𝐷𝐿 gave up my little one today to the QC. Was told I would be denied visitation or even repurchase rights. Can't help but feel I lost my child forever. #Quirkless #parentifor Quirkless #imismybaby17. 8K retweets 1065 quote retweets 38K likes. Many of the responses offered meaningless reassurance or scathing remarks, but buried underneath those was a simple response. Leon Lion at Leroy, you're not alone. I lost my brother to the QC when I haven't seen him since. We can help. #Northstar #friendofthequirkless #nevergiveup11. 7K retweets 863 quote retweets 33K likes. Toshinori latched onto this message. It was the only one within the chain that seemed to have something more. He read it over again. North Star, he thought to himself. It was a new avenue of research. Clicking open a new tab, he typed in North Star but was interrupted before he could press search. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. Biting back a curse, Toshinori picked up the phone and blanched when he saw the caller, Nezu, principal of UA. He answered. Hello, sir. All Might, lovely to hear that you are well. I was afraid an unexpected illness had kept you from attending our meeting. At that moment, Toshinori swore he felt his heart stop and all blood drain from his face. His meeting with Nezu had completely escaped his mind. They had planned on going over his paperwork for UA and potential successors, and Toshinori had forgotten all about it. Looking at the time, he immediately wished he hadn't. He was already an hour late. Biting his tongue to stop himself from swearing, he said, No, I'm quite well. I was distracted by other matters but I'll be over shortly. Nezu sighed, and Toshinori hoped it was with fondness and not irritation. Very well, All Might. I'll see you in my office in about an hour. That is, as long as you don't get distracted. No, of course not, sir. I'll be there shortly. And with shaking fingers, he ended the call. Despite the hour Toshinori had to get ready, he could barely stop himself from sprinting down the hallways of UA to Nezu's office. One did not keep the education hero, Mr. Principal, waiting. Adjusting his suit, and checking to make sure that, yes, he did have his suitcase, he raised his hand to knock on Nezu's door, only for it to swing open. Come in, All Might, Nezu's cheery voice called. Nezu was seated at his desk, a stack of paperwork and books surrounding him, along with a saucer and a steaming cup of tea. Another teacup sat already waiting by the seat across from Nezu. Nezu smiled. Come in, All Might. There's no need to stand there like a scared student. The principal took a sip from his cup. Scared employee would be more appropriate. Yes, sorry, sir, Toshinori said, closing the door behind him and making his way over to the desk. He folded himself onto the chair, and after a nod from Nezu, took a sip from the tea. Nezu continued at his paperwork for several more minutes, jotting down notes, marking out things, and giving Toshinori enough time to finish his tea and pull out his laptop and paperwork. I'm glad, All Might, Nezu said as he shuffled some papers to the side, that we were able to make this meeting happen. Me too, Toshinori admitted. He had been distracted by his research into the Quirkless, but he did trust and enjoy Nezu's company. Nezu was one of the few people who knew Toshinori from behind the mask of All Might. It was a relief to take it off sometimes. However, he also didn't want to accidentally offend one of the most powerful leaders in the hero world, and one of the few people he would consider a friend. That's what I thought too, Nezu admitted. I was rather surprised when you didn't show up and even more surprised when I didn't see you leaping across the city, fighting crime. Nezu steepled his paws in front of his face. In fact, you haven't been out for your full time the past couple of days. Almost as if the symbol of peace is distracted. But what could have caught your attention, All Might? Toshinori chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. A project, that's all. Nezu's ears twitched. A project. He turned towards his computer screen, typing in several commands. Would this project happen to be on the Quirkless? Nezu's voice was bright, but there was a dark undercurrent that told Toshinori he should tread carefully. Care to explain? I met a boy who was Quirkless, and then, I realized that I might have been failing in my duty as a hero. The rest of Toshinori's story spilled out as he described his encounter with Izuku, the slime villain attack, his tour of the facility, and everything that had been on his mind since. All the while, Nezu listened, his dark, beady eyes never turning away. When Toshinori finished, Nezu calmly poured himself and Toshinori another cup of tea. You know, Nezu said, stirring his cup of tea, I was prepared for several different conversations today depending on your answer. I already knew you were spending quite a bit of time researching the Quirkless. You really do need to be more careful about your internet searches, but I was curious to hear your answer. Why so? Because the treatment of the Quirkless has been a concern of mine for years. At Toshinori's surprised face, Nezu chuckled. Don't look so surprised. Toshinori struggled for an appropriate response. The principal was a hero and yet had always been rather particular about how he spent his time. Finally, he gave up searching for the right words and asked, "Why the Quirkless?" "I've always had a soft spot for those who have experienced a caged life." And, oh, that made painful sense. Nezu always had been fiercely antagonistic against abusers and those who experimented on others. Thinking back on the Quirkless, collared, and trapped underground, Nezu's concern became instantly clear. "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't even consider that. We live to learn. But yes, the Quirkless have been a concern of mine for a long time. The current laws and restrictions have consigned them to a role less than human. It systematically dehumanizes the Quirkless and presents them as helpless things to be coddled and played with." "Why?" Toshinori asked, leaning forward, his arms resting on his knees. "I've been looking into it, but all the information is so muddled. It wasn't always like this. I don't remember it being like this when I was a child. How did our society get to his point?" Books have been written on that topic, and I could list reasons for days. However, the simplest answer would be that it is a system born out of fear, greed, and sometimes deliberate misunderstandings. "How though?" Toshinori cried. He got to his feet, pacing back and forth. "When I met that boy, I did not see anything about him that made him inferior to others. I wouldn't have even known he was Quirkless. Why is there separation?" "Toshinori," Nezu scolded. "I know you've taken history classes before, and the curriculum at UA covers this topic. There has always been a separation and even tension between the quirked and quirkless. When meta abilities first appeared, those without abilities were incredibly fearful. These fears were slowly resolved due to the appearance of heroes, but it was always there. When did it change? These laws weren't in place in the beginning." Nezu chuckled and took a sip from his tea. "I never thought I would see the day when All Might asked me for a lecture. Then I suppose I should take advantage of this moment." He waved his paws towards the empty seat. "Sit back down, and I'll give you a brief overview." Grimacing, Toshinori sat back in his seat. The principal did have an incredible ability to lecture for hours, but he did need to know. He could survive a lecture if it helped him know how to help that boy Izuku. Seeing that Toshinori was seated, Nezu clasped his paws together. "You asked how the Quirkless care laws came to be. Well, let's see. The first sign of a gap in understanding about the Quirkless occurred during a lawsuit about a century after the emergence of quirks. A third-grade student, Ren Nakamura, suddenly died in the middle of the school day. Nakamura had been reporting severe stomach pain, nausea, bloating, chills, and around noon, he collapsed to the ground and later died. The diagnosis was a ruptured appendix, something that the school nurse and faculty were unaware of as it was a pre-quirk disease. When the family of the deceased child sued, the school district countered by arguing that they had not received the proper information to deal with such a student. They had not been properly informed of the student's precondition. The school lost the case, but it created a new movement of research into the condition of quirklessness and led to some schools barring the entrance of the quirkless due to a lack of ability to cater to their needs. From there, things continued to spiral. Biased medical research, lawsuits, a growing social media presence of quirkless as cute and helpless, the creation of legislation aimed to protect the quirkless. I could go on, but I will spare you the details. Toshinori slumped back in his seat, unsure of what he could even say. He was certain there were details Nezu was leaving out, but there was something about how the situation had been twisted and then spiraled. Nezu sat patiently at his seat, waiting for Toshinori to respond. I didn't know, Toshinori admitted. I mean, I vaguely remember being sometimes babied by strangers as a child. And yes, there was an underlying sense of the quirkless being weak, but I didn't really pay it much attention. I was too focused on being a hero, Nezu finished. It's always been one of your greatest strengths and weaknesses. You narrow in on a single issue or problem and you throw your entire being into it. The downside is that you sometimes ignore the other issues around you. So what can I do? Toshinori gestured. I've tried researching it. I want to get involved, but I don't even know where to begin. Are you sure you want to? At Toshinori's offended reaction, Nezu sighed and held up his paws. I mean no disrespect, but you have dedicated your entire career to being a hero. Your focus has been on creating a stable society. By becoming involved in this issue, it could destroy what you have dedicated your life to building. Many would become enraged with you. You might even lose your position as the #1 hero. Is that something you are willing to sacrifice? Toshinori was ashamed to admit that he paused. His goal had always been to be a symbol. To create a safe society. It was what he had told Nana. I want to make a world where everyone smiles together happily, and for that to happen, I want to be a symbol of peace for people to rely on. However, what was the point of being a symbol when there was an entire population, a group he would have been part of, were it not for one for all that was suffering? He couldn't accept it. Toshinori clenched his fist. I'm not All Might to the Quirkless only, but to everyone, Quirkless included. If there's something I can do to help, I will. Nezu grinned. Wonderful. Now, tell me more about this boy of yours. Izuku, was it? Izuku was relieved when he finally was let out of the DMN chair and restraints, and back into the common area. Not that he dared show it to the staff at the care facility. He knew they were all under Utatsuki's thumb and would not hesitate to tell her that she was getting to him. He had been able to pretend to be good while under All for One's care. He had been able to act like his words hadn't gotten to him. Usotsuki was a small fish in comparison to one of the greatest villains in Japan. Izuku should be able to keep up a front, even if she was able to get under his skin like a needle. Zuku! Izuku was pulled from his thoughts and grinned at the familiar child rushing over to him, dear plushie in hand. The child hardly reached Izuku's waist, and when he hugged Izuku's knees. I missed you so much, Zuku. Kojika exclaimed. They said you were bad, but I knew that wasn't true because you're a good friend and you didn't deserve to be in timeout. Thanks, Kojika. Izuku laughed, ruffling his hair. I'm okay, and I missed you too. How is Mr. Deer? Kojika responded by making slurping sounds, rubbing the plush's snout along Izuku's hand. He did this whenever he pretended Mr. Deer was liking him. Izuku played along and patted the plush's head. Good to see you too, Mr. Deer. Come on, let's go play. Kojika shouted, grabbing Izuku's hand and running over to the recreational area. Izuku followed, taking a quick glance at his surroundings. There were not any new faces, so they hadn't picked up any new arrivals while he was in the timeout room. At least there was that. Some of the children waved to Izuku, but a lot were watching him carefully, a mixture of sadness and fear on their faces. He grinned and waved to them happily, which got several sighs of relief. It was like this every time he tried to escape. A lot of the other kids in the facility would wonder if he had finally broken under Usotsuki's punishments and isolation, and would watch him like a hawk once he was free to walk about. Always the question, did Izuku, the future hero, finally crack under Usotsuki, or was he still going strong? Izuku refused to ever let the answer be the former. He was going to get out of here, he was going to be a hero, and he was going to free the other Quirkless in the facility. As long as there were people in here who looked up to him, he was going to stay strong. Not even Usotsuki could break him. He and Kojika went to the recreational area, where a bunch of pillows and blankets were thrown around over a table, making a plush fort with the blankets acting as curtains and veils from the care providers. Sitting in front of the fort was a man with gray hair, liver spots, and wrinkled eyes that said he had spent a lot of years smiling, nibbling on brightly colored dango. This wouldn't be anything out of the ordinary if the dango here wasn't specifically restricted for mealtimes. Ah, so the little jailbreak is free, Rojin noted as he saw the two approaching children. How was the warden this time? No different than usual, Izuku answered with a shrug. Had a visitor though. Rojin frowned. Visitors usually meant potential caretakers, which meant adoption. And with adoption, Quirkless were on their own, completely in the hands of people who would treat them about the same way All for One treated Izuku for 2 years. Which meant another person who Izuku and Rojin couldn't protect, because they never saw them again. Not like that, Izuku reassured him. He just wanted to thank me for helping All Might while I was free. Rojin's eyes widened in surprise, while Kojika stared at Izuku in awe. You met All Might, the toddler gasped. And you helped him? Izuku flushed, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Everyone told me I got in the way more than anything, but the man came and told me All Might was glad I helped. That I even inspired him. You did what no one else was willing to. You demonstrated a truly heroic, selfless, courageous nature that inspired All Might to act. You reminded him what it meant to be a hero. Those words had meant the world to Izuku in his weeks of being bond-fled, bound, and left with only Yu-Satsuki coming in to gloat or another care worker to watch over him. It showed Izuku that he was on the right track. That he could become a hero. He had inspired All Might and shown a true heroic spirit. Now he would become a hero and save everyone, especially here. Well done, kid. Rojin complimented, clapping Izuku on the shoulder. Showed the number one that we aren't so fragile after all. I'm proud of you. With that, he offered Izuku a stick of dango. Izuku accepted the sweet eagerly, and Kojika looked up at the old man pleadingly. Rojin frowned. Now that's just unfair. Please, Grandpa Rojin. Kojika begged as if he were on the brink of starvation and Rojin's dango was his only hope of survival. Fine, tricky brat, Rojin grumbled, handing him a stick of dango as well. Kojika grinned and happily began to devour the dango. With that, the two boys crawled under the blankets and into the fortress beneath the table. Hunched beneath the table was a girl dressed in a soft, almost fairy-tale princess-like dress. She had a pink bow in her long purple hair, and she was writing something on the underside of the table. At the sight of Izuku and Kojika, she grinned and capped her marker, before giving Izuku a hug. Why did you have to run again? She asked in a scolding tone. We were all so worried about you. We thought Yu-Satsuki was going to be extra HD on you. I'm fine, Kimiko, Izuku promised. I can handle Yu-Satsuki. Kimiko frowned, putting her hands on her hips and reminding Izuku of his mom for a brief second. I heard you got caught up in a villain attack. That's so cool, Zuku. Kojika exclaimed. No, it is not. Kimiko insisted. You could have gotten really hurt. You could have gotten caught by your dad. Izuku, it isn't safe for us out there, especially you. I know, Kimiko. But I still had to try. And I probably would have done fine if it hadn't been for the villain. I don't know, my feet just seemed to move, and the next thing I knew I had to save the other person. I couldn't leave him alone, especially when I know what it's like to be scared and helpless. Kimiko sighed, fiddling with the bow in her hair. Izuku knew she hated to wear it, but Yu-Satsuki insisted that she was too precious not to decorate her pretty hair. Just please be careful next time, she begged. I don't want Yu-Satsuki to get after you again. Izuku nodded and then turned his attention to the underside of the table, where Kimiko had finished writing a name. Hina Mori, so Hina got adopted, then he asked. Kimiko nodded sadly. They took her away 2 days ago. Some CEO of an insurance company and his family. They have a couple of children, and they seemed really nice. They always seem really nice, Izuku sighed, laying down on the pillow floor to look up at the table. They wouldn't be able to take us away if they didn't. But maybe they will be kind to Hina-chan, Kimiko hoped. You never know. She seemed really happy to be leaving here. She was scared of Yu-Satsuki. Everyone was scared of Yu-Satsuki. That's why everyone was so well behaved, and why she could sell off her charges like purebred puppies. Nobody ever wanted to deal with the consequences of crossing the director of the facility, and as a result, she got the reputation of having the best-behaved, most lovable Quirkless in Japan. Izuku looked at the underside of the wooden table where dozens upon dozens of names remained in permanent ink. People who had been there when Izuku was first brought to his prison, now given away. Younger kids who had just been too cute for really powerful families to wait until they turned 18. Feral kids who only stayed a few weeks before being adopted out. Izuku looked up at the names and committed them to memory. For all he knew, they were trapped in a vault like he was, or worse. He would get out of here. He would become a hero. He would free his mother, and then he would free all of the names listed on this table. A loud cough sounded, a warning from Rojin signaling that there was an approaching enemy. Izuku dared to peek out through a crack in the blankets to see an orderly along 𝐬𝐸 approaching their hiding place. Kimiko quickly placed Kojika behind her as the orderly bent down and picked up one of the blankets. Knock knock. 𝐬𝐸 said sweetly. Someone in here has a visitor waiting for them. Kojika scrambled up, clutching Mr. Deer close to his chest. Mommy and Daddy, he asked eagerly. Now, Kojika, what did we say about asking a question or when we have something to say? 𝐬𝐸 asked. Kojika faltered, and he held Mr. Deer tighter. Izuku bit his tongue to stop himself from pointing out that she had stated something, so obviously he was fine to respond. Excuse me, Kojika said politely. But is it Mommy and Daddy? Oh, you precious baby boy, 𝐬𝐸 crooned, patting his cheek. I'm sorry, but your Mommy and Daddy aren't coming today. It's little Izuku who has a visitor. Izuku? But who? Izuku's thoughts immediately flashed back to that night at the auction house. Red eyes smiling down at him, curious and amused. And slowly that amusement became twisted adoration, as he was forced to cuddle in that monster's hands, his words and appearance and name stripped from him, his only reality the vault, and Tomura, and him and, no, it could not be him. He was a known villain, he would not be able to waltz right into a Quirkless care facility and demand to see Izuku. But he had been at the auction with heroes and HPSC members alike. With just the right words, the right strings, and the right amount on a check, he could do anything. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't all for one. He wouldn't have bothered waving money in front of someone like 𝐬𝐸 if she was standing between him and Izuku. He would render her a grease splat, then trample the others here, and walk out with Izuku cradled in his arms like a baby. It was not him. It was not him. Kojika's face fell, unaware of the turmoil rattling in Izuku's head. His lip was trembling as he clutched Mr. Deer tightly to his chest. But they promised, he sniffled. They promised they would visit me again. I know, dear, 𝐬𝐸 said sympathetically, pinching his cheek. But your mommy and daddy had a bit of an issue with their paperwork, and until they can get it sorted, I'm afraid you just can't see them. Paperwork indeed, Rojin scoffed from his chair. Don't lie to the boy, lady. You probably arranged for that mistake, and when they get it resolved, you'll come up with 10 more. Get the boy focused on staying with a new family with deeper pockets. Rojin, 𝐬𝐸 said, turning to the senior and smiling stiffly, fingers still running through Kojika's hair. Are you suggesting that I would deliberately keep this poor boy from his parents? Lady, I have survived far too much to deal with the lies you try to sell, Rojin grumbled. Don't try it, little girl. 𝐬𝐸 blanched at his words, and Kojika ran over to Kimiko, giving her a big hug. I want mommy, he cried, tears starting to fall down his face. I want mommy. Kojika, 𝐬𝐸 growled, stepping to the boy. You need to calm down. You are much too stimulated. She reached for him, but Izuku knocked her hand away. He refused to let her use her quirk on a small boy like Kojika. Izuku, don't, Kimiko warned, watching the exchange as she hugged Kojika. The director's eyes flashed in warning as she turned to the orderly. Take little Izuku to see his visitor, she said in a falsely sweet voice. I'll deal with baby Kojika. I don't care who it is, Izuku snarled. I'm not, it's okay, Aizu baby, the orderly crooned as he picked up Izuku under his armpits and lifted him onto his hip. The director's got it, and you have a special friend waiting for you. Come on, let's go. No. Give me back Mr. Deer. Izuku turned at Kojika's cry in time to see director 𝐬𝐸 pocketing the stuffed deer in her suit pocket. How dare she? Kojika's parents gave him that deer, it was the last thing they gave him before they had to send him to this nightmare. Hey, leave him alone. He tried to twist out of his grip, but the orderly was used to Izuku struggling and anticipated his move. He kept Izuku in a tight, but not painful grip as he carried him off, Kojika's cries still echoing in the hallways. Izuku wanted to scream and rage. To throw himself out of the orderly's arms and beat up 𝐬𝐸 until she gave back Mr. Deer, let Kojika go back to his family, and let all of the Quirkless go. He hated it. He hated how they made him feel useless, but 𝐒𝐿 hadn't been out of the timeout room for only a day, and as much as he didn't want to admit it, 𝐒𝐿 couldn't handle another day in timeout, unable to speak, see, or move. It wasn't that 𝐿 was winning, cause she wasn't. 𝐒𝐿 just knew what battles to pick. However, 𝐒𝐿 allowed that anger to fester inside him like his very own fire quirk waiting to spew out. He would save it and wield it against whoever wanted to see him, which would not be 𝐒𝐿's dad. The orderly continued to hurry down the hallways, occasionally giving 𝐒𝐿 a light pat. They were going to the play areas where potential owners would interact with chosen Quirkless to decide if they were a good fit. For all the bullcrap 𝐒𝐿 spewed about prepping Quirkless for the auction at 18, she was more than happy to sell off Quirkless earlier. 𝐒𝐿 was never truly considered for adoption. He was too rebellious or feral and needed additional love and attention before making such a step. Which was how he liked it. 𝐒𝐿 had actually banned 𝐒𝐿 from attending the general show-off tours after he had stolen several wads of mud from the gardening area, hidden them in his pocket, and thrown them at the wealthy client and the director. That stunt had sent him to the timeout room for 3 days, but it had been worth seeing 𝐒𝐿's suit ruined and her hair disheveled. However, the point remained that no potential buyers should even be aware of his existence. There shouldn't be anyone who wanted to see 𝐒𝐿. He had made sure of that. So who was this visitor? The orderly stopped outside a door with a brightly marked sign announcing play area and busy. Unlocking it, the orderly pushed the door open and set 𝐒𝐿 inside before giving a final ruffle of his hair and a reminder to behave. 𝐒𝐿 scowled as the door closed and promised himself that he would do the opposite. However, that didn't stop the thrill of fear from prickling underneath his collar as he heard the door lock. Rubbing at his collar, he turned around. The room was standard for the facility: padded walls and floors, soft pastel colors, a collection of toys better suited for someone Kojika's age, and gentle ambient music in the background. Everything was as 𝐒𝐿 expected, except for the gaunt man sitting on one of the plush bean bags in the corner. He didn't look like the typical wealthy client 𝐒𝐿 brought in. The man looked like a corpse. His skin was tight against his cheekbones and his eyes were dark from exhaustion. He had to be decades younger than Rojin, but he didn't look like it. Noticing 𝐒�l's attention, the man smiled and waved, but 𝐒𝐿 scowled back, resisting the urge to stick out his tongue. The man's smile faltered for a moment, before coming back even brighter. "Hello, 𝐒𝐿. Who are you?" 𝐒𝐿 snapped. "What do you want?" Now the man's smile did slip away, and his brows furrowed together. "Do you not remember me?" He sounded sad, and 𝐒�l hated how it made him feel guilty. 𝐒𝐿 stared back over the stranger, with his bushy hair and ill-fitting suit. Honestly, he was surprised director 𝐒𝐿 even let him in. "I met you several weeks ago, although, I suppose you wouldn't have been able to see me at the time. My name is Yagi Toshinori, and I am All Might's personal secretary." Now 𝐒�l knew exactly who was speaking to him. Although the face was unfamiliar, the tone was recognizable, deep and soothing while also carrying a weight. 𝐒�l had replayed that voice over and over again while in timeout. "You did what no one else was willing to. You demonstrated a truly heroic, selfless, courageous nature that inspired All Might to act. You reminded him what it meant to be a hero." It had been so shocking. To finally hear someone validate 𝐒�l's dreams in a way that only his mom ever had. "Do you remember me now?" "I do now. I only heard your voice last time." "Because I was born fled went unsaid." Yagi ducked his head and rubbed at his neck. "Ah, yes. Are you better now?" "I'm fine." An awkward silence fell over the room, which was further emphasized by the soft instrumental music floating in the background. The two of them regarded each other carefully, neither one moving and waiting for the other to start the conversation. But it wasn't going to be 𝐒�l. He had no intention of going along with the charade. He wanted to get out of this room and get 𝐒�l to give Mr. Deer back. Finally, Yagi spoke up. "Do you want to take a seat?" He gestured to one of the bean bags next to him. "No. I'm fine where I am." 𝐒�l knew he was being rude, but he didn't want to step away from the door. 𝐒�l knew he wasn't able to escape, but having the illusion that he could by being closer to the door brought him some comfort. Thankfully, Yagi nodded and said, "That's all right then." They went back into an awkward silence, and it became more and more obvious that the man would not say anything until Izuku did. "Why are you here?" Izuku asked, deciding to jump the gun and get on with it. Was there something else All Might wanted to say? The unspoken question was on the tip of his tongue, but the look on Yagi's face told him that he didn't need to say it. "Is All Might going to help me?" "Actually no," Yagi admitted, scratching the back of his head. "I came here by myself. We didn't get to really talk last time, and I also wanted to make sure you were okay." Izuku crossed his arms, shielding himself and showing he was only going to participate begrudgingly. The faster the man learned he wasn't interested in adoption, the better. "Talk about what?" he asked. Yagi tilted his head to the side, clearly put off by Izuku's attitude. Izuku guessed he was expecting a cute little simpering boy, like the videos of Quirkless that were all over the internet, who acted more like he was 4 than 14. Izuku was not sorry that he was ruining that view. Not one bit. "Why did you save that boy?" "What?" That had not been the question he had expected. He had expected something maybe about why he had been running from the facility when he met All Might, or why he was in the timeout room when they met, or why the attitude. But not that. "That boy, the one trapped by the villain," Yagi explained. "You had been attacked by that slime villain less than an hour earlier." "I mean, that's what All Might told me. Yet, despite being attacked and the fire and your lack of quirk, what does quirk have to do with this?" Izuku snapped. Yagi paused, taken aback by Izuku's loud answer. Well, no quirk is perfect, you know. Just because you have one doesn't mean that it's some magical failsafe that will help you in any situation. The other heroes didn't have suitable quirks for saving the boy." "Yes." Yagi agreed with a nod, leaning forward in his seat. "Exactly. They didn't, and so they decided to wait for another hero with a suitable quirk to show up, but you didn't. Why?" That was the question. Why did Izuku rush in to save him? The boy had been his age, he knew the villain to be dangerous, there were heroes all around, and it had only wound up getting him caught and brought back to the facility. If he had just let him be and watched from the crowd, he might still be free and on his way to be a hero. But he didn't. He was scared and no one was doing anything. "I knew I could do something to help. Even without a quirk?" Yagi asked, sounding stunned. "Quirks don't matter. Were you not listening to what I said earlier? This stupid society acts like quirks are some magic ticket or key to success if you can just have the right one. Well, it's stupid. No quirk is perfect. They all have downsides. And even then, it's ultimately up to the user to hone and use their quirk appropriately." "You're absolutely right, my boy, but does anyone remember that?" "No." Izuku continued to rant, completely ignoring Yagi. "They use it as an excuse to not help people who need help and who they can reach out to. I refuse to be like that. I don't care if I don't have a quirk. I am going to be a hero and help people." "That's an admirable goal, my boy." Izuku stopped and glared at the visitor. Of all the placating things to say, yeah, it was an admirable goal. But it was like telling a little girl she would grow up to be a fairy tale princess or a kindergartner that he would grow up to be president. There were some things you tell kids and apparently Quirkless to pat them on the head and shut them up. "Don't condescend to me," he growled. "And I'm not your boy. I'm not anyone's." To emphasize his point, he tugged on the collar around his throat. The same one that got him caught the day he met All Might. "This doesn't matter. I'm not a pet or some prize to show off." "I understand," Yagi protested. "I'm not trying to be rude." Izuku was sick of this. He could hear pounding. Was it his heart or was someone opening the door to drag him off again? Was Kojika still crying about his parents, or had Yusotsuki done something to him to shut him up? Every second he spent in here would be one for the director to think he was tamed and could be sent out with a nice, kind billionaire who wanted a cute Quirkless. "I know why you're here," he shouted. "But I won't be adopted. I won't. I refuse to go back with another person. I already went through that with Daddy, I refuse to go back." He felt tears sting his eyes as the word came out involuntarily. So many years and that quirk still hadn't changed. No matter how many times he tried to say it, No matter how often he tried different variants of the villain and his title, it always came out the same way. Even though Izuku had escaped, All for One still had a hold on him, twisting his words to live out his fantasy. It had been 5 years, but Izuku was still not free of him. He would never be free of that villain who locked him in the vault. He would never be free, he would never. Izuku. You're getting worked up, young Izuku, you need to calm down. His breathing was starting to become shallow and rapid. He felt like a weight was crushing his chest. The same fear that gripped him his first day in the vault, when All for One stood over him, smug and amused as Izuku wept and cried, and thought he would die. Is that the best you can do, little hero? Someone was standing up and getting close. His skinny frame stretched higher towards the ceiling until he towered over Izuku. He's as tall as All for One, Izuku thought. And then it was the villain, reaching for Izuku with that wide mocking smile, his eyes sharp and greedy as he watched Izuku fail because Izuku always failed and All for One always won, and Izuku was back in that plush room, trapped from the outside. Toshinori hadn't expected the conversation to go amazing and for the boy to be thrilled to see him. Who wanted to see a washed-out skeleton of a man? However, he hadn't expected such open hostility and fear from the boy. The way Izuku stayed close to the door and how his eyes flickered around the room testified to how anxious the child was feeling. Nezu had warned Toshinori that type of reaction was likely, but Toshinori had stupidly held on to hope that it would be different. Toshinori also hadn't expected the boy to spiral into a panic attack. Izuku's eyes had glazed over in terror and his entire body shook. Sweat dripped from the boy's brow, but he seemed unaware of it as he clutched his heart. Toshinori swore to himself. He had recognized the boy spiraling, but he hadn't been able to stop it. Izuku curled in on himself, slipping down the wall into a tight ball on the ground. Toshinori crouched down as well but tried to broadcast his movements. Something Toshinori had said or done had set the boy off, and he didn't want to make the situation worse. Slowly he moved closer while trying not to crowd the boy. "Hey," he said, keeping his voice calm, "you seem a bit upset there. Is there anything I can do to help?" Izuku's eyes remained glazed over and his shaking intensified as tears now slipped down his cheeks. Toshinori continued to talk but racked his mind for anything the boy seemed to like. Unfortunately, his knowledge was limited mostly to things the boy didn't like. However, Izuku had reacted positively to All Might in the past. "You like All Might, right, Izuku? Do you know his theme song? The one they used to play on his television show?" Toshinori hummed a few bars. The cheery, upbeat tune felt out of place, but Izuku's trembling slowed. "Ah, you do know it. I'll keep humming it then." He resumed the tune and reached out to rest his hand on Izuku's hand. The boy shuddered, but Toshinori didn't grip it. Instead, he began a soft taboo, tapping his fingers in rhythm with the theme song. When Izuku didn't flinch away, Toshinori continued repeating the melody and rhythm over and over as the boy's shaking slowed. The door to the side swung open, startling both Toshinori and the boy. Director Yusotsuki appeared, her pockets strangely bulging as she and a woman in scrubs looked over the display. Her eyes went wide at seeing Izuku's state and Toshinori's position. "Mr. Yagi, I am so sorry." Director Yusotsuki cried, joining him and Izuku, and visibly ignoring how Izuku whimpered and moved away from her. "Our monitors told us little Izuku was in distress. Allow us. Rin, if you will." The woman nodded and knelt beside Izuku, rolling up his sleeve. She rubbed his shoulder with an alcohol wipe and then injected a syringe of some clear liquid. Izuku cried out at the needle and tried to move away as Rin put a band-aid over the needle prick. "There we go," she consoled. "All done, baby boy. You were so brave." "What is that?" Toshinori demanded. "Just a sedative," Yusotsuki said dismissively. "Necessary to calm him down and give him a break." Toshinori caught the boy as he began to go limp, tears freely flowing from his eyes. "The boy was having a panic attack and your solution is to shoot him full of drags," he repeated in disbelief. Yusotsuki's smile faltered as Yagi helped the boy lay down, his eyes glazing over in a drugged haze. Her expression became more of a scowl as she drew herself up to her full height as if that made any difference. We only use the methods tested and scientifically proven by the best medical personnel, she replied defensively. We would never consider doing something that could harm our poor Quirkless charges. She stopped herself and took a deep breath, as if visibly calming herself. When she opened her eyes, her stiff smile had returned, but it did not reach her eyes. I'm sorry your visit did not go as planned, she apologized. Perhaps, Mr. Yagi, you would like to play with a couple of our better-behaved Quirkless. No need, Toshinori said sharply, cutting the woman off. I've made my choice. Oh, but Mr. Yagi, you shouldn't. I will adopt young Izuku, he said firmly. The change in Director Yusotsuki's visage was almost as drastic as Toshinori's transformation into All Might. Her smile widened, and from behind her red-rimmed glasses, her eyes shined. Oh! She glanced between Toshinori and Izuku and her smile grew wider. Oh, this is wonderful to hear. I must admit I'm surprised. Our dear little Izuku is a sweetheart but often a handful. That's what I like about him, Toshinori said. Director Yusotsuki nodded her head, not truly understanding what Toshinori meant. I see, yes, there is a degree of pleasure from helping break in your Quirkless instead of relying on others. She paused, eyes scanning Toshinori. Of course, we aren't supposed to adopt out our Quirkless before the age of 18. Toshinori forced himself not to growl and adopted the pleasant voice he used with annoying reporters. I understand, and I am thoroughly prepared to do and pay whatever is necessary to bring young Izuku home with me. Director Yusotsuki clasped her hands together, the macaroni necklace she was wearing bouncing at the movement. How lovely! It's always heartwarming to hear that there are generous souls like yours around. She motioned towards the nurse Rin. Would you please take little Izuku to the infirmary area and make sure that he is okay? Mr. Yagi and I have things to discuss. Reluctantly, Toshinori released his hold on Izuku, allowing Rin to heft Izuku into her arms and carry him away. It'll be all right, Izuku, Toshinori silently promised. I will get you out of this terrible, toxic place. Author's note: last chapter Nezu shared a brief history of the Quirkless movement. Like Nezu said, there was a lot more that could have been shared but wasn't. Since there was some interest in Nezu's history, we've included this brief timeline detailing how the Quirkless care laws came to be. Hope you find it interesting. 2x times x minus a third-grade Quirkless student dies due to a ruptured appendix. The family sues the school is countered by the school district arguing that they were capable of taking care of the student's condition. Schools begin to bar the entrance of Quirkless. 2xxx. New research that becomes sensationalized outlining the biologically inferior bodies of the Quirkless and the extra care they need. 2xxx. Twin brother and inheritor of a large fortune claims that his brother is not capable of managing money due to his Quirkless status. He asks to become a proprietor for the brother. The following lawsuit is granted in the quirked brother's favor. 2xxx. Scientists declare that Quirkless are at risk of going extinct. 2xxx. Videos of Quirkless being cute begin to go viral online. 2xxx. Laws go into place affording rights for at-risk populations. The Quirkless are included within it. These laws, in many respects, are similar to the laws first passed, but these are fueled by the concept that the Quirkless needed protection. The laws allow funding for the first Quirkless facility. 2xxx. Growing pressure from new scientific studies promotes the weak state of Quirkless and the need for specialized facilities. 2xxx. 3 new Quirkless facilities are created. 2x times x minus a father sues a mother for guardianship of Quirkless child, claiming that the mother did not have the capabilities to protect and aid a Quirkless child. The mother barely wins the lawsuit and is required to implement more protective measures. 2xxx. 5 new Quirkless facilities are created. 2x times x minus a law passes requiring Quirkless be sent to Quirkless facilities or be in a household with specific care capabilities. 2xxx. Quirkless facilities begin allowing the adoption of Quirkless over the age of 18. 2xxx. There is a growing market for Quirkless care products. 2xxx. The first Quirkless adoption auction is implemented. 2xxx. New research comes out detailing the extreme vulnerability of the Quirkless. 2xxx. The Quirkless care laws are passed. All Quirkless are required to go to the facilities. The last month had felt both like a day and a year. Less than an hour after informing director Yu Sotsuki that he planned to adopt Izuku, Nezu had called. "Well, All Might," Nezu had said. "I heard that you made another trip to the Quirkless facility. Did you come to a decision?" Toshinori had glanced down at the picture of Izuku that director Yu Sotsuki had given him. "I did. I can't in good conscience leave Izuku there. I plan to adopt the boy and create somewhere safe for him. Then, after he's settled, if he wants to be a hero, we'll go from there." Very admirable indeed. But do you truly know what you're getting yourself into? He's not a pet. He's a child with needs that include time and attention. Can you manage that with your career as All Might? Are you prepared to help him through the trauma he carries? Toshinori had gripped his phone. "I hadn't considered that. But I don't see another alternative. I won't leave that boy there. I won't." Nezu had sighed fondly. "You always have been the type to jump in without always thinking things through. If you truly are set on this path, I will help." "Really, sir?" "Of course. I simply ask that when the time is right, I can meet this Izuku." "Yes, sir." "Good." From that point on, Toshinori had been thrown into a whirlwind of preparations. The Quirkless Commission had set expectations and requirements to adopt a Quirkless before the age of Toshinori had to go through a background check, which was standard procedure for most adoptions, Quirkless or otherwise. But because it was a Quirkless teenager younger than 18, it had to be more thorough. Everything from family history, academic, medical history, anything to make sure he was qualified to be a guardian for Izuku. He had been worried they would realize Toshinori Yagi was All Might, but Nezu was one step ahead. He had a full fake background prepared with just enough truth to match Toshinori's records and redirect all attention away from the symbol of peace. He also had to meet with several different professionals, such as a Quirkless care doctor to know what to do in the case of a medical emergency, a Quirkless care building inspector and designer to have his place looked over and refurbished to suit a Quirkless, along with several other professionals and specialists in Quirkless diet, clothing, exercise, and DSPLN. By the end of all the meetings, Toshinori had a stack of informative documents a foot high, 3/4 of which according to Nezu were completely false or propaganda. His apartment had been changed to have any corners or edges padded, hard surfaces relocated, and sharp and breakable objects placed out of reach. Even his power sockets had been child-proofed. It looked like he was getting ready for a clumsy, curious toddler and not a teenage boy. Worst of all was the mountain of paperwork Toshinori had to sift through and sign. Nezu had stayed with Toshinori throughout the process, pointing out clauses that would need to be amended or provisions to add. The legal jargon made no sense to Toshinori, but Nezu assured him that it would block the Quirkless Commission from interfering in Toshinori's care of Izuku. By the end of the month, Toshinori was exhausted, his home was completely redone, and if he saw another legal document, he was putting it in the shredder. However, with all that work considered, a month was shockingly fast. Typically there was far more red tape that adopters had to struggle through. Toshinori researched more and found parents of Quirkless kids especially struggled with the adoption process to get their children back. There would be setbacks of paperwork, mistakes in the legal affairs, and the next thing they knew, the parents had lost the right even to see their child. Toshinori was horrified at the number of times he saw this occur and how on social media, these parents were met with backlash from the public. There were only a few sympathetic ears and always a message from people who had North Star somewhere in their messages. In his case, however, Toshinori had the world's smartest rodent on his side and a mountain of cash. There had been many minor hiccups that had been miraculously solved by another wad of cash. It had made Toshinori grit his teeth in frustration. Doubtlessly the money was going into the pockets of people like director Yu Sotsuki, but if it allowed him to save Izuku, Toshinori would put up with the cost. Toshinori paced back and forth in his living room, anxiously watching the clock. Today was the day. The day he adopted Izuku and got him out of that awful place. Despite Toshinori's wishes, he was not allowed to pick the boy up from the facility. Instead, Izuku would be delivered to Toshinori's apartment. He looked up at the clock, 1 hour until the boy arrived. "All right," Toshinori said to himself, trying to talk through the nervous jitters. "The kid is coming today. I've gone over everything several times. It should be good. I've got both rooms set up. The fridge is stocked for once, and everything dangerous has been put away. Would it be enough, though? Toshinori gripped his injured side and coughed into his fist. He didn't interact much with children outside of signing autographs or rescuing them. With his time limit, every second had to be devoted to fighting crime. How was it he had faced villains, faced All for One, dealt with the underhanded tactics of the Hero Public Safety Commission, and endured Gran Torino's training, and somehow this was what made him afraid? Toshinori tugged at his bangs, trying to ignore the clenching sensation in his lungs. The top priority would be helping the boy settle in. Toshinori wanted Izuku to feel safe. He would help the boy realize he was trying to help him and that he wasn't like Usotsuki and her kind. After that, they could discuss Izuku being a hero or whatever else the boy wanted to do. The moment Toshinori watched Izuku run through the flames to rescue the trapped boy, Toshinori knew Izuku was a born hero. However, Toshinori didn't want Izuku to feel forced or think that Toshinori had adopted Izuku merely because Izuku wanted to be a hero. No, Toshinori would build a foundation of trust and security first and then go from there. If Izuku changed his mind about being a hero, that was okay too. However, Toshinori refused to let him go back to that awful place. Toshinori checked his watch again. 58 minutes. And then, everything would change. MSTR, guide me, he thought. Help me help this child the way you helped me. Something was up. Izuku could tell. Usotsuki was too smug and looked too much like a pleased cat whenever he was nearby, and even was willing to give Mr. Deer back to Kojika when he demanded it. That seldom happened. Usually, he had to try breaking into her office to get the stuffed deer back. However, for the past month, she had been more affectionate and indulgent, looking like she had a great secret she was just dying to share. She was planning something, but Izuku didn't have a clue about what was going to happen. And he didn't want to find out. I need to escape soon, he told Rojin and Kimiko about a month after Yagi's visit. Kimiko looked at him with worry, while Rojin just grunted. Think that Her Majesty has something up her sleeve for you, he asked. I've seen it too. Izuku nodded. I don't know what it is, but I've got to get out of here before she goes through with it. Smart choice, kid, Rojin agreed. I'll see what I can do to find you to give you a window. Kimiko frowned, tugging at the bow in her hair with frustration. If you go, you'll get in so much trouble, she warned. They'll catch you again, or worse, you'll be found by traffickers. I can handle traffickers, but I need to get out of here fast. The more I disrupt Usotsuki's plans, the better. What's she going to do if I get caught? Put me in timeout. Don't joke about that. Kimiko snapped, taking his hand. A single tear trickled down her face. Izuku, Usotsuki can do so much worse to you if you don't listen to her. Please, I don't want to see you get hurt again. Izuku felt a stab of guilt that he made Kimiko cry, but he patted her hand. I'll be fine, he promised her. But I need to get out of here. He glanced at the fort beside them, where Kojika was playing with Mr. Deer, humming some made-up song about heroes who save the day. Rojin put a hand on his shoulder and sighed. Don't think about it, son. I can't leave him here, Izuku protested. Izuku barely could keep his head above the water in this place sometimes. For a little kid, especially one as sweet as Kojika, Usotsuki and her staff would eat him alive. He couldn't leave the little boy here to have that hopeful spark snuffed out as it had been for Kimiko and the other Quirkless here. It's hard enough to keep yourself alive on the streets, Rojin reminded him. Let alone a 4-year-old. If you take him with you, you run the risk of being caught more easily. A teenage kid on the streets. Sad, but not unheard of. A 4-year-old is going to raise some eyebrows. Izuku knew this. He knew it would be all too easy for him and Kojika to get caught by the commission, or by some hero who was trying to help, or by traffickers who would pay hand over fist for someone like Kojika. Or even worse, All for One could find them, and if he treated Kojika anything like he had Izuku, I could bring him back to his family. Then go out on my own. Then they would arrest his whole family the same way they did your mom, Rojin said grimly. And they lose any chance of seeing their boy ever again. Think you can live with that? It was harsh, but it was true. If Izuku were the reason another innocent parent was arrested, He would not be able to stand it. It already kept him awake that his mother was in prison because of him. He couldn't be the reason Kojika's parents never saw their son. He would not be the reason that the light died in Kojika's eyes. We'll watch over him, Kimiko promised. Just focus on keeping yourself safe. Izuku only had time to nod when Yu-Satsuki approached the common area, a proud smile on her face. Behind her were Dr. Arai and Kumoriyuta, the doctor holding back tears of joy. Kumoriyuta was wheeling in a wheelchair, the straps hanging off. Attention all! Yu-Satsuki called, clapping her hands together. We have a wonderful surprise for you, my dears. Such special news, we've been so excited to share it, we could barely stand it. Oh no! Izuku had seen this before. The wheelchair, Arai and Kumoriyuta, the announcement. Someone had gotten adopted. Today, one of our sweet little friends has found a home and a new family to take care of him, Yu-Satsuki continued. I know we are going to miss him, but let's all give a round of applause and say goodbye to him as he gets ready to go to his new home. Izuku glanced around the common area, trying to find who it could be. Most of the kids here were younger than 18, but there were a couple plus Rojin. Izuku personally would love to see them try to drag Rojin somewhere he didn't want to go. The staff couldn't move him when he insisted on sitting at his table in the common area, let alone try to transport him to a new home. Drum roll, please. Dr. Arai and Kumoriyuta patted their legs, imitating a drum beat, smiling at those there to join. A few sincerely did, but most were half-hearted and wary like Kimiko. Rojin sat on his hands. If Yu-Satsuki was upset by this, she did not show it. If anything, she looked ecstatic. Congratulations, Izuku. What? Izuku's heart plummeted even as the gasps and murmurs echoed throughout the facility. Kimiko, Kojika, and Rojin were staring at him with stunned expressions. No, this was impossible. It had to be some sort of mistake, some sort of sick joke. He wasn't 18 yet. He was as feral as they came. He had a record of running and being a troublemaker. No one in their right mind would adopt him. He made sure of it. The only one who might would be. Oh no. Oh no. It was him, wasn't it? Who else would look past all his actions and still want to adopt him? Someone who already knew him and was determined to have him. He was going back to the vault. He was going back to the vault. Izuku jumped to his feet and ran as fast as possible. He wasn't sure where he was running, he just knew he had to get away. He couldn't let them grab him, he couldn't let them take him. He couldn't go back to those soft blankets, the childish outfits, the cuddles and embraces, Tomura, Kurogiri and... He only made it halfway across the room before two orderlies grabbed him and held him until Kumoriyuta wheeled the chair over. No, he screamed, frantically thrashing. No, I'm not going. I'm not. You can't do this, Yu-Satsuki. Oh, so excited to go, I see, Kumoriyuta crooned when he was placed in the chair. Don't worry, baby, we'll get you there. Yu-Satsuki, stop. Rojin ordered, standing up as the orderlies began strapping Izuku down. He isn't 18 yet, he can't be adopted yet. Actually, he can. Yu-Satsuki replied cheerfully. You see, someone with a lot of money and a loving heart took a shine to our precious Izuku and went through all the proper paperwork to have him. I couldn't deny him our Izuku after he worked so hard to get him. Rojin spat at Yu-Satsuki's feet. Kimiko was in tears, trying to hold back Kojika while Izuku was secured by his legs, arms, chest, and shoulders. I'm not going. All guard, Dr. Arai ordered, and a GG was inserted in Izuku's mouth. He howled and screamed, thrashing and twisting, even though his voice and words were garbled. He could feel tears running down his face as Yu-Satsuki made a rehearsed speech about saying goodbye, wishing well, and a bunch of other CRP spun to make this all sound acceptable. All Izuku could do was look at the orderlies pleadingly. He didn't want to be adopted like he was a pet. He wanted to get out of here. He wanted to go back to his mom. Zuku! Oh no, Kojika. The 4-year-old slipped free of Kimiko's hold and ran up to Yu-Satsuki. Please don't take him, he sobbed as he clung to Yu-Satsuki's knees. Please don't take Zuku. I love Zuku, don't take him away. 𝐸𝐴 frowned as she touched Kojika, and he let go of her as he fell under her quirk. "We are sending him to a forever home, Kojika," she explained. "This is what's best for him." Kojika's eyes glazed over momentarily as 𝐸𝐴's quirk did its dirty work, but then Kojika burst into tears and ran to Izuku. 𝐸𝐴 looked like she was ready to stop him, but Rojin stood in her way, glaring her down. Kojika dodged past the orderlies and Kumoriuta and Dr. Arai, running until he was right next to Izuku. His brown eyes were heartbroken as he hugged Izuku around the middle. "Take Mr. Deer with you," he said, stuffing the toy between Izuku's body and one of the straps. "He'll keep you safe for me." Izuku protested as best as he could through the GG, but it was too late. 𝐸𝐴 took the boy by the shoulder, and his sobs immediately ceased as a dazed look came across his face. He was under her power once more. "What a nice gift." Dr. Arai came forward with a needle and jabbed it into his neck. Izuku grunted as the sedative was injected into his body. It was their favorite type of injection. Already, he could feel a tingling sensation running up his arms. 𝐸𝐴 leaned forward and patted Izuku on the cheek. "This truly is an occasion to celebrate," she whispered in his ear. "All these years of fighting and rebellion, of throwing tantrums over such silly things. You did try my patience at times, it's true. But ultimately, it did nothing for you." Izuku could no longer feel the tips of his fingers, and his eyelids drooped, but he could still see 𝐸𝐴's lipstick-coated lips twisted in a smug smile. "Goodbye, Izuku. Be a good boy for your new owner." "Who is it?" Izuku wanted to cry. "Is it him?" However, the sedation gripped his mind, dragging him down into hazy darkness. Movement, he could feel movement. His body jostled. But his arms wouldn't move, and he didn't know why. He couldn't remember why. Was it him? Was Izuku back in blankets, swaddled so tightly that breathing was hard? Was he back there, with Daddy standing over him, a smug smile on his face? Another jostle and Izuku slipped back somewhere in the dark, where he was alone. Voices. He heard voices. They were blurred and soft and sweet, but the too sweet kind. Like when Izuku and Kaken once stole Mom's coffee jellies and ate so many that their teeth buzzed. It was a bad sweet voices, talking about him. Saying Izuku's name. He tried to speak, but coffee jellies were in his mouth again. So many that his tongue couldn't move, and the words got stuck behind his teeth. Izuku didn't want any more coffee jellies. He didn't want any more sweets. He didn't want the man to feed him more sweets. Was that what was going on? The sweetness fogged his head, and he slipped under again. Izuku was back in that room. The one that was a vault but was plush and soft and awful. The man was there. His sharp red eyes were gone and replaced by bloody holes that oozed. "Come here, ducky." His dad cooed, stretching out his arms. The BLD coated his arms now, but Izuku knew the BLD wasn't the man's, it was Izuku's mom. His mom was there, dead on the ground, and the man was holding Izuku, laughing while Izuku cried and screamed and reached for his mom who was gone, and it was Izuku's fault, and Izuku was moving again. Jostled by something. But it was the man, it had to be. The voice didn't belong to Dad, but it was someone else that was bringing Izuku back. Something touched Izuku's arm, and he screamed, the horror garbled by the sweets still in his mouth. Izuku could feel the BLD. His mom's BLD clung to his skin, and even as the darkness turned into painful light, he sobbed. "I don't want to go back. Please. No, Daddy." He cried, not sure if anyone was listening. Someone had to be because the hands tightened and wrapped around Izuku, lifting him, taking him somewhere. Back to him. "Please, don't take me back. Please." Izuku couldn't see or understand through the blinding light and the blurriness of his dripping eyes but felt himself readjusted, his head pressed against something firm and warm. A low thump sounded in his ear, over and over, and something underneath Izuku rumbled pleasantly as he cried. "Please," he mumbled, as warmth encircled him and his eyes drooped again. "Please, no." When the private elevator to his apartment dinged, signaling the arrival of Izuku and the facility officials, Toshinori almost activated One for All in shock. Instead, he spewed out a bloody cough into his fist. I'm coming. Toshinori coughed again, pulling a handkerchief out of his pocket to wipe off the bloody residue. He ran to the elevator door, almost unable to contain himself as the doors slid open, and he saw two people dressed in the same padded gear of Quirkless facility officials. The two stepped out of the elevator and into the room, pushing along a wheelchair. To Toshinori's horror, Izuku was sitting in a wheelchair, strapped down and gagged as he had been in the timeout room but not bone-fled. Izuku's eyes were open, but they were glazed over with tears falling freely down his cheeks as he sobbed. How could these people do this to a child? Here he is. Poor baby had a hard time coming over, one of the Quirkless caregivers explained, running fingers through the boy's green hair. We gave him a sedative before he came. He'll likely fall asleep in a little while, and he'll be pretty thirsty when he wakes up. Yagi clenched his teeth to keep himself from cursing them as he crouched by Izuku and put his hand over the boy's just as he had in the timeout room and during the visit. The boy didn't stop sobbing and pleading broken words through the 𝐔𝐬𝐽, and it tore Yagi's heart out. What sick mind ever thought this would be okay? How could people like Yu Sotsuki do this to anyone, let alone a child like Izuku? He signed their documents, confirmed he was indeed Toshinori Yagi, and watched in silence as they swapped out the collar around Izuku's throat with another, now with Yagi's contact information and address. We already recalibrated the tracker earring, so you now have access to it, the caregiver reported happily. Would you like us to take him to his room? Yagi had a room prepared. Two, in fact. One that looked more suitable to a very young child, with a bed with safety bars, a padded floor, and soft lighting, designed and approved by the interior designer who wanted a space perfectly safe for a Quirkless. However, Yagi had no intention of putting young Izuku in that room. Instead, he had another bedroom, one that was plain for now but would be decorated as the boy desired, with a desk, a regular bed without restraints, a bookshelf, a computer, and a bunch of other things that better suited a boy Izuku's age. But he couldn't let these people know which one he intended his new charge to live in. No need, he answered tightly. I can take him from here. Wonderful. One of the workers ruffled Izuku's hair and kissed his cheek. Bye, baby boy. It was a pleasure taking care of you. Izuku whimpered and emmed, the kiss clearly distressing him more. Without a single care, the other caregiver hugged him and kissed him multiple times. You be good, sweet boy. Have a wonderful life. For goodness sake, were they actually crying? Did they actually think they had a right to be fond of this boy after everything they had done to him? Yagi scrayed them out as politely and quickly as he could and not relaxing until he saw the elevator signaling their descent. He did not want those animals coming back in and hurting this child. Izuku was breathing hard and crying and saying muffled words when Yagi returned. Easy, my boy, easy, he murmured as he began to remove the restraints. I've got you, it's okay. As much as he wanted to rip these things off and burn them in a furnace, he did not want to scare the drugged teenager, so he explained everything he was doing out loud as he slowly removed the 𝐔𝐬𝐽 and the straps. Izuku immediately began to cry and babble slurred, broken words as soon as the 𝐔𝐬𝐽 was out of his mouth, and his tears seemed to come back with a vengeance. I don't want to go back. Please. No daddy. Who was daddy? Izuku mentioned him before. Maybe someone who had him in those years that he had disappeared. Or maybe his actual father who acted as an accomplice to his mother's abuse. I know, it's okay, Yagi consoled, maneuvering the boy out of the chair so that he was curled up against Yagi's chest. It's okay, my boy. I am here, it's all right. Please, don't take me back. Please. I won't, Yagi promised. I am never taking you back to that awful place. I swear, young Izuku, you are not going back there. Izuku curled up against him, and Yagi helped press him against his chest, encouraging the boy to breathe and to follow his breathing, to listen to the sounds of his heartbeat. Please, Izuku mumbled, eyes drooping close. Please, no. Yagi bit his lip, restraining tears as he held the boy close. The poor boy was so broken. So terrified. Yagi wanted to do everything possible to help him and protect him. He would figure out how to help this boy, no matter what. You'll be okay. I promise. It's all right. I am here. I am here. Izuku slowly forced his eyes open, only to close them and curl up under the warm comforter. The soothing music that usually played through speakers was off, and he could hear the sounds of pans sizzling and water boiling and a voice humming down the hall. When there was no music, it was usually silent since the halls were soundproofed so as not to disturb the sleeping Quirkless. It was nice. It was almost like when he woke up at home with Mom. Wait, Mom. Memories flooded back as he sat bolt upright. Mom, the auction, all for one, the facilities, the escapes, 𝐬𝐳, the Quirkless people. He had been adopted. Izuku whirled around and felt a surge of relief when he saw the open door and an unfamiliar room. This wasn't the vault or the dormitory at the facility. All for one didn't find him, and 𝐬𝐳 hadn't been playing with him. But that also meant he was with some new, unknown owner, who no doubt couldn't wait to dote on their new Quirkless pet. But the room wasn't like any room he had seen for a Quirkless. Sheets, a comforter, a regular bed, a computer on a desk, a reading nook and bookshelf, no bed rails, no padded floors, no ultrasoft furniture or blankets. Izuku's hand went to his neck, and he cursed when he felt the smooth collar under his fingertips. He couldn't forget what had happened. Even if all for one hadn't adopted him, someone else had. Izuku had to get out of here before they changed their mind and sent him back to the facilities. 𝐬𝐳 clearly had been over the moon that he had been adopted. He did not want to face her when he was brought back, inevitably ruining her perfect record. He had a feeling that he would still feel the consequences a year later. His hand brushed against something soft, and he looked down to see Mr. Deer tucked beside him. Oh, 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽. He trusted Izuku so much to give him his beloved toy. He wanted him to remember the people in the facility. To become a hero, save them from that gilded cage, and allow them to live their lives free. And he wasn't going to do that tucked into bed, with someone waiting to dote on him the way all for one did. Old instincts from the vault took over. Izuku carefully climbed out of bed, tucking Mr. Deer under his arm, and began to use the rug and other soft surfaces to muffle his steps when he reached the bedroom door. He poked his head out of the room and felt his jaw drop. This place was huge. It was near the size of the common room in the Quirkless facility but obviously crafted for a very different person. The floors were hardwood, but key places, such as the living room, had tatami mats. The furniture was modern, with lamps next to couches and coffee tables. There were padded barriers wrapped around sharp edges, but that would do little to stop Izuku from ripping them off or even grabbing a lamp and using it as a bludgeon. The layout was open, but some key hallways and rooms were tucked out of sight. For now, Izuku wouldn't be seen, but if he ventured too far out into the living area, he was a sitting duck, a sitting ducky like all for one liked to call him. Large windows were situated behind the couches, but even from a distance, Izuku could tell how durable they were. They wouldn't break easily, and unfortunately, judging by the skyline, Izuku wouldn't want to go out that way unless he wanted to go splat. Across the living area was what looked like a door to a staircase and a private elevator. Sure, why not? Izuku began to tiptoe away from the sounds of the food cooking and voice humming. He had a rare opportunity to escape before he was noticed, and he had to take advantage of that. He turned the corner and found another room with an open door. His heart plunged when he saw it. This was the sort of room he expected to wake up in. The walls were a soft pastel, and the room was filled with soft furniture, mounds of blankets, a cabinet, plushy outfits, and decorations better suited for a kid Kojika's age than Izuku. The door was reinforced, and had a lock that required a key code and a fingerprint scanner. Escape was impossible through the windows since they were clearly bolted shut. Worst of all, tucked in the corner, there was a padded wheelchair. A room for a Quirkless. Izuku had no idea what this person was planning. Maybe they wanted to see his adorable surprise when he saw his new room. Maybe they wanted to give it to him as a reward for good behavior. Izuku didn't know. But he was not going into that room. He crept away from the room as quickly and quietly as possible, searching for another exit besides the elevator and staircase. Going over there would mean possibly getting caught by the person in the kitchen. He would need some sort of distraction. He moved along the wall, scanning for somewhere else he could run before the man realized he was awake and out of bed. If he got caught, he had no doubt that he would be locked up in that plush little room for being naughty. Not happening. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 finally caught a glimpse of the man in the kitchen, and he had to hold back a squeak of surprise. That was 𝐼𝐺. There was no mistaking that wild mess of blonde hair or the oversized clothing hanging off his skeletal frame. His back was to 𝐒𝐿 as he worked in the kitchen, stirring at something on the stove. 𝐒𝐿 hadn't seen or heard anything from 𝐼𝐺 since their last unpleasant meeting. 𝐒𝐿 was mortified that 𝐼𝐺 had seen him spiral into a panic attack, but he had been grateful since it seemed like it had turned the man away. 𝐒𝐿 thought 𝐼𝐺 was no longer interested. He hadn't expected 𝐼𝐺 to adopt him. 𝐒𝐿's stomach churned as he watched 𝐼𝐺 hum and flit about the kitchen. 𝐒𝐿 had been terrified that All for One had found him again or some other rich bastard who wanted some Quirkless trophy to break into 𝐆𝐵𝐴𝐺, not 𝐼𝐺. 𝐒𝐿 unconsciously squeezed Mr. Deer closer. 𝐼𝐺 had been nice to 𝐒𝐿 both times he came to visit. He would probably be a decent owner, even if he had prepared that disgusting room. But 𝐒𝐿 didn't want to be a pet. He didn't want anyone to own him, even if they were nicer than most. A loud chime rang out, and 𝐒𝐿 jumped in surprise, almost slamming into the wall. From the kitchen, 𝐼𝐺 sighed and reached for his phone to shut off an alarm. Then, turning away from the stove, he reached towards a cabinet. Bottles rattled as the man pulled things out. It sounded like pills, but 𝐼𝐺 kept grabbing more bottles. 𝐒𝐿 counted at least 8 different bottles of varying sizes and shapes. However, 𝐼𝐺 stopped at the last bottle, shaking it around but hearing nothing. After popping off the lid and looking inside, the man sighed, his shoulders slumping downward. He walked away, turning around the corner and out of sight. Now, 𝐒� shot out from his hiding place so fast that someone might have thought he had a speed quirk. He sprinted across the apartment to the side-by-side exits he had seen when he woke up. He had no idea how high up he was, how many flights of stairs he would have to take to get down, or if there was an alarm 𝐼𝐺 could sound when he realized 𝐒𝐿 was gone. Bottom line was that the elevator was the faster option. He slammed his hand against the button, wincing at the light and the pleasant ding that rang through the apartment. Well, so much for escaping without a trace. The doors slid open, and he heard the sound of a plastic bottle and probably more pills lettering to the ground as someone tried to rush over to him. 𝐒𝐿 dove through the doors, whirled around, and pressed the close doors button frantically. The doors slid shut. Success. 𝐒𝐿 scanned the list of buttons and pressed the one that read ground floor. The blue screen above the buttons flashed, and white letters appeared with the sound of a buzzer. Identification card required. Fingerprint required. What? Identification card. Fingerprints. 𝐒𝐿 punched the ground floor button again. Buzzer. Identification card required. Fingerprint required. 𝐒𝐿 now saw a glowing fingerprint scanner and a card reader beside the list of floors. He also noticed that he was on the penthouse floor, which was about 40 floors from the ground floor. He tried the button, hoping he maybe could get a different answer. Buzzer. Identification card required. Fingerprint required. Oh, come on, he pleaded, frantically pressing the button again and again. Come on. Finally, there was another ding, but the elevator did not move. Instead, 𝐒𝐿 felt his heart sink when the traitor doors opened and revealed 𝐼𝐺's exasperated expression. 𝐒𝐿 did the first thing he could think of. He swung his fist as hard as he could at the bony figure of 𝐼𝐺. 𝐼𝐺 easily deflected the blow. 𝐒𝐿 grunted and tried again, only for 𝐼𝐺 to block the blow with the same practice skill. He must have been trained in some sort of martial arts or self-defense. It made sense, being All Might's secretary probably came with many risks. But that made it all the more frustrating as 𝐒𝐿 tried to throw punch after punch, jab after jab at 𝐼𝐺, only for every blow to be patiently blocked by 𝐼𝐺. 𝐼𝐺 never moved aggressively against him, never hit him back, never did anything to hurt him when he deflected his blows. 𝐒� almost wished he would look like All for One. Wear a smug, cheerful smile that told him he was being toyed with and that the villain could do this all day. But the skeletal face only had earnest concern. As if he cared about 𝐒� as a person. What do you want? 𝐒� demanded. What did he want with him? Why had he adopted him? Why had he treated 𝐒� like a person, only to adopt him and claim ownership, reducing him back to nothing but a quirkless pet? First, I want you to stop hitting me, 𝐼𝐺𝐻 replied with a dry laugh. Then I want to finish making breakfast before the toast burns. Did he think this was funny? This was Izuku's life he had now taken control of. And he wanted to laugh around and joke about breakfast. Izuku tried to kick, only for his foot to be caught. 𝐼𝐺𝐻 gave him a look before letting him go, allowing Izuku to stumble and regain his footing. Do you want some? He offered. We can eat in the elevator if you like, but the table is far more comfortable. We can go outside later if you want. Izuku shuffled, entirely put off by this entire exchange. Was this some kind of trap or device to lure Izuku into a false sense of security? He didn't want to trust 𝐼𝐺𝐻, but he also didn't have an option, did he? 𝐼𝐺𝐻 smiled. Look, kid, I can see your brain racing around in there. There's no catch, I promise. I really do just want to eat something, and I'm pretty certain you do too. Izuku's stomach took that opportunity to grumble, and Izuku blushed in embarrassment. 𝐼𝐺𝐻 tilted his head, come on, and then started walking away as if expecting Izuku to simply obey and follow. The stubborn side of Izuku wanted to plop down on the ground and refuse to move, but he was hungry and probably shouldn't push his luck with 𝐼𝐺𝐻 so soon. Better to lure the man into a false sense of security and then make his escape. Reluctantly, Izuku followed after, trudging his way over to the kitchen. 𝐼𝐺𝐻, back at his position at the stove, gave Izuku a bright smile. Feel free to take a seat at the counter, my boy. I'll have food out in a minute. Izuku approached the wooden island, and the tall seats pressed up against it. There were bumpers against the corners, but other than that, it was a normal table. Pulling a chair out, Izuku climbed up into it, half waiting for a lecture to get off and go somewhere safer. However, when 𝐼𝐺𝐻 turned his head back briefly, he simply smiled at Izuku. Thankfully, the toast isn't burnt, but the rice might be a bit mushy, 𝐼𝐺𝐻 apologized. I'm not always accustomed to cooking for more than me. Hopefully, this should be alright. Turning from the stove, he approached Izuku with several small bowls and plates, miso soup, steamed veggies, eggs, toast, and natto. One by one, he placed them in front of Izuku. There's rice in the rice cooker, 𝐼𝐺𝐻 said, pointing at the shiny machine positioned to the side. Feel free to serve yourself up as much as you want. 𝐼𝐺𝐻 scooped out a small portion of rice and placed it next to another bowl of soup, 𝐼𝐺𝐻's food, Izuku assumed. Then, he turned back, grabbed the many pill bottles sitting on the counter, and began dumping pills into his hand until there was a zoo of different pills in varying shapes and sizes. Izuku had never seen so many different types of pills before outside of a doctor's office. And yet 𝐼𝐺𝐻 was counting them out as though to take them all. I've got an excuse for not eating since I don't have a stomach, 𝐼𝐺𝐻 said with a wry smile, but I don't think that is the case for you. Izuku started, having not realized that he had been staring at 𝐼𝐺𝐻. However, 𝐼𝐺𝐻 didn't appear upset at Izuku's lingering gaze. With a wave towards Izuku's plates, he said, go ahead and start eating. I'm going to choke these down first, and then I'll join you. Picking up his chopsticks, Izuku began to start eating. The food was simple but also delicious, and as Izuku ate, he realized how hungry he had been. He hadn't eaten since lunch yesterday, back in the facility. Izuku's hand tightened around Mr. Deer, who was sitting on Izuku's lap. He wondered what Rojin, Kimiko, and Kojika were doing back at the facility. Was Rojin giving Usotsuki hell for what she had done? Was Kojika alright without his stuffed friend? Had Kimiko already written Izuku's name underneath the table with the other adopted Quirkless? He didn't realize he was crying until a tissue appeared in front of his nose. Here, 𝐼𝐺𝐻 said, shoving a tissue box towards Izuku. In case you need more. Izuku accepted the tissue and blew his nose, and wiped his face. It was harder to eat after crying, but he at least sipped some coffee. The warmth soothed him, and he finally got the courage to look at his jailer. Why did you do it? He asked, breaking the silence. What? 𝐼𝐺𝐻 asked, looking up from his own small bowl. Why did you? Izuku paused, struggling to say it. It felt like saying it would mean admitting that he was nothing but a pet to be locked away. Adopt me. 𝐼𝐺𝐻 tilted his head thoughtfully. Oh, that's a good question, 𝐼𝐺𝐻 said, wiping his skeletal face with a napkin. I wasn't lying when I said that you impressed me, which I suppose is part of the reason. However, Honestly, I didn't like how they were treating you. What they were doing was wrong. Their actions didn't line up with their words. They claimed to care about you and the other Quirkless, but they had you tied up like you were a criminal. It was wrong, and I didn't feel safe leaving you there. Izuku was angry at himself for feeling grateful at his answer. On the one hand, he was glad that someone finally realized how he and the others were being treated was wrong. They were abusing Izuku and the other Quirkless but disguising it as kindness. On the other hand, part of him wanted to just scream why he hadn't done away with all of it. Yagi knew All Might. Why hadn't he asked him to save all of them? What made Izuku so special that he had to be adopted while Kojika, Kimiko, and so many others stayed inside to be abused at Usotsuki's whims? I didn't ask you to adopt me, he snapped. I didn't want to be adopted. I know, Yagi replied evenly as if he expected the outburst. I'm sorry. I didn't even know I was getting adopted. This at least seemed to startle Yagi. He looked up, blue eyes wide with surprise as he dropped his utensils. Finally, it seemed Izuku's words had an effect on him. What? He asked, taken aback. You didn't. They were supposed to tell you. Usotsuki told me that she told you. Had he met Usotsuki? Of course, the woman wouldn't tell Izuku anything. She wouldn't have missed the moment of seeing Izuku try to run and be overwhelmed by shock for the crown jewels. If there was an opportunity to twist her knife and prove her power over her helpless charges, she was taking it. She knew that I would try to run if she told me, Izuku pointed out. It was true, but not the complete truth. He knew that Usotsuki refused to tell him just to catch him off guard. But now, at least Yagi knew Izuku was unhappy that he was here. And every good owner knew the first rule to a happy ownership was keeping their Quirkless pet happy. Lots of treats and cuddles. No harm, just treat them like precious treasures. If Yagi thought he was miserable, he would send Izuku back, and Izuku could enjoy the look on Usotsuki's face when she realized her perfect record was gone. She still gave her word, Yagi pointed out. You should have been told. I'm sorry. I'd imagine that it was shocking. But what is done is done. I have no intention of sending you back to that two-faced woman. You're stuck with me. So much for that attempt. Izuku decided not to push the issue for now at least and returned to his breakfast. Yagi watched him eat and cleared his throat when Izuku was almost done. So about staying here. There are a couple of rules that I do need to go over. Izuku made a face of disgust to hide his nerves. What sort of rules did Yagi want his new charge to follow? Act cute and cuddle whenever he was told. Wear whatever Yagi told him. Never leave that room, or even worse, never leave his bed. Hey now, no need to make that face, Yagi scolded. There's not that many, but we've got to have some so that we're on the same page. I'll explain the rules, but if you feel like any of them are unfair, I am willing to hear why. Izuku thought that was unlikely, but he schooled his face into a neutral expression. Rule number 1, no purposeful destruction of yourself, others, or things. If you need to get aggression out, let me know, and we'll find something. Okay, that was fair. He had done that a lot with All for One, trying to show his care was unwanted. He was willing to hold off destroying Yagi's stuff unless it was used to try to contain him. Rule number 2, let me know when you need space. I'll do my best to oblige. If I can't, I'll explain why. Also, if you want to go out, let me know so I can come with you. Surprisingly reasonable. Far more than All for One, Tomura, or anyone at the facility ever gave him. Whether or not Yagi would respect his requests not to be touched remained to be seen. Rule number 3, communication is important. My quirk is not mind reading, so I won't always know what you're thinking or why. If I've done something that's upset you or something is going on that you don't like, let me know so that we can work together to find a solution. I know that you didn't want to be adopted, but I do want to make this transition process as painless as possible. He wasn't particularly fond of being adopted. Did that count? Besides, what did he mean the transition process would be painless? Wasn't that the point? Poor Quirkless Izuku couldn't take the pain. That's why he had to be locked up and kept safe. Rule number 4, if I tell you to do something, do it. And here it was. All this talk about treating Izuku nicely was a ploy to hide the power Yagi was waiting to rule over Izuku with. What would he make Izuku do? Wear certain clothes. Cuddle with Yagi when he demands it. Sit, eat, sleep, stay, and play games. All to be a cute, innocent, perfect quirkless pet. Because, when I am telling you to do something instead of asking, then there is an emergency or some other situation that requires you to listen for your own safety. I don't want you to get hurt. Yeah, right. Yagi might ask Izuku to do something, but they both knew it was an order. It would be an ugly surprise for Yagi when he realized how contrary and stubborn Izuku could be. Yagi continued, unaware of Izuku's plotting. Rule number 5, which I guess is maybe less of a rule and more of a comment, but I reserve the right to make new rules as things happen. However, understand that you will not be punished for something that there was not previously a rule for. All right. Izuku shrugged. The rules weren't awful, they actually seemed reasonable, but Izuku had received lip service before. The test was if Yagi's words would match up with his actions. I know this will be a bit rough at first as we try to figure things out, but I am glad you're here, young Izuku. I'm not. And that's fair enough, Yagi replied, not at all put off by Izuku's attitude. Now, are you done eating? Izuku nodded, and Yagi smiled. Good, then come with me. Izuku slid off the chair, grabbing Mr. Deer and tucking him close as he followed after Yagi. Yagi's gaze landed on the stuffed animal deer. That's yours. Does it have a name? His name is Mr. Deer, and he belongs to a friend. I'm keeping him until I can return him. I'm sure your friend will appreciate that, Yagi said with a nod. Izuku shifted Mr. Deer protectively. Yagi couldn't understand how important Mr. Deer was to Kojika and why Izuku had to give him back. Anything he said to Izuku was just a mock attempt to get on his good side. Yagi walked through the living room and stopped outside the bedroom Izuku had seen earlier, the one obviously meant for a quirkless. A chill swept up Izuku's back, and he clutched Mr. Deer closer as Izuku prepared to run, hit, bite, and kick the moment Yagi tried to put Izuku in that room. Deeper inside Izuku, disgust and disappointment warred. Yagi had acted like what the commission did was wrong, but he still planned on treating Izuku like a useless baby. Was Izuku naive for secretly hoping that maybe Yagi might be different? Izuku? Yagi asked, his brows furrowed together. You with me? Izuku shook his panic off, not realizing that his dread made him completely unaware. Yeah, sure. I'm fine. Yagi's brows furrowed even more, but he didn't press the issue. I was asking if there was anything you wanted out of here. No, Izuku said tersely. All right, then. Yagi pulled the door closed. I figured as much, so that's fine. I just didn't know if you wanted to move any of these things into your room. My room? Izuku asked, his voice embarrassingly quiet and unsure. I thought this was my room. Oh, it's not. You woke up in your room earlier. Now Yagi looked awkward, rubbing at his neck. Did you not like it? I kept it pretty simple so that we could change it. The room he had woken up in. He had figured that was some sort of guest room. Because why else would a quirkless wake up in a room with so few regulations? But Yagi had this room set up, yet he put Izuku in the other. What was this man's game? That's my room. Izuku asked. He gestured to the closed door. Not this. No, unless you want this to be your room. No. Izuku yelled. Yagi chuckled, good then. He turned away from the door and started towards the room Izuku woke up in. Izuku scurried to catch up. Why do you have that room then? To adopt you, I had to meet certain requirements by the commission. One of them was living arrangements. I had to provide a safe, nurturing, soft environment for my quirkless charge. The sarcasm tinging Yagi's voice shocked Izuku, but Yagi wasn't finished. I didn't feel like you would particularly enjoy that room, but I wanted to ask since I figured you were never given a choice. Yagi pressed the door open to the room Izuku had woken up again. It was a normal bedroom for a teenage boy, which made how off-put Izuku felt even weirder. He shouldn't feel so hesitant and unsure walking into a room like this. The door over there leads to your bathroom, and the closet has changes of clothes. I'm not sure if you'll like any of them, so if you don't, we can always replace them with things you like. Izuku stood numb in the room, blankly looking around his surroundings. I'll give you a moment to get cleaned up and settled, Yagi said. He paused in the door frame, his mouth opening and closing as he tried to determine what to say. I know this wasn't what you were expecting or even wanting, but I'm happy to have you here, Izuku. Yagi's blue eyes shone, and he smiled hesitantly. Izuku smiled weakly, but it looked more like a grimace. I'll let you get settled then, Yagi said and closed the door behind him. Izuku hurried over to the door and checked that, yes, he could open it. There weren't any locks, nothing that could stop Izuku from escaping or Yagi trapping Izuku in here. Naturally, he thought bitterly. He knows I can't use the elevator, and security will probably be on guard if I try to run down the stairs. I'm still in a cage, just locked up in this building. Tears trickled down Izuku's face, and he stumbled back to the bed. It had been years since he had slept in a bed with no bars on it to keep him from falling off or slept under a real comforter and not a mountain of soft blankets. Or since someone besides Rojin and Kimiko talked to him like he was a real person. It was nice and a true relief after dealing with All for One's smug grin, Tomura's bratty behavior, and Usotsuki's condescending tone. But he couldn't let himself be drawn in. Even if Yagi seemed different now, Izuku knew better than to trust him. He would pretend, and then he would ask too much from Izuku, and Izuku would refuse. And then all pretenses would drop, and Izuku would be tossed into that DMN room, locked away, and never to see Kojika, Rojin, Kimiko, or Mom again. Izuku was quirkless. He was going to be a hero to free the quirkless. But in a world full of Tomuras, Usotsukis, and All for Ones, Izuku had learned that he was the only one to believe in that dream. Yagi was kind now, but it would run out in the end. Izuku would not be here when it happened. It had been 3 days since Izuku had entered Toshinori's household, and already the boy had attempted to run away 8 different times. Toshinori couldn't entirely blame the kid. If Usotsuki was to be believed, Izuku had faced abuse his entire life from his mother and later on in the facility. It was a smidgen hurtful, but Toshinori tried to remind himself that trust wasn't built in a day. Eventually, Toshinori's actions would convince the kid that he was safe. However, it felt like Toshinori couldn't take his eyes off of Izuku for an instant without the kid attempting to make a break for it. For example, the other day, Izuku had attempted to take the stairs, which were, as the kid quickly figured out, typically locked and guarded on the lower levels. Then another time, the kid managed to swipe Toshonri's wallet and grab the key card inside. Izuku hadn't been able to get down, he still needed Toshonri's fingerprint, but Toshonri hadn't even realized his keycard was missing until the kid had dashed into the elevator. So when Toshinori saw Izuku staring at the windows as if plotting to escape through them, Toshinori clapped his hands together and loudly announced, "Tonight is a movie night." "I'm not interested," Izuku said, his back facing Toshinori. "I don't want to watch any baby shows." "Then you don't have to," Toshinori exclaimed, walking over to Izuku. The boy stiffened at Toshinori's approach but relaxed minutely when Toshinori stopped a foot away. Night had fallen over the city, and the sky and buildings were lit up with light. "It's rather pretty, isn't it?" Toshinori asked. Izuku didn't respond for a moment but then said, "I like windows." And, oh, if Toshinori's heart didn't break a little at that moment. He coughed into his fist, trying to focus on the burning in his throat rather than the ache in his heart. "I like windows too. I'll have to bring you to Might Tower at some point. My office, well, All Might's office, has an amazing view of Tokyo. I think you'd rather like it." "Might Tower," Izuku squeaks. His face was suddenly very red. "Of course, it's where I work, after all. I took a 2-week break for your, arrival, but I'll have to go back to work soon. I'll try to bring you some time." Izuku visibly swallowed. That would be really cool. The tension Toshinori had been unknowingly holding in his shoulders relaxed. "You, like All Might then?" Izuku nodded eagerly, eyes shining. Toshinori couldn't help but remember the same starstruck look when he woke up to realize he had been saved by All Might by the sludge villain. He had to wonder just how much his message to the boy had meant that even after he failed to answer his critical question, he still had such faith and admiration for Toshinori's alter ego. "I have some movies." Toshinori turned away, walking over to the TV and grabbing the remote. Scrolling through the different apps, he managed to locate the right area. "Working at Might Tower has some perks. I've got access to every All Might movie ever made." Izuku's eyes bulged. "Is that All Might Takes Manhattan?" "Yes." Toshinori laughed. "Came out 6 or 7 years ago. Not my favorite. Personally, the acting is a little off, and the special effects are a bit ridiculous at times, but it's an enjoyable watch. Haven't seen it in a long time now." "Have you?" "No, we weren't allowed to watch it. It wasn't considered appropriate." The boy then flinched as if he hadn't meant to let that information slip out. Toshinori's smile faltered at Izuku's tone of voice, but Toshinori forced his smile back and said cheerily, "Then we'll have to watch it." The boy's bog-eyed expression made Toshinori's smile far more genuine, and he laughed lightly. "Take a seat on the couch, my boy, get comfy." Hesitantly, Izuku slipped over to the couch, eyes darting between Toshinori and the TV as if still in disbelief. With a wink, Toshinori started the movie. Izuku's eyes were instantly glued to the screen, his mouth hanging open slightly as the cheerful string instruments and then horns began playing All Might's theme song. As the movie progressed, Toshinori found it increasingly difficult to focus. He was supposed to be catching up on paperwork and other forms he often fell behind on as All Might, but he kept getting distracted. It wasn't the movie. That was like any other All Might movie, bright, loud, and ever so slightly obnoxious. The acting was also worse than Toshinori remembered. No, it was the kid, his eyes wide and shining, his mouth torn between disbelief and excitement. The look de-aged Izuku by 5 or so years, looking less like a jaded, angry teenager and more like an excited little kid. Toshinori itched to take a picture, but he worried that he would mess something up and distract the kid, so he stayed quiet. As it went along, the kid grew more and more animated, his eyes sparkling, his mouth curved in a smile, letting out excited gasps during critical fights. However, Toshinori noticed how the kid was curling into himself, and it looked like goosebumps were forming on Izuku's arms. "Hey, Izuku," Toshinori asked, "you look a little cold there. Do you want a blanket?" In a heartbeat, the open, friendly expression on Izuku's face was gone. The kid grimaced. "No, I don't want one." Toshinori frowned. "You sure, kid? It looks like you've got goosebumps." "I'm fine." Izuku snapped, burrowing deeper into himself. Toshinori examined Izuku. Was there something about blankets that the kid disliked? Toshinori had noticed that the sheets and blankets were always kicked off on Izuku's bed. Toshinori hadn't asked before, but maybe there was something about blankets that upset the kid. If that was the case. "I'm sorry," Toshinori apologized, and Izuku's head whipped towards him. "I didn't mean to upset you. Do you not like blankets?" "No." "All right, then," Toshinori said. "Do you like sweatshirts?" Izuku seemed reluctant to answer, but he finally said, "Yeah, they're nice." Toshinori beamed. "All right," and then got to his feet, trying to ignore how his back popped from the movement. He walked to the hall closet, trying to ignore the kid's eyes tracking him. Humming to himself, Toshinori flipped through his collection of jackets and sweatshirts. All of the sweatshirts Toshinori owned would be massive on Izuku, but he had forgotten to buy any for Izuku. He would need to if they made the boy feel more comfortable. His fingers landed on a sweatshirt near the back, the bright red, blue, and yellow making it easy to find even in the dark. Slipping it off the hanger, Toshinori walked back over and gently tossed it towards the couch where Izuku was sitting. The kid eyed the material. "What is this?" "Sweatshirt," Toshinori said, sitting back in his chair. "I don't have any in your size, but these things are better when they are too big." Izuku grabbed the fabric, examining it. "This is All Might themed." "Of course. I do work for him after all." "Now put it on," Toshinori gestured. "It's an All Might sweatshirt for an All Might movie night. Totally appropriate." Izuku eyed Toshinori and then the sweatshirt before giving in and slipping the enormous article of clothing over his head. Toshinori chuckled as the boy's head popped out. The kid was drowning in fabric, and yet, As 𝐒𝐿 struggled to roll up the sleeves and get comfy again, he seemed surprisingly happy. 𝐒𝐿's eyes crinkled, and his mouth twitched as he ran his hands across the thick fabric. With the kid now bundled in the thick fabric, his eyes began to droop and his head sank towards his chest. By the time the end credits rolled across the screen, 𝐒𝐿 was fast asleep, snoring softly as he slumped against the couch. With a fond sigh, Toshinori walked over and carefully, so as not to wake the kid, lifted 𝐒𝐿 up into his arms and carried 𝐒𝐿 to his room. Placing 𝐒𝐿 in bed, Toshinori resisted the instinct to tuck the kid in and instead pulled the blankets and sheets farther away so they wouldn't disturb 𝐒𝐿. "Good night," he whispered, and 𝐒𝐿 sleepily hummed in response, burrowing deeper into the thick sweatshirt. Chuckling to himself, Toshinori left the kid to sleep and went to his laptop to order some more sweatshirts. 𝐒𝐿 was getting antsy. It had been over a week since he first arrived at Yagi's, and he was starting to get cabin fever. Yagi had mentioned going outside, but 𝐒𝐿 had yet to breathe any fresh air. Yagi was probably waiting to break him and make sure he wouldn't run away before he took his pet on walks. 𝐒𝐿 tried at least twice a day, but Yagi was good. He seemed to be able to pick up when 𝐒𝐿 was feeling particularly trapped and gave him some sort of distraction. Movie nights, making meals, even going so far as to enroll 𝐒𝐿 into online learning classes. 𝐒𝐿 expected beginner-level stuff in the classes, just like in the facility, but he was astounded to see that the classes were closer to his grade level and advanced at a fast pace. 𝐒𝐿 felt like he had learned more in the last week than he had learned in years. He was already close to junior school level, and with luck, he would be high school level by the time he escaped. He would need a good education to get into the hero program. But there were times like today when 𝐒� couldn't be settled with movies, classes, or the books in the apartment. He felt like a caged animal, pacing back and forth through his kennel, itching to move but unable to get out and walk around as he should. Because excessive exercise was too much for a poor Quirkless to handle. He tried to contain himself, pacing around without Yagi noticing, but as always, the man had eyes like a hawk. Yagi looked up from his laptop and smiled knowingly. He stood up and stretched. "I'm all stiff," he muttered. "I'm getting old. I need a walk. Want to join me, my boy?" 𝐒� flushed at the blatant excuse, but he needed to get out of here. When he got this anxious in the facilities, they sedated him or had him strapped down for massages to try to calm his pent-up energy. Yagi had yet to try either of those, but 𝐒� wouldn't put it past him to try if he refused. "Sure." Yagi walked over to his room, and for a moment, 𝐒� was terrified he was going to get some sort of leash or restraint to keep him from running away. When he escaped for a long time, he had even seen some bigger owners carrying their Quirkless in modified carriers on their backs. It looked humiliating, and 𝐒� was ready to bite, claw, and put up one hell of a fight before Yagi strapped him in one of those. Instead, Yagi re-emerged with a showbox. "I hope these fit," he said shyly, offering the box to 𝐒�. "They didn't give me your shoe size since they didn't let you outside. But hopefully, they'll do the trick for now until we can get you a size that fits." 𝐒� opened the box, and his eyes went wide at the red, white, and blue shoes with golden laces that looked like a pair of bangs sticking up like horns. These are 2XXX edition All Might sneakers," he gasped. "They only make 1,000 pairs a year, and all the proceeds go to charity. How did you get these?" "Being All Might's secretary has its perks," Yagi chuckled. "Do you like them? We can find new ones if you want." No, 𝐒� replied immediately. "Thank you. I love them. The shoes fit perfectly." 𝐒� knotted the shoes and paced around the room, enjoying the feel of his covered feet and a firm cushion at his soles. Part of him felt a pang of guilt when he realized these probably cost Yagi a fortune, just for 𝐒�. But when he ran, he would probably have to trade them out for nothing because these shoes were far too eye-catching. Yagi's gift was going to be meaningless when 𝐒� ran away. No, 𝐒� would not feel guilty. He was the one trapped and reduced to a pet without a voice. He wasn't going to feel bad because Yagi had given him a pair of nice shoes. 𝐒� had more willpower than that. "Let's go." They went down the elevator and down to the lobby. The doorman cheerfully greeted them and opened the door. Izuku had to wonder if the man knew that the boy his tenant was taking care of was a Quirkless. He treated Izuku like a regular kid, even when he caught Izuku escaping down the stairs, and didn't use a baby voice or anything when bringing him back to Yagi. He wondered if that would change when the man saw his collar. The day was bright and sunny, and Izuku shifted his sweatshirt to hide his collar. But very few people were looking at him. With his sweatshirt and shoes, just walking by Yagi's side, nobody stared, pointed, cooed, or tried to touch him. Izuku briefly considered running, but he saw Yagi watching him from the corner of his eye. If Izuku ran and got caught, he wouldn't be allowed out at all. Or worse, thrown into that Quirkless room. So he stayed with Yagi as they walked to a nice-looking park, and Yagi even bought them some ice cream. They sat down on a bench near a fountain. The metal was shaped to look like the first official heroes, and a plaque at the base of the fountain said all coins in the water would be donated to Tokyo Children's Hospital. There was some sort of performer standing by the fountain where the light passed through the spraying water, making a rainbow. They would reach into the rainbow and trace their hand on a blank canvas with their other hand. Whatever color they touched would appear on the canvas, and the artist made a sketch out of the colors of the rainbow. Izuku leaned forward as they did their routine, watching intensely. Their quirk must be something that converts different waves of light into pigment, he muttered. Maybe one hand can absorb the light wave, the other converts it. But is it only with visible light, and do they need the rainbow to use it? Or is that all part of the performance? If they use more than visible light, they might be able to convert infrared or ultraviolet light into images. Just think of the applications. And if they need just visible light, then they don't even need the rainbow, and it's just easier for them to focus, or it's just for the show. Or maybe if they had a prism with them, they could use their quirk regularly. Imagine what they could do for a colorblind person. Maybe they could help them see the different colors. Or maybe he cut off when he realized Yagi was watching him with wide eyes. Izuku blushed and looked away, returning to his ice cream. You got all that just by watching that artist for a few minutes? Yagi asked in awe. Izuku shrugged, trying to just forget it and move on. He didn't want any more embarrassment. I've always been good at studying quirks, he admitted. They fascinate me. And all their applications. They are amazing, and each one is unique. I love exploring them. Izuku, that's incredible. Yagi praised. You have an extraordinary talent for quirk analysis. Izuku looked up, stunned at the sincerity on Yagi's gaunt face. Thanks, but kid, I've worked with the best quirk experts, and none of them have shown that much insight in a quirk and the applications that fast. You truly have a gift, my boy. And more people need to tell you that. Not just anybody can do what you just did, just how not just anyone could have faced that villain to save the boy. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. Nobody praised him like that. Nobody. It was always be good, Izu. Behave yourself, Izuku, such a good ducky. Never praising him for his talents and passions, or telling him he was special because he was something besides quirkless. Nobody had done that since. My mom once said that the word quirk doesn't just mean a power, he whispered. She said it also means something interesting about one person that makes them special and unique. So she told me if anyone asked me my quirk to say it was quirk analysis because it was true. Yagi looked somewhat taken aback but nodded. Izuku, however, cursed at how easily he let that information slip. He rarely talked about Mom, and he learned with all for one that he was the only one who cared about her. But for some reason, he felt okay with telling Yagi. Maybe he thought for a moment like he could trust him. Oh, is that a Quirkless? A college student squealed, moving to Izuku with her hand outstretched. How precious. Oh, hello, cutie. Izuku involuntarily dropped his ice cream and dodged her hand before she could touch him, bracing himself for the unwanted pets and coddling that always followed. He did not expect Yagi's hand to shoot out and catch the student's wrist as he gave her a disapproving look. Do you always touch people without their permission? Yagi asked. The student looked surprised and then ashamed. Well, no. She admitted. But he's a Quirkless, and he's just so cute. I'm sorry, I should have asked. Can I pet him? Izuku's jaw dropped. She wasn't asking him. She was asking Yagi. In just a few words, 𝐒𝐿 had gone from an amazing quirk analyst to a puppy on a leash out on a walk. How could he let himself forget what he was to this world? Just a little treasure to be cuddled, spoiled, and locked away. He waited for Yagi to let go and say yes. He waited for the girl to come over and pet 𝐒𝐿, and probably call some friends over who would fight to pet him and squeeze his cheeks and give him hugs. No, 𝐒𝐿 wasn't doing that. He had to get out of here. He had to run. Why did he ever think he could trust Yagi? Are you serious? Yagi asked in disgust. How about asking him instead? The college student faltered as Yagi let her go and turned to 𝐒𝐿. My boy, do you want her to touch you? 𝐒𝐿 shook his head, unable to find his voice. Then she will not, he promised. Come on, let's go get you another ice cream. The student looked downright crestfallen as Yagi led 𝐒𝐿 away and back to the ice cream cart. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't help it. He inched closer to Yagi and pulled up his sweatshirt to hide his face. Thank you, he muttered. Of course, Yagi answered. And if you ever feel uncomfortable out here, my boy, just tell me. I don't want you hiding inside because you don't want to face what's outside. 𝐒𝐿 stared at him. Just who was Yagi Toshinori? And how was it that he saw 𝐒𝐿 as more than a pet when everyone else did? What did he see in 𝐒𝐿 that made him special? It was nice. And it made 𝐒𝐿 even more anxious for the day it would change, and Yagi would reveal his true colors. Standing outside the massive skyscraper, 𝐒𝐿 could hardly believe he was actually at Might Tower. With its sleek, clean surface and iconic double-ringed planet resting on top, 𝐒𝐿 felt less like he was visiting a hero agency and not an iconic landmark. Standing next to 𝐒𝐿, Yagi chuckled. Pretty impressive, right? Every day I can't help but marvel at the fact I get to work here. I always wanted to come and visit it, 𝐒𝐿 admitted. Really? Yagi asked. Well, that makes me feel a bit better about dragging you along with me. Come on, my boy, let's get going. Yagi strode towards the front doors, leaving 𝐒� to scurry after. Yagi had mentioned that he only got 2 weeks off of work before he had to go back. Secretly, 𝐒� had been dreading it since he figured Yagi would finally open that Quirkless room and lock 𝐒� in there while Yagi was at work. 𝐒� hadn't expected to come with Yagi to Might Tower. Yagi walked through the tiled halls with ease, greeting every employee by name. Several asked about 𝐒�, causing 𝐒� to anxiously adjust the scarf he had wrapped around his neck to hide his collar, but Yagi would simply smile and introduce 𝐒� as his ward. There was no additional explanation about 𝐒� being quirkless, and 𝐒� was relieved when he was treated normally. He was also pleasantly surprised that when he received his identification badge which, according to Yagi, was necessary for the upper levels, the badge had 𝐒𝐿's name written as Midoriya 𝐒𝐿. Not Yagi 𝐒𝐿 or Shigaraki 𝐒𝐿. Taking the elevator up to the top floor, 𝐒𝐿 tried to force himself to stand still. However, his hands didn't seem to get the message as they twisted themselves in knots. It'll be all right, Yagi said, glancing at 𝐒�'s entwined fingers. I'm not nervous. 𝐒� snapped. I never said you were, Yagi replied evenly, but even if you were, there's nothing wrong with that. Unfortunately, the elevator chimed, and the doors pulled open before 𝐒� could give his retort. The top floor bustled with people, employees in uniforms sitting at a marble desk, tourists crowding around a large All Might statue, and hordes of reporters. 𝐒� touched the All Might scarf wrapped around his neck. Yagi had given it to 𝐒� before they left the apartment. Although 𝐒� loved the sweatshirts Yagi had given him, they occasionally revealed 𝐒�'s collar. Scarves did a far better job hiding 𝐒�'s status as a quirkless. Yagi calmly moved through the crowds, ignoring the massive Might Gate most people were taking pictures next to. Instead, he led 𝐒� over to a discreet door to the side of the Might Gate marked staff. Once he entered, he led 𝐒� through a series of rooms with desks and meeting tables before stopping outside yet another door. This one required a key card and complex code, but Yagi punched it in with ease. Come along, my boy, Yagi said, pushing the door open. This is where you'll be staying. 𝐒� grit his teeth, preparing for some embarrassing care center but instead entered a surprisingly large, well-furnished office. A thick oak desk was placed by a wall of windows. Pictures of All Might sat on filing cabinets and bookshelves, and a comfortable sectional and entertainment center was positioned in the corner. Izuku gaped at the surroundings. "Is this where you work?" Yagi rubbed his neck awkwardly and coughed into his fist. "Yes. Although I suppose now that I haven't told you much about my job, have I?" "No," Izuku said, suddenly realizing how little he knew about Yagi. He knew the man had a plethora of health problems, more money than Izuku had expected, shocking self-defense skills, an annoying degree of perception, and a fondness for cheesy movies. Yet Izuku knew very little about what Yagi did for work. It couldn't only be carrying messages from All Might to Quirkless kids. "So you already know I'm a secretary for All Might, but specifically, I work for the second secretarial office, which means I handle all of All Might's personal affairs." Izuku's eyes went wide. He had no idea Yagi worked so closely with the #1 hero. He had figured Yagi was somewhat close if he had been sent to deliver a message from All Might to Izuku in the facility, but he never imagined it would be to that degree. Yagi continued. "But even for the second secretarial office, my job is unique, and it requires me to regularly follow All Might around or to move around Might Tower. I'll try not to be gone for more than 3 hours at a time, but if I appear scarce, that's why." Izuku didn't appreciate the brief pang of panic he felt when Yagi said he wouldn't be around. Izuku didn't need Yagi, and Izuku definitely wasn't going to feel anxious over Yagi leaving. "I'm assuming I have to stay here?" Izuku asked sourly. "I'm afraid so." Yagi held up a hand to ward off Izuku's inevitable complaints. "This isn't a reflection on you. It's simply a rule for the upper levels of Might Tower. These upper floors tend to discuss confidential topics or store dangerous things, so unless you are an employee of Might Tower, you are required to have an SCRT. As it is, I'm somewhat breaking the rules to allow you to stay here while I'm working." True, but Izuku had a feeling all Yagi would have to say is "let the Quirkless stay," and nobody would have a problem. Heck, Izuku could tear up the office, mess up all the documents, and break the equipment, and people would probably think it was so cute the way he ran when unsupervised. Not that Izuku was planning to do so, but the point still stood. Yagi guided Izuku over to the large couch. "I'd ask that you finish your schoolwork first, but there is the TV which should have access to the same shows we have at home and several gaming systems. I don't know if they work since I've never used them, but you're an intelligent boy, and I have no doubt you're capable of figuring it out." Yagi turned to leave but stopped abruptly. "Oh, I almost forgot," he muttered to himself. He opened his briefcase and dug through the contents before pulling out a wrapped package. "In case I'm not here in time for lunch," Yagi said, handing Izuku, "I made you this bento to eat." Hesitantly, Izuku took the wrapped box, noting the silky All Might pattern the fabric was wrapped in. Undoing to knot, he opened the lid. The box was full of steamed rice topped with seasonings, little hot dogs shaped like octopuses, steamed veggies, and apples cut to look like bunnies. Yagi had obviously spent quite a bit of time that morning preparing it while Izuku was sleeping. "Mom used to make me lunches like this," Izuku realized. A lump built in his throat, but Izuku swallowed it down. "Thank you," he said. Yagi beamed as if it was the greatest compliment he had ever received. "Of course, my boy. I'm not an amazing cook, but I hope you enjoy it. I'll be off now, but I'll be back shortly." Izuku got comfortable and pulled out his laptop, logging in to do his classes and homework. He also kept an eye out for North Star posts, anything that told him how Kimiko and Kojika's families were, and any news on the facility. Unfortunately, it seemed Yu Sotsuki had yet to be fired, but Izuku put what he hoped was a subtle enough message to a North Star about her. Maybe now they would keep an eye out for her activities, build enough of a case to get her fired. Eventually, he finished his classes and ate the bento box Yagi had left him. It was delicious. Izuku was liking his fingers by the end and made a mental note to thank him when he returned. He checked the clock on the wall and realized it had been several hours since Yagi left. Could he try to escape? Try the stairs or the elevator and sneak out before Yagi came back? Yagi couldn't get in trouble or the tower. He could slip away, and nobody would find him, a large part of the wall was taken up by an enormous metal gate, decorated in All Might's signature colors and patterns. With a whoosh, the metal doors slid open, allowing enough space for a certain hero to rush in before the metal doors slammed shut again. All Might struck a pose, grinning broadly as he declared, "I am home." Izuku choked on his spit. "All Might." The hero turned to face Izuku. "Ah, young Izuku, Yagi mentioned that you were staying here while he worked. I hope it's been pleasant." "Am I not supposed to be here?" Izuku squeaked. All Might laughed heartily, "Not at all. You are more than welcome to stay here. This is simply my private office, and I don't typically entertain visitors." Oh, that was clever. Of course, Yagi left him in All Might's private office. He knew Izuku was a fan and wouldn't run away from his icon. He had cut off Izuku's escape attempt before he could even try to run and let him see the number one hero, perhaps more than once. Izuku felt both grateful and in awe of Yagi's sneakiness. "Have you finished your schoolwork?" All Might asked, either not noticing or not bothering to comment on Izuku's inability to form entire sentences. "More or less," Izuku said. Good, All Might said. He braced his hands on his hips. "Then, if everything is all right, I will be off again." He turned to leave, but Izuku called after him in a fit of desperate bravery. "All Might." The number one hero paused. "Yes." Izuku bit his lips as he tried to find the most diplomatic way of expressing his thoughts. "Why didn't you help me back then?" All Might turned back to face Izuku. When All Might spoke, his voice was quieter, more similar to how Yagi sounded than All Might's typical booming voice. "You mean back at the sludge villain attack?" "Yes." Izuku felt he didn't need to say what he really meant. All Might had fought the sludge villain, sure, but there was another villain there he hadn't taken down. One he had been willing to turn a blind eye to while Izuku was taken away, screaming for help. And he had done nothing. "You could have done something," Izuku pointed out, trying not to sound accusing. "You could have helped me, saved me. You're the number one hero." "So why didn't I?" All Might murmured. The symbol of peace sighed and crouched down so he was eye level with Izuku instead of towering over him. He seemed to be struggling for the right words, but his expression was sincere. "Young man, one of the most difficult lessons I have had to learn is that I cannot save everyone. I am a hero, yes, but I am bound by the laws of our land. If I could, I would break into every Quirkless care center, save every child and adult, and then tear those disgusting structures down into dust. But I cannot." "But why not?" "Well, I could," All Might admitted. "It's not a matter of strength. But if I destroy those facilities, it wouldn't change anything. The Quirkless would be gathered up again, I would be put in prison, and nothing would change. Sometimes there are no clear bad guys to defeat. Sometimes the villains are the laws society has put in place. Believe me when I say this, young Izuku. I am aware of this situation, and I am acting on it. I will not neglect you or the other Quirkless any longer." Izuku's eyes burned, and he blinked rapidly to avoid any unwanted tears. He had always wanted to hear that someone besides his mother understood what the Quirkless were going through, but it was frustrating to hear that All Might wouldn't act. Of course, the hero had his reasons, and Izuku understood them, but it was so frustrating. All Might's voice softened. "I know, my boy, that is not the answer you wanted to hear, and for that, I'm sorry. But I give you my word that I have a plan to help the Quirkless. You will not be in this situation forever." Izuku's face flushed. The word of the symbol of peace. If Izuku couldn't trust that, he didn't think he could trust anyone. Of course, Izuku wouldn't stop trying to be a hero simply because All Might said he had a plan. Izuku learned at an early age to rely on himself, All Might or no All Might. But Izuku would be lying if he said All Might's words didn't touch him. He bowed his head. "Thank you." All Might's perma-smile widened. "Of course. And like I said, I'm glad to see you again, my boy. And I'm even happier to see that Yagi is serving as your ward." Izuku must have made a face of annoyance because All Might's brows furrowed together. "Oh. Is something wrong? Something that I should be aware of?" All Might asked. "I know that Yagi was very concerned about your well-being. He told me so after he visited you at the facility." If there's something he's doing that's upsetting you, he would want to know. How did Izuku explain? Yagi was nice. He hadn't treated Izuku like a pet. He'd provided Izuku with entertainment, clothes, shoes, a functioning bed, a laptop, all luxuries to a Quirkless. But he was still Izuku's owner. Izuku was Yagi's property, and the collar around Izuku's neck proved it. However, Izuku doubted that All Might wanted to hear Izuku complain about a secretary All Might clearly trusted, nor did Izuku want to make Yagi lose his job. "He's fine," Izuku said. All Might fumed like Yagi did when he knew Izuku was lying. "Well, if he makes you feel uncomfortable or not safe, let me know." All Might said. "I know Yagi thinks very highly of you. He's mentioned your brave heart, determined nature, and prowess at quirk analysis. In fact, if you have time, I would very much value hearing your thoughts and analysis on some of my fights." Izuku's face burned, and he was sure he resembled a bright strawberry with his red cheeks and green hair. Oh, Izuku stuttered. "Of course, All Might." "Thank you, young man." He patted Izuku on the head. The motion made Izuku flinch, but he regretted it when All Might withdrew his hand and stepped away. "I'll leave you to your work, young Izuku." Izuku added another tally mark to the cover of his journal. It had been 30 days since he had woken up in Yagi's apartment and learned that All Might's secretary had adopted him. 30 days. It had also been about a week since his last escape attempt. And it hadn't even been a good escape attempt. It had been half-hearted at best, more out of habit than anything else. Izuku hadn't thought about it, but the rows of tally marks looked back at him as a stark reminder of the truth he knew but never said. He was getting comfortable here. He was letting Yagi get to him. He was starting to enjoy the visits to Might Tower and the walks and getting to help with dinner and doing the online classes and quirk analysis in his free time. Tears stung his eyes as he glared down at the page. He was stupid, so stupid. How could he forget his goal? How could he put his dream of becoming a hero on hold just because Yagi was nice to him? It wasn't just his life at stake, it was also Kimiko's, Kojika's, and Rojin's lives. Izuku might have gotten lucky with his adoption, but he knew none of them would get the same treatment. How could he be happy with Yagi when so many Quirkless still needed Izuku to become a hero? Izuku knew when the chips were down, Yagi wasn't going to let him be a hero. Yagi wasn't going to let Izuku risk himself because a person without a quirk couldn't be a hero. Yagi would say it so kindly and in a way that made perfect sense, and soon Izuku would believe it. Yagi was dangerous. Anyone who could convince Izuku to believe in them and believe there were actually kind people in this world was just as dangerous as All for One. The realization hit Izuku like a truck, and he stood up, the chair clattering to the floor, tears in his eyes. Of course. How could he be this stupid? Yagi was trapping him, just like All for One and Yu Sotsuki had. But instead of a vault or a facility, Yagi was building a prison for Izuku's mind. Trapping him into being compliant and behaving by making him like Yagi, and making sure Izuku wouldn't want to leave. It was genius and insidious, and Izuku felt tears sting his eyes, hating how he almost felt hurt at the realization. He knew it was coming. He knew Yagi was trying to trap him like everyone else and lock him away, but he thought he would push Yagi too far and cause the man to snap and throw him into the Quirkless room. Instead, Yagi had been locking him up since day one. Somehow it still felt like a betrayal. No, Izuku couldn't let this happen. He had to get out. He had to get out before Yagi got under his skin even more. He couldn't let anyone get in his way of being a hero. Even someone as kind as Yagi. Resolve filled Izuku, and he crept outside of his room. It was well past midnight, so Yagi should be asleep by now. He tiptoed silently through the apartment and into the open door, where he could hear Yagi snoring. Yagi always kept the door open in case Izuku needed him. Izuku savagely squashed down any guilt as he reached for the nightstand and snatched his wallet off. Creeping back out, Izuku pulled out a wad of cash and the ID card to get down the elevator. He would need the money to support himself when he was back on the streets again. "Izuku! What are you doing, my boy?" Izuku almost jumped 10 feet in the air when the voice rang through the apartment, and he whirled around to see Yagi at the doorway, looking tired, confused, worried, and even hurt. His eyes landed on the items in Izuku's hands, and the two stared at each other in silence for one solid, terrifying second. Then Izuku sprinted for the elevator, only for Yagi's hand to grab the hood of his sweatshirt and pull him back. "No!" he shouted, and without thinking, he pulled his arms through the sleeves and slipped through the oversized sweatshirt. He took off running again, but Yagi quickly threw aside the sweatshirt and took Izuku gently but firmly by the forearm. Instinct and anger flooded through Izuku, and he allowed himself to be reeled in, only to turn and begin to kick and jab at what he hoped would be more vulnerable areas on Yagi's body. It was like hitting a brick wall for all the good it did him. "Let me go!" he screamed. "Izuku, what's wrong?" Yagi asked, somehow still calm, albeit visibly concerned. "What brought this up?" "Shut up!" Izuku cried, not sure if he was begging or ordering. "Just stop it. Stop stringing me along, pretending like you care or that you see me as an equal. I can't keep doing this. I can't keep waiting for the day you snap and throw me in that room and treat me like a baby. I can't keep walking on eggshells, hoping what I say or do won't make you decide I'm fragile. I can't keep fighting sleep because I'm afraid I'll wake up a prisoner again. Do you think that I will do that?" "I don't know." Izuku howled. "Everyone else has. Why are you pretending to be different? Just stop, all right? Stop trying to wear me down mentally and emotionally, and make me your SBMSSV little pet. If you're going to lock me up, just do it. Stop playing these games with me, Dad." Yagi paused, stunned. What was that? Izuku's hand flew to his mouth, and tears stung his eyes. It was still there. Even though it had been years since he had been with All for One, the quirk was still in place, changing his words, turning his hatred into words of affection. He howled in rage, jerking away from Yagi. This scuffle was wearing him out, and he needed to have the energy to run again if he got the opening. He backed up against the wall and sunk to the floor, his nails digging into his skin, tears running down his face. "I wasn't calling you that, don't get ideas," he yelled. "His quirk is still on me. I can't do anything to change it. He still isn't letting me go. He's still here, changing my words and locking me up." "Who is, my boy?" Yagi asked. "Someone at the facility." "Dad." "It doesn't matter." Izuku retorted. "None of it matters. It doesn't ever change. Just stop pretending to be different, and if you're going to lock me up, just do it. But don't play these games with me. Please." Yagi crouched down so that he was at eye level with Izuku. Izuku hated how hurt he looked. As if Izuku's words and accusations got to him more than any punch or hit could. Like he had expected Izuku to fight back physically but not accuse him of such things because those things never crossed his mind. "Izuku, look at me, my boy." Izuku didn't want to. He didn't want to see the hurt in his eyes and feel guilt. He shouldn't feel this way for fighting back against his owner. Even if Yagi was kind, he was still the man who adopted and owned him now. Yagi sighed and lifted a hand to touch Izuku, but then seemed to think better of it and retracted his hand. "My boy, I promise you, I am not playing games with you," he said. "And I'm sorry for whatever I did to give you that impression. I do not intend to trick you or put you in that room or abuse or hurt you in any way. I'm not like you, Satsuki, or your mother," or Izuku's head snapped up, and Yagi seemed taken aback by his rage. "Do not talk about my mother. You know nothing about her." Yagi's hands flew up, and he stuttered, "I'm sorry. No. No, you don't get to say that. You don't get to act all high and mighty when you bought me." Spittle flew from Izuku's mouth, and he felt like his head was about to explode, but he couldn't stop the storm of vitriol he had kept built in for years and years. "You bought me. You bought me. You bought me. You bought me, and I hate you, Dad." A tear trickled down Yagi's gaunt face. The man looked like he had aged 30 years over the course of Izuku's rant, but Izuku didn't care. He felt like he was going to fly apart. Like his body couldn't contain the rage bubbling inside him. Izuku raked his fingernails down his face, the stinging pain and trickle of blood the only way of articulating how mad he was. With a final, furious sob, Izuku threw himself away from the wall to his bedroom, where he slammed his door with enough force to rattle the walls. He collapsed against the door, sliding down to the ground. Mr. Deer sat abandoned on the bed, and Izuku realized, in his haste to escape, he had almost left Mr. Deer behind. Izuku had almost abandoned Kojika's gift. Izuku crawled across the ground to snatch Mr. Deer off the bed before curling into a heap on the ground. Clutching the stuffed animal close to his chest, the rage that had been burning him into a crisp melted into wails. His chest clenched, and tears poured down his face as he hugged Mr. Deer close to him. "I'm sorry," Izuku cried. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." His words turned into a blubbery mess. Izuku didn't even know who he was apologizing to: Kojika, Mr. Deer, Kimiko, Rojin, his mother, Mr. Yagi. All he knew was that he hurt, and he was sorry. If Toshinori had a stomach, he knew he would have thrown the contents of it up. He had messed up. It had been over an hour since the confrontation, but Toshinori hadn't moved a muscle. He stood there in the dark, dressed in his pajamas, arms limp at his side, feeling utterly helpless. He had messed up so bad. Toshinori thought Izuku was beginning to adjust despite the tough beginning. Heck, he thought he understood Izuku, so when he saw the kid, cash, and ID badge in hand, Toshinori had felt a bit hurt. He had thought they were past the stage of running away, but this wasn't like the previous attempts. Izuku had seemed unhinged, yelling about how Toshinori was manipulating Izuku, trying to break Izuku down, misinterpreting everything Toshinori had done out of care as something sinister. Izuku's words hurt worse than most villains' blows, and in Toshinori's haste and need to explain otherwise, he made things worse. "Do not talk about my mother. You know nothing about her." Izuku had never focused so much raw rage at Toshinori before. Sure, he had seen the kid upset, irritated even, but never this consuming anger. The kid's eyes had bulged, his face turned red, and Izuku didn't even notice the lines of blood formed from raking his fingernails across his skin. However, Toshinori, the #1 hero all might and the symbol of peace, had frozen. He hadn't known what to say or how to react, other than stand there and take the kid's anger. Oh, and there was so much of it. It was years of anger and fear and frustration bubbling up and out. Izuku had been a danger to himself, he shouldn't be alone, but at this point, Toshinori was afraid that his interference would make things worse. Izuku had made his feelings for Yagi plenty clear. "You bought me, and I hate you, Dad." Had Izuku viewed Toshinori as Izuku's owner? Did Izuku really think Toshinori considered Izuku as a pet or some toy? Even worse, Izuku seemed to view Toshinori like that mysterious dad who scared Izuku so badly. Dad had been the cause of Izuku's panic attack at the facility and his meltdown when he was brought to Toshinori's home. Did Izuku see Toshinori as a threat and someone to be feared? From the hallway, Toshinori could hear Izuku bawling in his bedroom, loud, heaving cries that Toshinori knew the kid was trying and failing to muffle. Toshinori covered his face with his hand and sunk to the ground with a groan. His cheeks were wet, and his injured side was aching again, but the pain didn't compare to the shattering sensation in his heart. "I'm so sorry, my boy," Toshinori whispered. "I'm so sorry that I've failed you so bad." Toshinori had tried and failed and hurt this precious boy. He didn't even know what to do. How would he go about fixing this? A tear rolled down his cheek and plopped onto the ground. He needed to do something. He couldn't keep sitting here on the ground in the middle of the night as his boy sobbed in pain. Trembling, Toshinori got to his feet and staggered back to his bedroom, where his phone sat on his bedside table. Straining through blurry eyes, he pulled up his list of contacts and hit call. A distant part of his mind knew that calling this late at night was rude, but his aching heart didn't care for such formalities. When the other side picked up, Toshinori wanted to cry in relief. "Hello. It's the middle of the night, All Might. What's wrong?" Nezu asked. "I've messed up," Toshinori said, "and I'm not sure how to fix it." Hours had passed, but Izuku was curled up on the floor, his entire body hurting, his head pounding, and his face caked with dry tears and snot. He hadn't moved from his place on the floor and clung to Mr. Deer for comfort as the first bits of daylight began to appear from his window. There was a knock on the door, and Izuku couldn't bring himself to answer. He didn't want to face Yagi right now. He hadn't deserved that. Izuku saw the look on his face. Every word he had said had been a hot knife to the man who had shown him nothing but kindness. For all his accusations that Yagi was manipulating him, the truth was Izuku had hurt him first because he was scared of what it meant that he was growing happy and comfortable here. He didn't want to face him right now. He didn't want the inevitable talk that Yagi was going to send him back to the facility since Izuku had made it clear he wasn't happy here. But the doorknob turned, so Izuku braced himself for the goodbye. Yagi said nothing as he sat beside him and put a gentle hand on Izuku's shoulder. When Izuku didn't move away, he took it as permission to pat his back. "Is it all right if I hug you, Izuku?" "A hug? Yeah, a hug sounded nice right now." Izuku really could use a real hug, not one involving him being swaddled and cuddled against his will. He nodded, and Yagi wrapped his arms around Izuku. "Tell me when you want me to stop, and I will." Izuku said nothing but threw his arms around Yagi's middle, trying to stop the fresh wave of tears as he buried his face in Yagi's shirt. "I'm sorry," he sobbed. "I shouldn't have said, I know, my boy," Yagi assured him. "You don't have to apologize. If anything, I should be the one apologizing. I should have realized there was more going on with your mother than I was told. I had assumed Usotsuki had told me everything, but it is clear now that was just another thing she lied about." Izuku sniffled and nodded. "Do you want to talk about her?" Izuku hesitated. Nobody wanted to talk about his mother. Not All For One, who told him he'd have her killed if he spoke of her. Not the people at the facility, who just saw her as an abusive parent who scarred and traumatized Izuku. Nobody ever wanted to hear his protests that his mother was the most wonderful person in the world, who didn't deserve to be locked away. But Yagi did. And Izuku, for better or worse, needed to tell someone else about his mother. He wiped his nose with the back of his sleeve and nodded. "She's the kindest woman I know," he told Yagi. She'd always listen, and give good advice, and she smelled like vanilla. She didn't want me to be taken away, so she and I told everyone I had quirk analysis for a quirk. She made sure I learned how to defend myself and how to look for people who would help me. She always made sure I knew I was not weak or helpless, but I had every right to live free. She sounds like a remarkable woman," Yagi noted. "And an amazing mother." Izuku could only agree with that. His mother was the best person he knew. And it was his fault that they were both locked away. "Mom did nothing wrong," he asserted. "She just wanted me to be free. She didn't want me to be taken away and collared and locked away by people like Usotsuki or All For One." Which was exactly where he had ended up. "But I was stupid. I wanted to watch a hero fight, and my friend Kaken and I got too close. They thought we were injured, so they looked us over. One of the paramedics had an X-ray quirk. They found an extra joint in my little toe, and realized I was an unregistered Quirkless. They arrested Mom for child abuse and unlawful possession of a Quirkless. Like I was some sort of drag or contraband, and she was hurting me. But she was my mom. We just wanted to stay together, and they... He trailed off, unable to finish. Mom was in prison because of him. All because he couldn't be careful and was stupid enough to get found. His mother was suffering, locked away, and it was all Izuku's fault. "It's okay, my boy," Yagi assured him. "It wasn't your fault. They should never have separated you two. I'm disgusted that they separate children from their families in this manner, and I promise you I'm looking into ways to get around that law. Your mother did nothing wrong by wanting to stay with you, and you did nothing wrong. You were a child. It isn't your fault, and never let anyone make you believe otherwise." "You don't know that," Izuku cried. "You can't say that. It's my fault if this is my fault. Even if it is your fault, you can't think that way. She wouldn't want you to think that way. You have to be strong and try to be the kind of hero she dreamed you could be." Yagi's voice was choked, and his thin arms trembled against Izuku. "I haven't ever told you about my mother, have I?" Izuku shook his head against Yagi's chest. "Well, she wasn't my biological mother, but that was what I thought of her as, and I hope she thought of me the same way. She was brave and kind and believed in me and my dreams when no one else did. Oh, and she had the nicest laugh that made you feel light and bubbly inside. She always told me that the strong in life smile, despite what challenges they are facing. Even now on bad days I can hear her voice, reminding me to keep smiling. She sounds nice, Izuku sniffled. She was, my boy, she was. I wish you could have met her. Yagi's breath wheezed out and he gave a bloody cough. Wetness dripped onto Izuku's hair, and when he glanced up, he saw tears dripping from Yagi's eyes. I'm sorry, my boy, Yagi said. I forget sometimes how much I miss her. What happened? Izuku asked. She died saving me from a villain. She was blooded and injured, but she smiled, called my name, and told me she was counting on me. Yagi squeezed Izuku tighter against his chest and buried his face in Izuku's curls. The explosion was so bad we never even found her body. I'm sorry, Izuku murmured. Don't apologize, Yagi replied. You didn't know. If anything, I should apologize. I should have known better than to trust Yusotsuki's words, and I should have looked into your mother on my own. They remained in that position for a few more minutes, and Yagi finally coaxed Izuku to look up at him. My boy, I promise you, I am not trying to lock you up, or play mind games, or do anything of the sort. I am sorry for anything that gave you that impression, and I'm sorry for everything that has come before it. Life should never have been this hard on you, young Izuku. That wasn't your fault, Izuku pointed out. The truth was, none of this had been Yagi's fault. Izuku had jumped to the conclusion that Yagi was manipulating him, when he had known better deep down. He knew Yagi was a kind man. He had lashed out nonetheless because it was easier to push away before he got hurt instead of waiting for the hurt that would come no matter what. Nevertheless, I'm sorry, Yagi continued. And I promise, young Izuku, I will do everything I can to live up to the standards our mothers have set. I will try to help you be as independent as a boy your age can, like your mother, and I'm going to try to show you the same kindness my mother showed me. Izuku felt new tears sting his eyes as he hugged Yagi tighter, Mr. Deer sandwiched between them. The first rays of sunlight landed over them by the time they parted. Dawn had finally come. So where are we going? Yagi chuckled as they drove. It was a weekend, which was usually their time to go on outings together if Yagi wasn't overwhelmed with paperwork. Izuku had been wary when Yagi had suggested this routine, but Yagi took him to see movies Izuku wanted to see, or to conventions where heroes were signing autographs, and even once to an amusement park. Usually, however, Yagi told Izuku where they were going, but not this time. This time they were driving further into the city than they had before, and Izuku was curious about what his guardian was planning. After our late-night talk, I did some thinking and made some calls, Yagi answered. And I realized there was somewhere we needed to go. Somewhere you should have visited a long time ago. Izuku watched as they pulled into a gated facility with a guard and a barrier. Yagi pulled out some ID, filled out some sort of paper, and put some sort of parking pass on his dashboard. A stern-faced guard looked it over, spoke into his radio, and then waved the car forward. Who are we visiting? Izuku asked. He knew what he wanted the answer to be, but the thought of being told otherwise made his palms clammy. Yagi followed the guards guiding the car to a small parking lot and then turned the ignition off. We are here to see your mother, Yagi said, turning to face Izuku. If you don't feel comfortable, we can turn around right now, but you deserve at least the chance to see her. My mom? Izuku asked, his voice strangled and eyes wet. But prisons don't allow visitors, and I can't see them allowing me, a Quirkless, to go see my supposed abuser, and I can't almost see her and then not. His voice caught in his throat. Yagi rested a hand on Izuku's head. It's true. Typically a visit like this would never be allowed. But I pulled some strings, talked to some people, and threw out a frankly ridiculous amount of money. We'll probably only get 5 minutes, but I figured it was something. Tears flowed down Izuku's cheeks, and he pressed his fist against his mouth to hold back sobs. He tried to speak, but all that came out were desperate, pathetic wheezes. Yagi wrapped his arm around Izuku's shoulder in a sort of awkward half-hug. Thank you, Izuku managed to gasp out. Don't thank me yet, we still have to go through several checkpoints. Yagi got out of the car and held the door open for Izuku. Because something like this is so unusual, they're going to put us under extra scrutiny, and they are not going to like that you're Quirkless. I know it's frustrating, but I'll need you to act the part. Izuku could read between the lines. Be a helpless, sweet, good, little quirkless pet to tag along. The collar on his neck felt hot and uncomfortable, but Izuku forced himself to not mess with it. He could play the part if it let him see his mother. Izuku bit back a flinch as the guards ran hands up and down his body, checking him for potential threats. To the side, the guards subjected Yagi to the same treatment, ruffling through pockets and feeling along arms and legs. Yagi flashed him a soft smile, his eyes silently asking, "Are you all right?" Izuku nodded curtly, unwilling to show how uncomfortable he felt. He felt like he was back at the facility or with All for One, silently enduring the touching and attention. When the guard reached the scarf around his neck, Izuku stiffened. However, he forced himself not to move as they peeled the scarf away, then paused as Izuku's collar was revealed. "Were we aware of this?" Izuku's guard asked, prodding at Izuku's collar. The prison warden, who had met Yagi and Izuku outside the prison gates, rolled his eyes. "It's been cleared by the higher-ups. It's to accompany Mr. Yagi throughout the scheduled meeting." The designation burned. Izuku wasn't some object or pet, and he wanted to scream at them as much, but the thought of his mom kept him strong. He was doing this for her. He couldn't let his temper stop him from seeing her after so many years. The guard grunted and carelessly rewrapped Izuku's scarf. "Fine then. This one is all clear." The guards patting Yagi down stepped away as well. "Same here," they said. The warden nodded, checking his watch. "Good," he said. "We don't have all day." He motioned for Yagi and Izuku to follow as he led them farther into the prison. Yagi silently beckoned Izuku closer and rested his hand on Izuku's shoulder with a squeeze. "It's okay," the contact said. "I'm here." The warden led the two down hallways, past metal gates and stern-faced guards. Izuku didn't see any prisoners, and he knew he wouldn't. Yagi and Izuku weren't allowed in those prison sections, but Izuku couldn't stop his eyes from flitting about the hallways, looking for a glimpse of green hair and loving eyes. He hadn't seen his mom since he was 7. Upon realizing his secret had been found out, Izuku had sprinted home, clinging to the hope that everything would be okay if he could reach his mom. Mom had always made everything all right in the past. When Kaken played too rough, or school was bad, or they had gotten that fateful X-ray from a backstreet doctor, Izuku's mom had always been there for him with a smile and a hug. Izuku was why his wonderful mother was locked up in a place like this. Would she even want to see him? "We're here," the warden grunted, unlocking a steel door. Yagi stepped inside, and Izuku followed suit. The room was uncomfortably small, with thick concrete walls, mounted cameras, and divided in half by a window and desk. "The guards will bring the prisoner by in a minute. She'll be on the other side of the glass, but you'll be able to talk and hear each other through the speakers." The warden said. "Guards will be posted outside, and if anything happens, we'll come in. You'll have 5 minutes and no more." "We understand," Yagi said with a bow of his head. "Thank you." The warden grunted and left the room, closing the door behind him with a click. As the door closed, an unrealized pressure slammed onto Izuku's chest, and he gasped for air. He could feel the walls pressing in on him, ready to swallow him whole. Tears gathered in his eyes. His mother had lived here for years now. How could he see her after subjecting her to this? He was a horrible son. He didn't deserve her or her love. Izuku couldn't bear the thought of his mother's caring eyes looking at him with disgust, anger, or indifference. "Hey," Yagi's words cut through Izuku's spiral, and he distantly realized that he was hyperventilating. A warm, calloused hand rested against Izuku's cheek, and he clung to it like a lifeline. Yagi's blue eyes crinkled in sympathy. "It's okay, my boy. You're okay, but I need you to talk to me. What's wrong?" "My mom," Izuku gasped. "My mom. I put her here. It's my fault. I don't. She'll hate me. And I can't. Izuku sobbed, futilely trying to wipe away tears. "I don't want that. I don't want her to hate me." "My boy," Yagi murmured, his thumb brushing away Izuku's tears. "If she's who you say she is, I can't see that happening, but regardless, it wouldn't change who you are. You are a wonderful boy that any mother would be proud of." But, Izuku started to say when the door creaked open. Spinning around, Izuku watched as a short, green-haired woman dressed in a prison jumpsuit stepped into the other side of the room. She seemed smaller than he remembered, and there were lines around her eyes and brow that hadn't been there before. She looked around the room warily as if preparing for a fight when her eyes met Izuku's through the window. Her eyes widened, and her mouth fell into a perfect "Oh, Izuku," she whispered, stepping closer to the mirror. "Baby, is that you?" It had been almost 7 years since he had last heard his mother's voice, but her voice was as sweet as he remembered, like being embraced in a warm hug. Izuku let out a sob, and whatever control the two had been maintaining vanished in that instance as they raced towards the window. "Mom," Izuku wailed as he slammed his hand against the glass. His mother did likewise so that their palms and fingers matched up like they used to do when Izuku was a child. Her hands had appeared so big then, but now, they matched together perfectly. "Izuku, baby," his mom cried, pressing against the glass. "I've missed you so much. My baby, my precious son." Izuku cried harder, struggling to form words with the cascade of emotions crashing into him. "I'm so sorry, Mom. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry," he blubbered. "I'm sorry I went to the hero fight. It's my fault. This is all my fault." "No, no, Izuku, it's not." Fat tears rolled down his mother's face. "This is not your fault. It never was or will be. I should have protected you better." But, Izuku stumbled over his words, unable to breathe properly with how he was crying. A hand landed on his shoulder. "I need you to breathe, Izuku." Yagi leaned over him and began rubbing Izuku's back. "Come on, deep breathe now." Yagi mimicked the motion, and Izuku tried to follow along until he felt less like he was about to fall over. "That's it, good." Izuku sniffled and wiped at his eyes. "I'm sorry," he croaked. "You have nothing to apologize for." "It's okay." Both Yagi and Izuku's mom spoke simultaneously before startling and looking at each other. Yagi cleared his throat and rubbed awkwardly at his neck. "Hello, Ms. Midoriya," he said. "My name is Yagi Toshinori. I believe you were informed that we would be visiting today." "I did," Izuku's mom replied in a guarded tone. Yagi appeared painfully nervous. Sweat beaded at his brow, and he coughed into his fist. "Good. Well, Izuku had mentioned how much he missed you, and I thought it only right that you two be allowed to see each other." "Allowed?" 𝐒𝐿 said, her mouth thinning. Yagi coughed violently into his fist, crimson appearing between his fingers. No. Not allowed, but reunited. I am Izuku's current guardian." "Guardian?" 𝐒𝐿 snapped. Yagi's face drained of being. "It's okay, Mom," Izuku spoke up. His voice was nasally from crying, but he had calmed down enough to speak. "Yagi is good." At 𝐒𝐿's unbelieving look, Izuku continued. "Yagi got me out of the facility I was in. We can trust him." The confession rendered 𝐒𝐿, Yagi, and Izuku speechless. Yagi's brilliant blue eyes glistened in shock, and Izuku realized, to his surprise, that Izuku did trust Yagi. Yagi smiled, and Izuku smiled back before turning to his mother. Her eyes softened at Izuku's words as she looked back to Yagi. "You got him out of the facilities." "I wasn't going to leave him there," Yagi stated firmly. "Your son is one of the strongest people I know." "Thank you," 𝐒𝐿 said sincerely. "Thank you for protecting my son." Yagi nodded, and Izuku turned back to his mom. It had been 7 whole years since he saw her. 7 years, wondering if she was okay, what had happened, and if he would ever see her again. But here she was, smiling at him, tears in her eyes as she kept her hand pressed against the glass. "What all happened, baby?" she asked. "It's been years. Did they what?" Izuku swallowed. He didn't want to worry her. He didn't want to scare her with the stories of how he was taken and sold at an auction and then spent nearly a year and a half inside a vault, held captive by a villain who claimed he was Izuku's father, and then he was able to escape, only to be taken in and out of the facility under Yusotsuki's thumb. However, Izuku also couldn't lie to her, and he had to know. He had to know the truth. He had to know if All for One was everything he said. He had to know if All for One was indeed his father. Because if he was, Izuku was sure that the villain would never stop coming after him. He would do everything in his power to recapture Izuku and trap him back in the vault. Forever. Mom, who was my father? The question caught 𝐭𝐻 off guard. Izuku had never asked her before. He knew that she worked hard to provide for him, and he had never wanted her to feel like she wasn't enough for him when she was all he ever needed. But now he had to know. He could see the confusion in her eyes, and he quickly scrambled to explain as best as he could. I was with 𝐴𝐴𝐴. He made me call him dad or daddy, he said. And he insisted I was his son. I don't know if it was true or not. 𝐭𝐻 bit her lip. I don't know, baby, she admitted. Your father, he was a charming man that I encountered a few times in college. I was young, new to love, and foolish. We went on a date one day, and when I woke up, he was gone, with no way to contact him or reach him. I never saw him again. I tried to find him when I learned I was 𝐵 but I never found him. And I never regretted it because I gained the greatest gift in the world, you. Izuku smiled. He could see Yagi watching him carefully out of the corner of his eye, and knew Yagi was likely putting together the pieces. That dad was a villain who had kidnapped him and claimed he was Izuku's father. That he had some kind of quirk that forced Izuku to call him by the titles he wanted, not by his actual name. He wasn't sure he could tell Yagi about All for One just yet. He still didn't. He never liked talking about what he went through with All for One on principle. Even if he trusted Yagi, he couldn't tell him about the villain at the auction just yet. Yagi had done so much for him. Izuku didn't want to put another burden on Yagi's shoulders. Especially since he worked for All Might. I can't say if he was your father or not, 𝐭𝐻 continued. But if he was, then he was not the man I thought he was. I'm so sorry, Izuku. It's okay, Izuku assured her. You've always been the only parent who mattered to me. 𝐭𝐻 gave a watery smile as she took in all of Izuku's features. You've grown so much, she murmured. I feel like I've missed so much. I've missed you too, Mom, he sobbed. They always said horrible things about you, but I kept telling them it was lies. You've always been a good mom. You always looked after me. And 𝐭𝐻 smiled and pressed her hand as hard as she could against the glass. I love you so much, baby, she promised. And I'm so proud of the person you have become. I got it all from you. There was a buzz, and 𝐭𝐻 turned to see a guard coming on her side, nodding to signal her it was time. Izuku could feel his breathing pick up as he realized his limited time was already coming to an end. It was the first time he had seen his mother in 7 years, and already she was being taken away from him again. Mommy, it's going to be okay, baby, she promised him as the guard approached. I love you so much. I'm proud of you, and I love you so much. I love you, Izuku. No matter what anyone says, Izuku, you are strong, clever, and brave. Remember that, Izuku. Don't ever let anyone make you believe you are too weak to be free. Izuku nodded, the words he kept close to his heart suddenly renewing a fire in him as he heard them again. I'm going to get you out of here, Mom, he swore. Someday, they're going to realize you are amazing and that all you did is love me, and we'll get to see each other again. I love you so much, Mom. She was smiling through her tears, and Izuku could tell she knew. She knew he still planned to be a hero, one who would free her, the Quirkless, and show the world that people like him were capable of living in this world. And she was so proud that even after all these years, after everything he had been through with the facilities and the villain, he still held fast to his dream. He had never once believed their lies. She never stopped looking at him, not until the guard shut the door behind her, cutting off Izuku's view of her entirely. Izuku immediately collapsed into tears, and Yagi pulled him into a hug. The two remained there for a few minutes as Yagi patted his back and helped him regain control of his breathing. Thank you, Izuku whispered, smiling through his tears. Thank you for bringing me to see her again. You're very welcome, my boy, Yagi answered. We'll figure something out so we can see her more. I can tell she truly loves you. Those words were what finally broke Izuku as he collapsed against Yagi in a puddle of tears. He felt raw, exposed, and painfully vulnerable. He was so happy to see his mom, but guilt swirled in his chest for what happened to her and how Izuku had treated Yagi, and anger too that the laws had taken Izuku away from his mother. He sobbed, the conflicting emotions overwhelming all thought and capability. Yagi wrapped his arm around Izuku and tucked him next to his skinny chest as he guided Izuku out of prison. The man radiated heat, and with his arms wrapped around Izuku, Yagi felt like a walking blanket, but the good kind that kept you comfy and not constricted. Izuku's tears soaked into Yagi's shirt, but the man said nothing, entirely focused on guiding Izuku and pushing away any nosy guards. Within minutes, they were outside the prison. Yagi unlocked the car door and tucked Izuku inside the passenger seat before walking to the driver's side. Taking off his long tan overcoat, Yagi draped it over Izuku. "You okay there, kiddo?" Yagi asked. Izuku nodded. There wasn't anything else he could say. As they left the prison compound and Izuku watched its gates disappear in the side mirror, Izuku felt a wild urge to throw the car door open, race back to the prison, and bang on the doors until his mom was released. "Here," Yagi said, pushing a water bottle into Izuku's hands. "I need you to drink this all, okay? You've been doing a lot of crying, and I can't have you getting dehydrated now." Izuku nodded numbly and twisted the lid off. The cool water helped wash away the lump in his throat and steady his breathing. "I'm proud of you," Yagi said. Izuku twisted to look at Yagi, and Yagi chuckled at Izuku's confused face. "That must have been hard. I don't know how I would have reacted in your place. You showed real bravery, and I'm proud of you for that." "Thank you," Izuku whispered, then took another sip of his water in lieu of responding. It was moments like that where Izuku thought Yagi must be a little crazy because why else would he say that? However, Izuku couldn't brush off the warm feeling of Yagi's pride. As they drove farther into town, the two sat in silence, each lost in their thoughts. So Izuku was surprised when Yagi made a sudden turn, pulling into a parking lot and stopping the car. "You up to some food?" Yagi asked. "You don't have to, but a belly full of food can do a lot of good after something as challenging as that. There's an excellent stand less than a block away. We can grab some food and take it back home." Izuku shifted in his seat. While food sounded good, he didn't want to move. All he wanted was to go home and sleep. Yagi smiled softly. "If you want, I can go grab it while you rest here. Would that work?" "Yes, thank you. I'll be back in a minute." Yagi got out of the car while Izuku settled back in his seat, tugging his sweatshirt and scarf around him for warmth. He watched the people pass by, not sparing him a glance. Izuku wanted to think of his mom and what had happened, but he was all out of energy. Now he just wanted to sleep. He glanced out the window, eyes involuntarily meeting crimson eyes staring at him from the sidewalk. Izuku's heart froze. Red eyes. Long, scraggly pale hair. Dry, crusty skin, a small scar over the lip, a black, wrinkled hoodie. No way. Tomura stared at Izuku for one full second, the stunned surprise marking every inch of his face. He had not been expecting this any more than Izuku. Adrenaline suddenly shot through Izuku, and he unbuckled his seatbelt and threw open the car door. The movement jolted Tomura into action as he sprinted to Izuku, just as Izuku broke out into a run. Yagi! He had to find Yagi. No, he couldn't find Yagi. Yagi was decent at deflecting Izuku's punches and stuff, but this was Tomura. He was on a completely different level than Izuku, and he would not hesitate to kill if he thought Yagi was going to get in the way. Instead, Izuku took off in the opposite direction, familiar instincts about running taking over as he dodged around a corner and through an alleyway. He glanced behind and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Tomura wasn't following him. That changed instantly when he nearly rounded the next corner, only for Tomura to appear and slam Izuku against the wall, pressing his full body weight against Izuku. "Izuku," he rasped. "It really is you. I can't believe I found you. Sensei is going to be so pleased to have you home." Panic filled Izuku as he attempted to thrash and buck Tomura off of him, mind flashing already with what was about to happen. The villain would hold him and take him back to All for One. He would take him back to the vault. 𝐒𝐿 would go back to being cuddled, babied, and not treated like a human, and this time they wouldn't let him get away. 𝐒𝐿 had to call for help. If he yelled out that he was a Quirkless and in danger, someone would help him for sure. But if he did, would that be admitting he really was a useless, helpless creature who needed protection? If they saved him, they would take him away, and he would return to the facility with 𝐿, and he'd never see his mother again. 𝐒𝐿 refused to go back to the facility, and he couldn't put 𝐷𝐷𝐷 in danger, either. He was on his own, just like always. He escaped 𝐿Somyra once. He could do it again. 𝐿Somyra leaned forward, burying his head in 𝐒𝐿's fluffy curls. "I missed you, Ducky," he gushed, ignoring how 𝐒𝐿 froze at the old pet name. "Sensei has a new vault set up for you, nice and cute. I'm going to call Kurogiri," and then, 𝐒𝐿 threw his head back and felt a sickening crack as he crashed into 𝐿Somyra's nose. 𝐿Somyra let go instinctively, hands flying to his nose, while 𝐒𝐿 broke into a run. He dodged into the crowd, scanning for 𝐷𝐷𝐷, when he found the skinny man with 2 takeout bags, staring in fear and confusion at the open car door. At the sight of 𝐒𝐿, he broke into a relieved grin. 𝐒𝐿 wished he could feel the same, with how his heart was pounding, and he looked behind, hoping 𝐿Somyra wasn't there. He didn't see him, but that didn't mean the villain wasn't there, waiting. "𝐒𝐿, is everything alright, my boy?" All for One was still looking for him. He had a vault prepared for 𝐒𝐿. He wasn't going to let 𝐒� go, and now he knew 𝐒� was still in Japan, able to wander the streets and not trapped in the facilities. He would be coming for 𝐒�. "Can we go?" he asked 𝐷𝐷𝐷 urgently. "Please." Anything to get 𝐷𝐷𝐷 safe. 𝐷𝐷𝐷 was taken aback but nodded, climbing into the car. 𝐒𝐿 buckled in, trying to act nonchalant as he glanced about for 𝐿Somyra. 𝐒𝐿 found him right as they drove away, grinning maniacally and watching 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐷𝐷𝐷 fade into the distance. He wasn't even mad. He was glad he got to chase 𝐒� down. 𝐿Somyra was excited. Which meant it was more likely that 𝐷𝐷𝐷 was going to be killed. The entire ride, 𝐒� said nothing, but he could feel his hands shaking. His appetite was gone, as was his longing to sleep. Seeing 𝐿Somyra had shaken him to the core, and he had no idea how to fix this. 𝐷𝐷𝐷 was watching him with concern but didn't say anything. 𝐒𝐿's mind raced. 𝐿Somyra had seen him. He knew 𝐒𝐿 was outside and probably adopted since he saw 𝐒𝐿 in a car. He had seen 𝐷𝐷𝐷's car. It wouldn't be long before All for One tracked him down and dragged him back to the vault. And when that happened, 𝐷𝐷𝐷 would fight him because 𝐷𝐷𝐷 was a good man, and 𝐷𝐷𝐷 would be killed. 𝐒𝐿 wouldn't allow that to happen. He already had his mother's arrest on his conscience. He couldn't bear it if 𝐷𝐷𝐷 also got hurt because of him. He couldn't go back to the vault. And he couldn't let 𝐷𝐷𝐷 get hurt. And he couldn't go back to the facility. All for One wasn't just anyone, he wouldn't stop. He'd either go through the proper channels to get 𝐒� to himself or tear down the facility brick by brick and kill all inside until he had 𝐒�. People like Kojika, Kimiko, and Rojin. Or even worse, All for One wouldn't come for him, and 𝐒� would be back in Yu-Sotsuki's power again. The terrible truth sunk in as 𝐒� lay on his bed hours later, staring up at the ceiling, cuddling Mr. Deer to his chest. He had to run away. He had to get away this time and never come back. He didn't expect the realization to hurt him so much. He trusted 𝐷𝐷𝐷. He treated 𝐒𝐿 like he was a person, not a treasure to protect. He never hurt 𝐒𝐿, he only encouraged 𝐒𝐿 and was patient with him despite the walls 𝐒𝐿 had in place. He even listened to 𝐒𝐿 and allowed him to see his mother again after so many years of people calling her an abusive parent. He had started to see this place as home. Despite everything, he was starting to trust and love 𝐷𝐷𝐷. And 𝐷𝐷𝐷 was even beginning to trust 𝐒�. For the first time, 𝐒� noticed that 𝐷𝐷𝐷 had left the stairwell door unlocked tonight. Maybe it was an accident, but it showed that 𝐷𝐷𝐷 trusted 𝐒� to not run. A tear trickled down his cheek. He didn't want to run and betray 𝐷𝐷𝐷's trust. He didn't want to leave this place, leave 𝐷𝐷𝐷 behind, but he had no choice. He couldn't let the kind man who took him under his wing get hurt. The irony that he had no choice but to run away when he didn't want to leave after countless escape attempts hit him like a punch to the gut. He saw how hurt Yagi was after his last attempt to run. This time would probably break his heart. But a broken heart was better than a broken neck. Maybe without Izuku, he could take care of one of the other kids at the facility. He could help Kojika be reunited with his family. He could make sure Kimiko was safe with him, so she wouldn't have to cry anymore. He could make the world better for them without Izuku, happy and alive because Izuku made sure he was safe. He could be a hero. He could be Yagi's hero by making the hardest decision to leave him behind. Even if it hurt Izuku in the process. The moment Toshinori's alarm clock went off, he knew something was wrong. The apartment felt too empty, as if something important was missing. No, not something, someone. Biting back a swear, Toshinori stumbled out of bed and ran towards Izuku's bedroom. Although yesterday's trip to visit Inko had gone well, Yagi knew something had happened when he had left to get food. It had taken maybe 5 or 10 minutes, not even that long, but Izuku had seemed frantic when Toshinori returned, and when Toshinori had asked what had happened, Izuku wouldn't say. Toshinori hadn't pressed. It had been a long, emotionally taxing day for Izuku, and he hadn't wanted to push the trust that was growing between them. Now, he cursed himself. Izuku's door was wide open, but his bed was made perfectly, with Mr. Deer sitting on the pillow underneath a note. With frantic steps, Toshonri hurried over to the bed and snatched the notes up in trembling hands. "Dear Yagi, I'm really, really sorry to do this. But I can't stay. I'm in too much danger from the people who held me before Usotsuki and the facility found me. If I stay, I'm putting your life in so much danger, and I can't do that. Not after everything you have done for me. Thank you for everything. I'll never forget your kindness. Love, Izuku Midoriya." The pain and hurt that stabbed Toshinori's heart surprised him. Izuku was gone. Missing. Run away right when Toshinori thought things were going well. However, this letter implied that Izuku had been keeping secrets and had run away to protect Toshinori. A hysterical laugh bubbled out of Toshinori's chest. Izuku had wanted to protect him. Of course, he thought Toshinori needed protection. Toshinori still hadn't told Izuku who he was, and because of Toshinori's stupidity, Izuku was now in danger. Panic rose in Toshinori, but his year of heroics clicked in, channeling the fear into something productive. His hand flew to his phone, and he speed-dialed Nezu. "All Might. Was there something else you needed to talk about?" "He's gone." Toshinori gasped, suppressing the BLD building in the back of his throat. "Izuku is gone." Izuku sat hunched at the uncomfortable wooden table, alternating his attention from his view out the window and the restaurant's surroundings. He hadn't left the Musutafu area yet, which was stupid when he should be racing to put as much distance between himself, Yagi, and Tomura. Izuku tried to tell himself that he wasn't sticking around because he felt guilty. He was looking for North Star messages and planning his next steps. The last time Izuku escaped the facility, he had made no plan, and look how far that got him. He wound up back in the facility, even if he did meet Yagi because of it. Izuku shifted in his seat. He could feel the cashier watching him, but he fought the urge to fiddle with his lacking disguise. His more distinctive green curls were tucked underneath a baseball cap, and a pair of tinted glasses helped mask his green eyes. It wasn't much, but it would help hide his tracks. Izuku doubted that Yagi would reach out to the commission and issue a Quirkless alert, but even so, it was good to have some disguise. Izuku did feel guilty swiping the 2 items from a corner drag store. He knew stealing was unheroic, but he had seen a "We Love Quirkless" sign on the storefront. So in a way, the owners were helping the Quirkless, not by calling the commission and throwing Izuku back in that plush prison but by unknowingly giving Izuku the supplies to stay out of it. The cashier was still watching him, probably wondering if Izuku was going to purchase anything. Izuku had been sitting there for over an hour, and while the restaurant wasn't busy, they probably didn't want someone sitting there with no purpose. The bell jingled, telling him someone else had entered, but Izuku kept staring at his hands, not wanting to focus on who was coming and look suspicious. So he was surprised when a white mammal at least 2 feet shorter than him, and Izuku was short compared to most kids his age, dressed in a neat 3-piece suit, ordered a green tea and a boba tea, then climbed into the booth across from him. "Ah, hello, Izuku." Izuku started, and his eyes frantically darted from the mammal. Was he a dog? A bear? A rat? He couldn't tell to the door. Was the building surrounded? Was it all for one or the Quirkless Commission? How many were waiting for him? How many would he have to fight to stay free? If it's all for one, then just be glad you left Yagi already, Izuku told himself. This way, Yagi can't get hurt. Now there's no need to jump, his visitor assured him. I promise, I came on my own, and I have no intention of trying to take you against your will. Izuku wasn't sure he trusted the mammal, but as his immediate fight-or-flight instincts began to calm, he realized he recognized the creature. He had seen several interviews, videos, and even chess matches of this gentleman, the education hero. Why you're Nezu, he stammered quietly. The principal of UA and the only quirked animal pro-hero. Nezu's tail twitched happily, and he gave a proud, pleased smile. Izuku expected the smile to be animalistic, bearing sharp teeth and meaning to frighten, but to his surprise, it was warm and friendly. That I am, Nezu confirmed. And you are Midoriya Izuku, correct? Izuku's eyes went wide at the mention of his name. How did he know? Missing Quirkless alert. Did he work for the commission? Why had this hero come, if not to drag him back to Usotsuki or Yagi, kicking and screaming? No, there's no need to get antsy, Nezu assured him as the waiter came, setting down a steaming mug of tea and a boba tea. Izuku didn't reach for the glass, in case it was drugged, but Nezu happily sipped his tea while waiting for the waiter to leave them behind. I'm merely here in favor for a friend of mine. Yagi was quite worried when you ran off last night. I suppose a type of congratulations is in order. It has been some time since I've seen him so besides himself. He chuckled as he glanced up at Izuku, his eyes sparkling with mirth. You've really got him wrapped around your finger. I mean that as a compliment. So he was working with Yagi. That explained why he had not talked down to Izuku or tried to soothe him into compliance before whisking him off. On the one hand, Izuku was impressed with Yagi's connections. On the other hand, he couldn't shake the feeling of guilt. Yagi was worried about him. He was scared. But Izuku had done what he had to. It was the only way to protect Yagi. Yagi might not understand now, but one day he would realize Izuku had done the right thing. I'm not going back, he warned Nezu. You can't force me. Oh, I would think not, Nezu agreed cheerfully. I have no intention of forcing you to go anywhere. However, I would like to invite you to accompany me to UA. UA? Izuku repeated hesitantly. Yes, Nezu replied. It is only a short distance away from this delightful little restaurant, and while I am enjoying this tea, I would not be remiss in saying that my personal tea collection is better. Izuku paused before forcing himself to sip the boba tea Nezu bought for him. He had to agree he had better, but after several hours on the run, it felt good to have something in his belly. His hands had stopped shaking at any rate. Why, he finally asked after a PRD of silence. I suppose I have spent more time on collecting unique blends, and I have developed a talent for combining and creating unique brews. What? No, I'm not talking about your tea. Izuku exclaimed. Why UA? Nezu's eyes glinted playfully, telling Izuku he had known precisely what he had been asking but said otherwise just to make the moment a little lighter. That would be to have a certain conversation that by necessity requires a more private place, he answered. He glanced around the area and caught Izuku's eye meaningfully. His message couldn't have been more unmistakable. We need to leave before someone like Usotsuki or worse comes along and snatches you. Even I may not be able to defend you if you are physically pulled away and if there are too many. The restaurant clerk was starting to look suspicious. But Izuku also knew it would be way too easy for him to be ambushed at UA. It might be the perfect place for the Quirkless Commission to spring a trap and capture him without catching the public's eye. Nezu read Izuku's distrusting expression and sighed. Yagi wishes to speak with you, he explained. He's very concerned. Your letter claimed that you were in danger from your previous owners and wished to protect Yagi. While your intentions are noble, you only resolved one problem. Yagi might be safe, but you are not. So that's what it was. A misguided attempt to help a weak, defenseless Quirkless. Well, Izuku didn't need any help before when he was on the streets, and he certainly didn't need it now, especially when it came from someone's poorly placed pity. "I'm fine," he said stiffly. "Are you now?" Nezu asked curiously. "I can take care of myself." Izuku snapped. "I don't need help. I'm not weak." Nezu smiled patiently, clapping his front paws together. His tail was twitching, but he showed no sign that he was agitated, on edge, or even frustrated. If anything, he looked almost like Yagi in the early days, when Izuku had been particularly resistant to his care. "And therein lies the crux of the problem," Nezu pointed out. "Being in danger or needing help does not mean weak. Heroes like All Might do not look down on others when they ask for help. When one needs help, they should ask for help." Izuku closed his jaw, looking down at his drink. He wanted to object that Nezu was wrong. That he didn't need help. That he was just fine, he could make it on his own. But he also knew he would be lying to himself, and he and the principal of UA would know it. But what could he do? Go back to Yagi. Doing so would be putting such a kind, loving man in danger. And Izuku couldn't bear it if he did that. "Please understand, Izuku," Nezu continued sincerely. "While we have not been acquainted for long, I can confidently say that you are a strong individual. However, even the strong need help sometimes. Neither myself nor Yagi would think any less if you asked for help. In fact, I would think quite the opposite. But doing so would put Yagi in danger. Tomura would know that Yagi stood between Izuku and All for One, and he and All for One would kill Yagi without hesitation. Izuku would be a sitting target amongst the innocent students of UA, using them as human shields until All for One scooped him up and whisked him back to the vault. Back to the blankets, soothing touches, cuddles, golden collars, white hair. No, Izuku couldn't do it. He would not endure that. Hell again. He'd rather die than go back. "You don't understand," he murmured softly. "You can't understand. I will not go back to him." "Your past owner." Nezu guessed. No, tormentor would be more accurate. Izuku's flinch confirmed everything for Nezu. The animal hero's look was so compassionate, so understanding, that Izuku couldn't tell if he wanted to run from the hero or cuddle him close and beg for a hug from someone who might have an iota of knowledge of what he had gone through with All for One and Tomura. "I suppose your previous statements are partly correct," Nezu sighed, loosening his tie. "I do not have all the information about your past experiences, nor am I known for my empathy." Soft paws unloosened his tie and unbuttoned his shirt collar. "However, you are not the first to suffer at the hands of others." Pulling the shirt down, he revealed a strip of pink scar tissue encircling his neck. As if something had been wrapped tightly around his neck and refused to come off. Izuku could even see deep scratch marks from where he had attempted to pry whatever was around his neck off. Just as Izuku had over the years, whether what he wore was black, velveted, or gold. "I will admit, rather shamefully, that despite the many years, I still struggle to reveal this particular scar," Nezu muttered wistfully. Izuku tentatively reached across the table but paused. Nezu smiled and leaned forward, allowing him to touch the scar. They felt like the scars Izuku had on his neck, albeit they faded far more quickly than Nezu's. "A collar," he breathed. "Yes, a collar," Nezu said grimly. "One of the most humiliating, degrading things I have ever experienced. No longer a sentient, thinking being, but a pet or creature to be treated as others want. Utterly galling. I was able to escape my tormentors eventually, on my own, no less. However, it took the help of others to stop the ones who had harmed me." He leaned back and buttoned his collar up again, straightening his tie, and hiding all evidence of the leash and collar from the world. Izuku suddenly realized he was looking at him with new respect, the same way he looked at Kimiko and Rojin. People who knew what it was like to be collared and hated what it reduced them to. "What I am requesting is simple," Nezu explained. "Come back to UA with me, speak with Yagi. There are things about him that he hasn't shared and matters I wish to discuss with you. Then after receiving all the information, you may make your decision. You can walk back out the UA gates, or I will personally buy you a plane ticket to anywhere in the world, far away from those who have hurt you." That didn't sound bad. After seeing Nezu's scar, he knew Nezu wouldn't hand him back to the Quirkless Commission if he didn't like what Izuku decided. But still, After all these years, Izuku didn't trust easily. "And if I decide to stay," he asked softly. "Come speak with Yagi, and you'll see." Toshinori paced back and forth in Nezu's office. Located on the top floor of UA and with a floor-to-ceiling window, Toshinori had a perfect view of the grounds below and the long road leading down to the city. Which meant that he knew Izuku was not coming up the main pathway. Toshinori resisted the urge to pull out the letter Izuku had left. The words lingered in his mind, even with the note tucked away. Something had happened while Toshonori had gone to pick up food. Something had spooked Izuku, making him believe that Toshinori was in danger. Laughable when you knew who Toshinori was, but Izuku didn't. It wasn't that Toshinori hadn't planned on revealing his identity, but he had wanted Izuku to become more comfortable with his new surroundings and guardian. Tucked inside him, one for all, swirled uncomfortably as if the quirk was urging Toshinori to transform that instance and hurtle across the city looking for his boy. However, Toshinori knew the futility of that. Izuku had proven himself resourceful and remarkably clever. Finding one small boy within such a large city would be a challenge, but Toshinori refused to reach out to the Quirkless Commission. He didn't want to drag Izuku back. That wasn't the goal. He wanted Izuku to trust him. In the end, the only option was to rely on Nezu with his terrifying intelligence, vast array of monitoring programs, and persuasion abilities. Thankfully, Nezu was invested in Izuku's development and had been more than willing to assist in tracking down Izuku. There was a soft knock at the door, and Toshinori spun around to watch Nezu, followed by Izuku, walk into the office. The whole experience felt disturbingly similar to when Izuku first came home, the anxious waiting, the reveal, and now, Toshinori's last chance to convince Izuku. "Izuku," Toshinori murmured. The boy flinched, unwilling to look at Toshinori or even move closer. Toshinori's mouth opened and closed. He didn't have the words to convey how scared or hurt he'd been. He wanted to take Izuku in his arms, shake him, and demand that the boy never scare him like that again. Instead, he walked closer, choosing to ignore how Izuku huddled in on himself. Dropping to a knee, Toshinori lifted Izuku's chin to look him in the eyes. Izuku's green eyes swam with tears and misery, and he bit his lip to stop it from wobbling. "You're okay," Toshinori said, unsure if he was reassuring himself or Izuku. Then, with slow, careful movements, he wrapped his arms around Izuku and pulled him into a tight hug. Whatever self-control Izuku had been holding on to broke in that instance, and he collapsed bonelessly against Toshinori, wailing, gasping apologies. Toshinori cradled him close, rocking back and forth. Even a few of his tears slipped free, plopping onto Izuku's curly hair. When Izuku's tears finally stopped, Toshinori gave Izuku a final, tight squeeze. "Don't you ever scare me like that again," he ordered, a bit of All Might's gruff voice slipping in. Izuku nodded against Toshinori's tear-soaked shirt and then pulled away. "Well, now that that's taken care of," Nezu chirped from his seat at the table. "Why don't you two join me? I have some lovely tea to share, and I believe you had some things you wanted to share, Toshinori." Izuku sat beside Toshinori, nibbling on the cookies and tea Nezu had provided them. It occurred to him that he hadn't eaten in several hours and that these snacks were delicious when mixed with the provided tea. He was mature enough to admit, Nezu was right. He knew his tea. Nezu sat across from them, stirring his mug and taking a sip. He sighed in enjoyment before putting down the cup on a saucer and turning his attention to the two of them. "Now, I feel it is a grim understatement to say that you have gone through a lot, Izuku," Nezu stated. "And it was part of your past that compelled you to run." Izuku nodded, keeping his eyes in the dark swirling tea, too ashamed to look at Yagi. He had made Yagi worried. He had made him scared. Even if that had been part of the risk of running away, he still wished he hadn't hurt the first person to show him genuine kindness in a long time. "I will not ask you to divulge who it was or the exact nature of their abuse," Nezu assured him. "All I have are guesses based on what Yagi has told me and the records the Quirkless Care Facility have, as well as the security footage of your time there." Izuku looked up in surprise. "You have that?" The information was usually sealed tight, only ever given to owners, medical personnel, or law enforcement when needed. Nobody had access to those records, so it lessened the risk of a Quirkless getting kidnapped. And from getting help if they ever escaped. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 smiled, and Izuku could tell the principal was quite pleased with himself. My dear boy, I have the record of every subject in that horrendous facility, he explained. As well as the banking information, health information, and other valid background information for every employee there. I also have been chatting with Ms. Yusotsuki quite frequently on the online dating site she uses to try to meet a compatible partner, and I have her believing she is part of a passionate romance with Mr. Love Muffin Top 8:7D. I am waiting for the proper day to break her heart. And just like that, Izuku had a whole new level of respect for the mammal. Even Yagi doubled over, hacking up a mouthful of BLD as he tried to contain his laughter. That all being said, I have a hypothesis, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 continued. You may confirm what is correct if you will and do not have to divulge any more than that I am wrong. And if it gets too upsetting, you may tell us to stop anytime. Is that all right? Izuku nodded, and Yagi squeezed his shoulder reassuringly. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 thanked Izuku and sipped his tea again. I believe that only a few days after you were discovered as Quirkless, you were taken by Quirkless traffickers. I do not know how long they had you or what they did to you. But knowing how traffickers move, you were sold to someone with a lot of power and money. Yeah. Izuku remembered that. The auction, the bidding, how there were heroes and people from the HPSC, the Yakuza. Black Cat was there, he murmured. She bid on me. Yagi looked up in alarm. The feline hero. She participated in the auction. Izuku nodded, still unable to forget that horrified feeling when he learned a hero was there. And that instead of trying to save him, she wanted to take him home and lock him up, just like All for One, Yusotsuki, and everyone else in the world but his mother and Yagi. Yagi looked at 𝐒𝐻𝐻, who frowned. That is very troubling indeed, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 sighed. Especially because my sources say she adopted a young Quirkless girl about 3 years ago. Izuku had seen that. He saw the pictures online and on TV since Yagi let him watch the news. It was a pretty girl about a year older than Izuku. Black Cat always called her kitten on social media and had pictures of her forcing the girl to wear cat ears, a fake tail, stenciled whiskers, and even a bell on her collar. It was sick. I'll look into this at once, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 promised. See what I can do to ensure the girl is taken to safety with the North Stars, and Black Cat gets her just rewards. I am one rodent that wins the game of cat and mouse. Izuku looked up in surprise. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 knew about the North Stars. Then he wasn't just proposing getting this girl to a Quirkless facility to be treated like a pet until she was 18. He intended to truly get her to safety. He really could trust 𝐒𝐻𝐻. Now, continuing, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 said. Again, I don't have any evidence, only hypotheses. You were adopted by someone who treated you as bad as, perhaps even worse, by the facility. After approximately 2 years, you were able to escape, but then you were found by the care facility. And since the person made no effort to claim you through the facilities, I can only guess they were a villain and could not risk exposing themselves. And today, while Yagi was getting you food, you saw the same villain who held you. This scared you so much that you ran away in the hopes of protecting Yagi. Am I right? Izuku nodded. It was scary how much 𝐒𝐻𝐻 had figured out, but he supposed the clues were there. Admittedly, it did feel better to have it all on the table. Now Yagi understood why he had to leave. He knew why Izuku had been so scared. That was good, right? I think, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 said, folding his paws, that this can be solved with honesty from all involved parties. Therefore, Yagi, I believe you have something to tell your ward. Yagi coughed into his fist, looking paler and sweatier than he had moments before. His eyes darted back from 𝐒𝐻𝐻 and Izuku, and he looked almost guilty. Giving one last bloody cough, he nodded. Right, sir. Turning on the couch, Yagi faced Izuku. What I'm about to tell you, I'm asking that you don't share with anyone. I fully planned on telling you after you got more settled, but I wasn't sure how to broach it, and it is a matter of utmost secrecy. However, I was wrong in thinking any relationship could survive on falsehoods. Izuku shifted in his seat. What could Yagi have been hiding? Izuku had literally lived with the man, been around him 24/7 except for those few hours every day when he ran errands for All Might. Was that the clue, or was it something else? 𝐒𝐻𝐻 was affiliated with the North Stars, maybe. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 had a connection too. Or was it some secret hidden past? 𝐻𝐻𝐽 rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly and took a step away from the couch. Clenching his fists, he flexed his arms, and a cloud of steam exploded outward. Coughing, Izuku tried to fan the steam away from his face. 𝐻𝐻𝐽, he called. "It's all right, young Izuku. I am here." A booming voice announced. All Might's voice announced. As the steam dissipated, it wasn't simply All Might's voice, but All Might himself stood there in all of his muscled, heroic glory. "All am I might?" Izuku stuttered. "Yes. It is I, the #1 hero," responded as if he hadn't simply appeared in 𝐒𝐻𝐻's office. I don't understand. Where's 𝐻𝐻𝐽? Where did he go?" Izuku leapt up from the couch, looking around the office. "Did he leave? Is this some type of trick?" Izuku pointed at 𝐒𝐻𝐻. "You said I would get answers." Izuku, a hand rested on Izuku's shoulder, so large that it encompassed it. All Might crouched down next to Izuku, his permanent smile replaced with a concerned frown. "Kid, it's me." Tears trickled down Izuku's cheeks. "𝐻𝐻𝐽." All Might, no, 𝐻𝐻𝐽, smiled for real, his familiar, blue eyes sparkling. "Yeah, that's me. Most know me only by my hero name, but my real name is 𝐻𝐻𝐽 Toshinori." "So you're 𝐻𝐻𝐽 and All Might," Izuku said, looking at the massive #1 hero standing before him. "This isn't some shape-shifting quirk. You're actually All Might. I always thought your quirk was an enhancement type, but is it actually a transformation type? What are the limits on it, and how does it work? How many people know about this?" "Besides you, only 4 others." Izuku staggered, falling back onto the couch. "Only 4 others?" "Yes. It should go without saying that this is a very important secret and that I am trusting you not to say anything." "Of course." Izuku cried, nodding his head frantically. "I won't say anything." All Might, or should he say 𝐻𝐻𝐽, smiled. "Thank you, my boy." A warm feeling spread in Izuku's chest, but a burning embarrassment quickly replaced it. What had he said around 𝐻𝐻𝐽 about All Might? Or even worse, around All Might about 𝐻𝐻𝐽? The relationship he had built with both men suddenly felt flipped and awkward. How was Izuku supposed to act knowing that 𝐻𝐻𝐽 was All Might, the symbol of peace and Izuku's favorite hero? Izuku's mom had threatened 𝐻𝐻𝐽. Izuku had hit, kicked, and fought against All Might. Izuku had been awful. Should Izuku feel bad? But then, 𝐻𝐻𝐽 also hadn't told him the truth. All Might, screw it, he was going to call him All Might when he was like this, abruptly knelt down, bending until his head rested upon the floor. "I apologize for doing things out of order, young Izuku. I wanted you to feel safer before I revealed the truth behind my identity, but now I see I was going about things wrong. The truth is, from the day I met you, I knew there was something about you. I do not know the exact circumstances behind your past, but please, allow me to help guide and lift you up." Tears streamed down Izuku's face, but he didn't know what to say or how to react. All Might looked up from his bowed position, and Izuku had to avert his gaze from the vulnerability and trust. "Do you see why I wanted to invite you back here?" 𝐒𝐻𝐻 said, interrupting Izuku's thoughts. "Yeah, I understand now," Izuku whispered. All Might stood back up and, with a puff of steam, deflated back into Mr. 𝐻𝐻𝐽. Looking at him now, it was apparent that 𝐻𝐻𝐽 was All Might. His hair was the same color, and his eyes were that piercing blue that terrified villains. "Have you always looked like this?" Izuku asked. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 ducked his head. "No. For a long time, there was a little difference between how I looked when my quirk was activated and when it was not. However, several years back, I got into a fight, a bad one." 𝐻𝐻𝐽 gripped the end of his baggy white shirt and rolled it up to reveal a massive, mangled scar. "Left me down several organs, and because of it, I'm only able to maintain my hero form for 3 hours at a time." "So, all those times you left me in your office, you were actually out doing hero work?" Izuku's brow furrowed. "Wait, you're both All Might and All Might's secretary. How does that work?" 𝐒𝐻𝐻 chuckled, It was actually one of his better ideas. I'll be honest, that idea came from pre-Quirk comics. A lot of superheroes back then had secret identities. Masking myself as All Might's secretary works rather well, as I'm able to receive sensitive information but also go places where All Might's presence isn't the best, like the Quirkless Commission. The number one hero visiting a Quirkless child brings lots of unwanted attention, but All Might's secretary, that's a lot easier. Izuku nodded, thinking back to Yagi's first visit. Then the realization hit him like a truck, as the pieces fell into place. He had called out to All Might to save him, begged him to help him when the Quirkless Commission took him. He had assumed the hero had left him behind, but in reality, Yagi was taken aback when he saw new tears spring into Izuku's eyes. "My boy," he asked. "You rescued me again," Izuku murmured, wiping his eyes. You didn't abandon me. You didn't leave me. I thought you had assumed I would be fine, like everyone else. But you still saved me." "Of course, my boy," Yagi said, bending down to meet Izuku's eyes. "I will never abandon you." "Even after everything?" Izuku asked. "Even after I was horrible to you? And all those times I said horrible stuff to you? And then when I shouldn't have, but I ran away." Yagi pulled Izuku into a tight hug, and Izuku reflexively curled into his guardian's skinny form. "Nothing you do or say will make me stop caring about you, young Midoriya," he promised. "I know the world hasn't been kind to you. And I know that you have been through far more than anyone should have to endure, let alone a child. You have every right to be angry about what has happened to you. But I hope you know I will always be on your side, no matter what." Izuku found himself hugging Yagi back, tears staining the hero's shirt. Yagi had saved him. He hadn't realized it at the time, but it was true. All Might, Yagi, both of them had seen he needed help when nobody else had and gave him what he needed, even if Izuku hadn't realized it or even wanted it at the time. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I was so horrible to you, but you do not have to apologize," Yagi assured him. "You do not have to apologize for anything, my boy." Izuku didn't know how long they remained in that position before he was finally ready to let go of Yagi. He pulled back and dried his eyes. Nezu appeared at his knee and offered him a handkerchief. Izuku quickly accepted and wiped his face, feeling like a mess. Yagi guided Izuku to sit back down, but neither adult spoke until Izuku nodded to tell them he was ready. Nezu helpfully pushed another plate of cookies and a fresh cup of tea to Izuku, patting his hand with his frankly soft paws. "So what now?" Izuku finally asked. "That is the question," Nezu said, putting his paws together. "I suppose the better question is what you would like to do, Mr. Midoriya. If you still wish to leave, I will certainly help you and provide you with whatever you need to live a happy life well away from your past tormentors and Quirkless Commission." Izuku noticed Yagi visibly tense, but the man said nothing. He could see then and there how badly Yagi wanted to plead with Izuku not to leave, but he wasn't going to. He knew that this had to be Izuku's choice, his decision. For the first time in too long, someone else was letting Izuku make a choice about how he wanted to live his life. And the fact that Yagi was willing to do so spoke volumes about him. He had run to keep Yagi safe from Tomura and All for One. But now that he knew the whole story, "I'm staying." Yagi sagged with visible relief. He squeezed Izuku's shoulder, and Izuku could see tears in the number one hero's eyes. "Thank you, young Midoriya. Thank you for trusting me." Nezu smiled warmly, and his tail twitched happily. "Then what would you like to do now that you have made that decision?" the principal asked patiently. Izuku hesitated, thinking his answer over carefully. It was the first time he realized he had options about what he wanted to do. He could help All Might, continue living as he was with Yagi, and probably even help out the North Stars or go to school again. But while all of those were good things, they all paled in comparison to his true dream. The dream that was still in front of him, perhaps more tangible than ever, if he had the will to pursue it. "I want to be the first Quirkless hero," he answered. "I want to show the world that Quirkless people are not helpless, and we have a right to live in this world. And then I want to end the so-called Quirkless care laws and get my mother released from prison." Nezu's smile grew, and Izuku saw a gleam in the mammal's eyes. That is a good answer, young man. Izuku's eyes went as wide as moons. The principal of the greatest hero school in Japan wasn't saying no. He wasn't telling Izuku it was a silly ambition, impossible, or anything. He agreed that Izuku had a good ambition. Then you're going to help me, he asked, trying not to sound too eager. Of course I am, Nezu replied happily. It will take a lot of work, as well as skirting around a few laws, but if this is your ambition, then I will gladly help you obtain it. His face grew a touch more serious but no less eager. Besides, I myself have been looking for a way to end the oppression of the Quirkless community. And I believe a hero who is willing to speak and act on their behalf is one giant leap in the right direction. I'm going to help you, too, Yagi promised. You once asked me if a Quirkless person could become a hero. I avoided answering, but the truth is that I believe you can. You, especially, my boy. If anyone could become a hero, quirk or no quirk, it is you. Emotion clogged Izuku's throat. He couldn't even find the words to express how he was feeling. Nothing felt adequate enough to express the relief and gratitude he felt simply to hear that someone believed in him and his dream for once. All he could manage was a fervent thank you. Of course. Absolutely, young Izuku. Nezu smiled softly. We will do everything in our power to help you. However, Nezu's face grew serious. I need you to understand the magnitude of what you are attempting to undertake. There will be many who will try to stop you. Izuku's face hardened. I know. There were plenty of people out there, like Director Usotsuki or Izuku's father, who derived pleasure from his misfortune and helpless state. There were heroes like Black Cat or Mount Lady who thought they did good in imprisoning the Quirkless. Crowds watched on as Izuku was taken away, belittled, and his freedom was denied. All of these people would need to be convinced or overcome. Nezu leaned forward, his face becoming serious. I will do my best to handle the politics of this whole thing. For the time, we will have to keep your aspirations under wrap. We must help you gain enough momentum so that when the public realizes what is happening, they can do nothing but be swept in by your oncoming tide or drown in it. Yagi coughed awkwardly, and Nezu's tail swished. I suppose that was a bit much. Regardless, though, the point stands. I'm assuming we'll need to get Izuku started training rather immediately, yes? Yagi asked. Leave that to me, Nezu said with a wave of his paw. I shall reach out to some trusted associates and begin creating plans. If possible, I'd like for Izuku to come back to UA to go through some basic fitness tests and figure out the best way of helping him become a hero. That's fine with me, Yagi said with a nod. Let us know when and if there are any other things we need to bring. Of course, Nezu said. Getting up from his seat, he walked over to Izuku and placed a paw on Izuku's knee. Thank you for trusting us, Izuku. Izuku smiled and shakily stood up. Yagi put his arm around Izuku's shoulder, and Izuku leaned against the skinny man #1 hero. His mind was still spinning with that revelation, for support as. Exhaustion hit him like a ton of bricks. Can we go home? He requested sleepily. He almost missed the tears in Yagi's eyes and the way Nezu smiled at Izuku's question. Sure, my boy, Yagi answered. Let's go home. He guided Izuku out of the office and down to the parking lot. Izuku felt like he was sleepwalking by the time they reached the car, but he snapped awake when he saw who was sitting in the passenger seat, waiting for him. Mr. Deer. He missed you, Yagi explained as Izuku picked up the plush deer, fingers taking in the softness. Even if you made a different decision, I knew you would want to hold on to him. Izuku was too tired and out of water for any more tears. Still, he sobbed dryly as he cuddled the toy and turned back to Yagi. I want to give him back to Kojika, he said. When he's back with his family and not in the facility, I'm going to give him back his toy. Sounds like a worthy goal, my boy, Yagi agreed. But first, let's get you home. You need food and a long sleep. Izuku couldn't agree more. He was fast asleep before Yagi had even pulled out of the parking lot. Nezu watched through the various cameras planted throughout the school as Yagi and Izuku, side by side, walked through the halls of UA and out the gates. It wasn't until their figures were beyond the reach of the school cameras, although not the other monitoring devices Nezu had hacked into around the city, that he finally leaned back with a sigh. Humans were such messy, emotional creatures and quite unpleasant to be around, especially adults. However, humans like Yagi and Izuku were some of the refreshing exceptions. Nezu allowed himself one moment of basking in triumph that his plan had gone so well before pressing a button on his computer. Within minutes, Aizawa's slouched form came down the hallway, not even bothering to knock on the door to Nezu's office as it automatically swung open. "You called for me, sir?" Aizawa asked, standing at attention in front of Nezu's desk. The UA teacher looked particularly unkempt today, his hair tangled and hanging in his face, and Nezu resisted the urge to comment about grooming habits. "Yes, I did, Aizawa. I will be requiring your assistance tomorrow afternoon during your break PRD. There's a matter come up that I believe your insight will be valuable in." "It's my break." "Yes, I do understand. However, you did expel your entire class this year." "And I re-enlisted most of them," Aizawa countered. "True, but it is not a full class, which means you should have some time to spare for this endeavor of mine," Nezu responded cheerily. "Besides, this isn't UA business." Aizawa straightened, all disinterest and exhaustion gone. Amazing how pressing the right levers could cause such a reaction. "North Stars." Nezu simply smiled. "A friend of mine has recently adopted a quirkless child. And you need me to sneak him out?" Nezu laughed. "And undo all my hard work today?" "No, thank you, but I appreciate the enthusiasm." Aizawa scowled and crossed his arms. "Then what is it?" Paws trembling with excitement and tail twitching, Nezu said, "We are going to train the first quirkless hero." "Say it again, Tomura." From the video screen, his apprentice inhaled deeply, sounding appropriately ashamed. Good, it meant the boy knew that he had failed. And while All for One was willing to forgive and let his student grow, this was the one area where failure was not tolerated. "He was sitting in a car, sensei," Tomura explained for the 5th time in less than 24 hours. "He saw me and ran. I caught up to him, but he got away and ran off. I lost him in the crowd. By the time I went back to where the car had been parked, he was gone." All for One's fist clenched tight, the only sign to anyone that he was angry. Not that there was anyone around to see it, but still. It had been too long since his baby boy, his ducky, escaped the safety of the vault and ran away from him. So much like his uncle had nearly 200 years ago. But unlike his beloved little brother, Izuku hadn't been abducted by upstart heroes. Instead, he had gotten out thanks to Tomura's carelessness. All for One had had to remind himself he still needed Tomura that day. That the boy was still an essential part of his plan to bring down All Might and the heroes as a whole. It was the only reason Tomura had escaped unharmed when All for One heard that his precious ducky was out in the streets, alone and helpless in an unforgiving world. All for One himself had tried to go out and find his ducky, but his injuries were still too grave from his battle with All Might. He had barely been able to stand, let alone search the streets for his child. Izuku had removed his tracker and his collar, and there had been no chance of finding him. Even Kurogiri had turned the city upside down trying to find Izuku and bring him home, but he had found nothing. It was as if his ducky had vanished into thin air. The doctor had recommended getting a new quirkless to take care of, but All for One and Tomura would have none of it. Izuku was theirs. He was their family, he was theirs to protect, cherish, and love. He was not replaceable, even with a helpless quirkless who they could dote on. It gave him untold relief when Izuku's name appeared on the quirkless registry. His ducky was safe and sound. It had taken all of the villain's self-control to not allow Tomura to run rampant on the facility, scoop up his son, and lock him back in the vault. No, if he did, his stubborn, willful baby would simply try to look for another opportunity to run away, and All for One couldn't let that happen. Instead, he arranged for his son to go with arguably the most aggressive, effective facility to break his spirit. Let his son either be tamed or let him see how nice he had it inside the vault. Either way, he could monitor Ducky's progress, and he had everything ready to adopt his son the day he turned 18. Then nothing would keep his son from him. But then, one day, the status of Izuku changed. He was gone. Adopted. It shouldn't have been possible. His son was only 14. He shouldn't have been adopted yet. Worse. The privacy policies made it impossible for him to find out who did it. What rich, greedy son was doting on his ducky when he should be with his loving father, safe and sound in the vault? For weeks, he tried to find something, anything to tell him where his son had gone, but it seemed as if Izuku had vanished into thin air. Now Tomura, by mere chance, had found him, and he let Izuku get away. Sensing his MSDR's mood, Tomura bowed his head in apology. "I'm sorry, sensei." Tomura's fingers twitched and trembled, seeking something to decay, and all for one forced his simmering rage below the surface, turning it into something sharp to be wielded. "I see," he said, carefully pronouncing each syllable. "This is unfortunate. It appears once again you have failed." Tomura flinched but didn't look up. All for one paused before speaking, allowing the silence weigh heavy on the air. "This will not happen again, Tomura." "Yes, sensei." "Go then," All for One said with a flick of his hand, dismissing Tomura to go sulk back to his video games. Losing Izuku again was unfortunate but not the end of the world. There were only so many places his ducky could hide, and Izuku would see soon enough that there was no room in the world for his delusional dreams of heroics. No, he would allow whoever had stolen All for One's son to keep Izuku for the time being. Izuku would continue to learn his place, and once Hero Society had crumpled to its knees before him, All for One would step in and take his son back. With a smile, All for One leaned back. He could wait. Soon enough, Izuku would be back within his hold again.